Very nice. It actually went 1 for 1, turning on right away. Love to see that. Let's fire everything back up. Got my coffee. Turn that on. Change the window. Bam. Okay. Keep it going. Gonna get back into Boulder, into the RNG run.
I'm doing great because Mouse PI just came out today, and dude, I am loving this game so much more than I thought I would. The art style is incredible, the voice acting's great, and most importantly for a video game, it's really, really fun. I'm only 2 hours in, and this is already looking like it's going to be a top 5 game of this year for me. If you had any doubts about buying it, I would say absolutely give it a shot, especially if you're on Steam, because you can play through a decent bit of the game and, like, get an understanding of everything in under 2 hours. So if you don't end up liking it, you can just refund it or whatever. And, you know, it seems like overall the critic consensus is actually pretty positive on this one. It's got, what, an 81 on Metacritic right now, I believe? And even more importantly, on Steam, the user reviews are 96% positive. So
Nice.
all of that is to say, yeah, it's a really good game. But as always, there's going to be a few outliers when it comes to the super positive reviews of a game. And one of those outliers happened to be IGN, who, once again, like with Crimson Desert, gave this game a 6 out of 10. But the thing is, and I can't believe I'm about to
Was
kind
it
of defend their
Travis?
Crimson Desert review, but at least with the Crimson Desert review, they actually played the full game and expressed their issues with it. And some of those issues, like the inventory management and whatnot, were actually valid at the time the review was published. Don't get me wrong, it was still extremely inconsistent how that game had to get reviewed immediately, but Marathon gets a month to update and improve itself. But yeah, at least you can give their Crimson Desert review the tiniest bit of credit for that. But I'm not even kidding when I say that I've read this review already, and it genuinely feels like the person who wrote the review did not play the game, or at least they didn't play for more than like an hour. So I just want to go over this review because it's genuinely terrible. So yeah, I thought we could just go over it and have a good laugh. But real quick before we get into that, if you keep coming back to the channel and watching the videos and you're enjoying them and you haven't subbed yet, then please consider subscribing. Please. I would really appreciate it. Look, I didn't pay my taxes, and now I'm recording this from a prison cell. You liking and subbing is the one joy I have in life. Anyway, without further ado, let's go ahead and get right into IGN's 6 out of 10 review for Mouse PI. I love noir. I'll take all kinds. The hard-boiled detective, the seedy crime story, neo-noir, classic pulp, you name it, I'm buying. So when Mouse PI for Hire sauntered onto my screen the way Ilsa walks into Rick's in Casablanca, I was pretty excited about it. But noir isn't just an aesthetic to be thrown on like an old coat, as you're leaving your office at the behest of a leggy blonde. While Mouse PI for Hire clearly understands the style and tropes of classic noir films and novels, as well as the 1930s cartoons more broadly, it doesn't seem to get why those things are there or how they are used to tell a compelling story. By fusing a hard-boiled detective mystery with a fast, retro-style FPS, developer Fumi Games has made a shooter that is thematically incoherent, with the apparent aspirations of its story contradicted at every point by the actual action. Of all the Steam libraries and all the PCs in the world, Mouse PI for Hire walked into mine, and I wish I liked it more than I do. Okay, so in the intro they say the main complaint is the themes. They say the game doesn't really understand why the style is there in all these other forms of media, and that the game is apparently thematically incoherent. Let's go and see exactly why this reviewer thinks that. We're gonna skip past the second paragraph just because it's the reviewer just kind of summarizing the story. What bothers me, however, is how overly referential so much of it is. This is a world of mice, so everything is about cheese. Everything. A bad guy, he's a cheese legger. Run into a lady mouse with a sultry voice, it'll be described as gorgonzola picante slapped on a mozzarella platter. Someone needs to assure you they're telling the truth, they'll swear on Mama's cottage curds. This is charming initially, then it
So there's a
never
bunch of
stops.
cheese
Everything
puns,
is
who
a reference
cares?
to the fact that everyone is a mouse and mice like cheese. And when it's not, instead it'll be a reference to an old cartoon. I should have probably guessed the former when one of the first things I saw was a steamboat named Willy. But at least that and the spinach power-up that gives you Popeye arms is cute. Recalling the Igor joke from Young Frankenstein, not so much. That's right,
Igor.
guys. First we
Igor,
had too
you
much water, now
uncultured
we have too
swine.
many references. You know, in this history-based game, which draws heavy inspiration from 30s cartoons and their art styles. Also, what do you mean they talk about cheese too much? They're cartoon mice. Of course they're gonna talk about cheese. That's like their whole thing. And the way this reviewer is describing it, you would think that they mention cheese like every single line. That's not even close to true. It's just when they have the opportunity to throw in a cheese-related pun or reference or something, they will. But it's not like it's every single line. I mean, for God's sakes, the main character's name is Jack Pepper. Also, this might sound a little weird to say, but the constant, like, references to cheese that you wouldn't expect almost helps establish the culture of the world in a way. I just don't know what you were expecting. It's a 30s style cartoon mouse video.
Oh, another
game.
Primal.
There's
Nice.
gonna be lots of references, and there's gonna be lots of cheese jokes because they're mice. Also, it's not like the game
why is that a
winks at you
problem?
and expects you to laugh at every single cheese pun. It's just naturally integrated into the dialogue because that's what makes sense for the setting. And just what's wrong with the Igor reference? Like, it's a funny little callback. You talk to the guy for like a minute and then you move on. This is some insane nitpicking, but just wait, it only gets worse. And it doesn't end there. Run into a series of robot boss fights. Jack will say he hopes they don't rule of 3 this thing, which of course is exactly what happens. If you're looking for the cheese-legging foreman, Jack will quip that he doesn't look like much of a boss, more like a mini-boss, and then laugh at his own joke. The voice actors, led by Troy Baker, do an admirable job with what they have, but nothing in Mouseburg is allowed to just be. It has to be a mouse reference or a literally cheesy one-liner or a reference to something else. It's hard to care about anything in Mouse PI for Hire because it never stops making jokes about everything. It just wants to remind you of other better things. Surely that's enough, right? Yeah, it's called self-aware humor. Again, you are playing a 1930s cartoon-style Doom shooter. The game itself, in concept, is already ridiculous. Why are you trying to take this so seriously? God forbid the silly cartoon mouse game not take itself too seriously and throw in some self-aware humor. Here's the thing, earlier the reviewer said that the game feels thematically incoherent, and what that sounds like to me, at least in this case, is it would be something like it tries to take itself super serious but also has this random self-aware humor that clashes with the tone. That's not even close to true. At no point does this game try to take itself seriously. And when it does, it's in quotation marks seriously, because it's ironic seriousness. The story's meant to be fun. Just because Troy Baker is in this game doesn't mean it's supposed to be some really deep emotional thing like The Last of Us. I'm not gonna lie, it feels like they just got the wrong kind of person to review this game, which surprise,
As they
surprise,
typically
ended up
do.
happening with Crimson Desert as well. You know, when somebody appears in court and they have a jury, it's supposed to be a jury of their peers. I feel like when IGN is having people do reviews for games, they should pick people who actually understand the genre they're reviewing and know what makes it good and bad, because clearly this was just the complete wrong person for this genre. This guy probably said he likes noir games and they were like, perfect, put him on it. Anyway, let's continue on. Even here though, I have issues. Weapons can feel weak, especially the shotgun. It's got the audio kick of a pop gun, and there's a strange disconnect to seeing something that sounds like a kid's toy blow off some poor mouse's head as you paint the white of the world with the black ichor that spawns out of his neck. Enemies mostly come out of doors marked with a skull that you can't enter, robbing those areas of anything remotely resembling a sense of place. Levels also really like to pull the "we're going to lock you in a room and throw baddies at you until they're dead or you are" shtick a little too much for my taste. None of this is ever game-breaking, mind. The combat is fundamentally good enough to carry you to the end of the roughly 12-hour campaign, but sometimes it feels like being at a show that's never quite bad enough to leave. And at least on normal difficulty, health items are so generous that there's rarely a challenge.
I had a feeling.
I'm gonna be
Friend of the
completely
people.
honest, on that
Okay.
whole shotgun comment, that sounds like user error, because I've been having a blast with it. It's genuinely like my favorite weapon in the game right now.
Can I get a
this reviewer
shield?
Probably wasn't getting close enough to the enemies for the shotgun to be truly effective, because if you get point blank with it, it's a one-shot, and once you unlock the weapon mod that lets you charge it up, it becomes even better. And yeah, it can be a little off-putting to see the cartoon mice get their heads blown off and blood go everywhere, but that's, again, part of the point. It's surprisingly violent for a cartoon, but I honestly love that about the game. It's unconventional, sure, to see blood squirt out of the dead bodies of your enemy cartoon mice, but it also
Turns you
fits
into a
because of
cold
the type
dealer.
of game that it is. And then, dude, there's no way this guy just complained that a shooter that's trying to
Built-in
be very
lightning
similar
damage.
to
Chance to
Doom
stun the wielder
is
for
locking
one.
you
The
in a
wielder?
room and making you kill enemies,
Fuck
and then you
you!
can leave the room. That is the whole gameplay loop of Doom. And just these
When you kill a
classic
creature,
style
your next
shooters in
attack roll will
general.
be a critical hit.
You go to a room, you have to kill all the enemies, and then you can progress the objective. This is exactly what I'm talking about when I say IGN needs to pick people who understand the genre better. Anybody who's played any classic shooter like Doom will understand this game immediately, and they'll appreciate it for succeeding at being what it's trying to be. This dude's probably gonna hate Spider-Man Noir when that series comes out. Hell, he probably hated Spider-Man Noir in Into the Spider-Verse. Anyway, we're gonna skip the next paragraph again. It's not really worth commenting on. Let's skip ahead to the next
I think I'm gonna
one.
take the cold
Once you're
orb.
done with a level, it's back to the hub, which encompasses Jack's office, the local bar, store, weapon upgrade shop, and so on. My favorite thing here is the baseball card minigame you can play at the bar. You'll switch between pitching and being at bat, using the cards in your hand to try and score as many runs as you can. It's fun. What I like less is the whole being a detective thing, mostly because I never actually got to do it. Any clues you find will be pinned to Jack's caseboard, and once you get them there, Jack will just intuit where to go. No work on your part required. What's the point of being a gumshoe if all the answers are handed right to me? Sir, this is a first-person shooter focused on the action. This is not LA Noire. The game did not advertise itself as being super heavy into the detective work or anything. I kind of get what this guy's saying, because, like, you play as a detective, so maybe you'd expect to do a little bit more investigating. But again, the game never advertised itself as that. You go back to the evidence board, you have a fun little thing where you get to look at all the evidence and put it up, and then you go to the next area. I really don't think this action-focused game needed to have too much detective work on the player's part. Would it not get kind of annoying if you had to figure out where to go and the game just didn't point you in any direction? So you're just driving around the map going to random spots until you eventually figure out where you're supposed to be? I think what we have here is great. You get to feel
Oh, it
like a
replaces
detective
the thing
looking at
on
the
your
evidence,
back.
putting
That's
all the stuff up on the
interesting.
board, and then you go to the next area and shoot more bad guys. I don't really see the problem with that. Anyway, next up, and you're gonna want to buckle in for this one, so just get ready. That brings me to one of my major problems with Mouse PI for Hire. Look, I hate to be
Did
the
it
guy
add
who
anything to
brings
the
up
bar?
pseudo-narrative dissonance in a video game review in the year of our Lord 2026.
Clear.
And if you're rolling your eyes right now, I can't blame you. But it's an actual issue here. Jack Pepper is a PI who kills more people in a single mission than Philip Marlowe has in every book of Raymond Chandler ever wrote combined. I don't care how corrupt the cops are, a private detective can't break into a police station and slaughter them en masse and then go about his day. In one particularly nonsensical scenario, Jack inadvertently burns down an opera house to save a guy running for mayor and ends up fighting an opera singer and shoots her. Is she dead? Did I just kill an actress for being angry I burned down her workplace? If I didn't, have I left her alive and unconscious inside a burning building? Mouse PI for Hire doesn't tell me and doesn't seem to care either way. Oh no, guys, you have to suspend your disbelief for the cartoon mouse shooter. Who could have seen that coming? Yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense that there's no response to Jack shooting up a police station. Logically, that doesn't make sense, but for the purpose of gameplay, it makes all the sense it needs to. There's corrupt cops, you go into the police station, kill them, get the evidence you need, and leave. It's really not that deep. And as for the opera singer thing, that lady you kill is most likely one of the assassins that was discussed in that very mission. She was probably upset that you foiled her assassination attempt. What, do you want Jack to be arrested on an account of arson? And then you have to go on trial and defend yourself? No, that's not fun. I want to shoot corrupt cops as the funny Troy Baker mouse guy. And if you want to go down that route, why are we playing as mice? That doesn't make any sense. Why is there a double jump? Why do bad guys drop money when I kill them? Why are there some very historically accurate guns and then there's a gun that shoots acid? How is Jack able to carry around an entire cannon in his back pocket? Because it's a video game and it's supposed to be fun, that's why. I don't know why eating a hot pepper sets me on fire and makes my bullets set enemies on fire, but god damn it do I love it because it's awesome. Alright, let's keep going. None of this is to say that Noir cannot or should not be violent, but that violence actually has a purpose. Much of Elliot Chase's seminal novel Black Wings Has My Angel is about robbing an armored car, but the book builds to that. It's a big deal when it finally happens, and the characters have to reckon with the fallout once it does. Jack Pepper, on the other hand, is a walking catastrophe, and nobody in Mouseburg seems to care. He largely gets to go about his business and is portrayed as a down-on-his-luck everyday PI like the characters who inspired him, when he is, at best, a mass murderer. Does that make for a more fun video game? Maybe. But
God
it's a bad
damn,
noir and a
Lizelle.
worse detective tale. In the story's Mouse PI for Hire references, violence is an unfortunate but unavoidable part of the human experience that shatters the people it touches. Here, it's just entertainment, and that weakens the whole concept. Dude, oh my god, I'm gonna lose it, I swear to god. How do you unironically type out a sentence like, he is a walking catastrophe and nobody in Mouseburg seems to care, and not realize that you might be the one in the wrong here? Yeah, this game is inspired by some heavy stuff.
Nice one.
That doesn't mean the game has to be heavy. It's a fun cartoon shooter. And guess what? The violence does have a purpose in this game. It's to be fun. Violence is gonna serve a different purpose in a book versus a video game, especially a video game of this type, because in the book, you're reading, you're expecting a gripping narrative. This is a shooter game. The point of the violence is to be fun. And I can confirm it absolutely succeeds. This game is extremely fun. And, oh my god, I can't get over this. They're calling Jack a mass murderer. It's not like he's going around killing innocent civilians. That's like calling Doom Guy a mass murderer. You are literally shooting Nazi mice in this game. Murder makes it sound like they're innocent. They're not. Are you expecting me to feel bad for killing mice Nazis? What is wrong with you? And then, dude, that last part, oh my god. Here, it's just entertainment, and that weakens the whole concept. How
This
does
is gonna be the
entertainment
fuckboy that
weaken the
sings.
concept of a video game? That is the whole point. The whole point of a video game, or at least a video
Nice
game
one.
like this, is to be entertaining. This reviewer is just missing the whole point of not just this game, but video games in general. All right, we have one more paragraph left. Let's push through. We're almost done. But Will, you might say, this is a goofy Looney Tunes FPS. Why should I care about any of that? And the answer is because Mouse wants you to. It wants you to believe that this is important. You spend a lot of time talking about these characters, about putting together the clues you need to get to the bottom of what's going on, and about Jack's motivation for doing the work. All of that makes a lot less sense after you've gone to Tinsel Bros Studios and single-handedly eradicated the mob hanging out there, all while doing a bunch of Tomb Raider / Indiana Jones / Conan the Barbarian impressions, as everyone says you should be an actor. Give this guy a week on the job as the chief of police, and Mouseburg would be the safest city in the world because nobody would be left alive to commit crimes in the first place. It's hard to buy into Jack as the regular guy who needs to gather evidence when I'm told he just wiped out the local police department, you know? Oh my god, dude, thank god that was the end, because I'm gonna lose it in a second. No, Mouse does not want you to care about any of that, Will. At no point does this game try to make you feel bad about the violence, because that would be stupid. In fact, the characters encourage it throughout the game, especially the lady who upgrades your guns, you know? And it's not like any of them, when they send you on a side mission, say, hey, you know, try to get this, but please don't kill anybody in the process. They don't care. They know you're killing bad guys. At no point during your entire playthrough did you figure out that maybe you're taking this a little too seriously. As soon as you saw the first gameplay showcase for this game, you should have figured out it's not very serious. To the guy who wrote this review, I think you need to loosen up a little bit. This game was never trying to be serious. It was never going to be serious, so it shouldn't be treated that way, because that's just not fair. And because you decided to look at it like that instead of, you know, what it's actually trying to be, we got this garbage review. Okay, guys, with all that being said, that is it for this video. Oh my god, that was bad. I'm gonna go to class, and then when I come back, I'm gonna relax by playing some more Mouse PI, because this game is genuinely awesome, and I'm having such a great time with it. But maybe I'm not taking it seriously enough. I really don't know. Regardless, guys, let me know your thoughts on Mouse PI in the comments below. Again, if you haven't tried it, I strongly recommend it. It's only 30 bucks, and it's genuinely a great game, especially if you're into more classic Doom-style games. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to like the video if you liked it, dislike if you didn't like it, subscribe if you want to see more. Join us every Friday night, including tonight, on the gaming channel for gaming streams, and consider becoming a channel member if you want Discord access and awesome emotes. And I will catch you all next time.
Look! The moonlight shows us for what we really are. Not among the living, and so we cannot die. But neither are we dead. For too long, I've been parched of thirst and unable to quench it. You best start believing in ghost stories, Miss Turner. You're in one.
I don't know about you guys, but I woke up today and I thought I was seeing things. I thought all hope was lost for Tekken 8. I thought these developers didn't know left from right. I thought they were going to continue to run this game into the ground. Because all you ever hear me talking about on this channel are bad things about Tekken 8. That's all you ever hear, because that's all we're ever given. But I think hell just froze over. I think we just got the best patch unexpectedly in this game's entire lifespan. Isn't it amazing how the sentiment changes so quickly when you listen to people that care about the game? They have nerfed so many things about Heat and the way characters interact with it, and it all looks so good to me. But do you know what really grinds my gears?
What?
I said, you know what really grinds my gears?
What?
When the developers finally listen,
What?
and then I go onto Twitter,
What?
and I see pro players bitching about their favorite character.
What?
I said bitching about their favorite character that got nerfed.
What?
No concern for the rest of us.
What?
No concern for the health of the game.
What?
Bitching about their characters. Bitching about Horang.
What?
I'm seeing 90% of people. 90% of people, we're going to get to the 10%. I'm seeing 90% of people saying, this is good. And then I see Horang players bitching. I said, what?
I did see something
Horang players
about
are
that.
upset.
I did
Well,
see
this-
something
This
about
must be a
that.
good thing. If Horang players are upset, then Namco and the Tekken team must have done something good. Lo and behold, I go online and there's been nerfs across the board. Nerfs to Heat, less opportunities to juggle. But before we get to all of that, I want to talk directly to the people that are moaning. Yes, directly to the people that are moaning. I want you to look into the camera. Are you high?
What?
I said, are you high?
What?
How could you be bitching? Your character's been a menace for ages.
What?
Don't you care about the longevity of the game? Why would you post a dumb tweet like this?
What?
I said, why would you post a dumb tweet like this?
What?
We've been asking for nerfs for how long now? We finally get them, and people are complaining that their characters got nerfed. Everyone got nerfed. This entire balance patch, not a single,
What?
I said not a single buff has been received. Not one. And you would think this is a unanimous W for the Tekken community, but you have pro players, not green ranks, not red ranks, not somebody getting demoted to Tekken King constantly. Pro players complaining that their characters don't have their extra long combos. Combos that were annoying everybody, ruining the game. You're sitting online,
Pissing?
bitching and complaining,
There's no use in sitting here crying,
moaning and crying.
whining.
Because we finally got what we wanted. Tekken team, please listen to me. This was a W. You are not going to get any flames from me today. You're barely going to get flames from most coherent people. Please keep pushing Tekken in this direction. I think I might actually stream it. I think today might be a day we do a Shambolic showdown. I am genuinely shocked. I don't know what you guys did. I don't know what they paid you. I don't know what you ate, and I don't know what you smoked. But whatever you did, do it again.
Do it
It doesn't
again,
launch
yeah.
anymore out of running 1+2 or out of 4-for-1+2. Sidestep 2 now doesn't launch anymore. And also forward to 1+2 now depletes way more than before.
Someone cooked here.
Warang has also been a pretty controversial one because he has received massive nerfs on his Heat stuff and already players are calling him dead and whatever. Not only this is not a thing, but it's the opposite. It's actually way more healthy to play against the Warang. As you can see, for example, now right stance down for 3 is not a launcher anymore. Flappy kicks don't launch anymore, and that's the same, for example, out of Dunback 4 and so on. Very healthy for the game. And also the Hell Sweep out of right Flamingo now deals less damage and way more hit consumption. Basically, after Heat Burst now, you can only have one attempt at these moves. That's very healthy. Now, Limited Entry 2 and Limited Entry 1 are both worse because the 2 doesn't launch anymore and the 1 is more heat consumption. Dynamic 3+4 as well. It's way less damage and more heat consumption. So as well, after Heat Burst, you only can do this once. Dynamic Entry 1-2 now doesn't launch anymore in Heat Dash. And same applies to Silent Entry 1. Both don't launch in Heat Dash anymore. Now there is scaling out of this move, before there wasn't any, or same scaling applies to this move in combos. And also Gamma Howl now, all of Gamma Howl in it has been nerfed because the 4 doesn't launch anymore. The Power Crush also doesn't launch anymore, for fuck's sake, finally. Gamma Howl now, way more heat consumption. Devil Jin as well, for example, loses way more heat when he does the laser stuff. As you can see, way more heat than before. Also, for example, out of distance, all of his heat stuff. Now 2 Heat Dash don't launch anymore. Back to 3 and Morning Crow 2-2.
This is fucking bullshit. Okay? This
These fucking assholes, these fucking assholes! The fuck is their problem, man?
1+2 nunchuck now doesn't launch anymore. That's super helpful for the game. Only on counter it. 1-1-1 as well doesn't launch anymore. Heat dash. And also back 1-2 doesn't launch in heat dash anymore. All of these are pretty healthy for the game. As well now, another change they made with a lot of cards is when you have a parry in it. If you throw these cards out, now the throw is a counterplay to this then. So again, a lot of good changes, a lot of healthy changes for the game. And I'm super happy. I'm goning on the fucking launcher since this morning. I'm fucking jerking off on that.
Do it again, do it tenfold. Is the game fixed? No. We've still got a long way to go. Is this a huge
It's a
step
massive
in the right
start.
direction? 1000%. You could even say that some faith has been restored, that we know there's somebody in that office that knows what we want from the game.
Don't what?
Don't give me hope.
And to those of you that come to this video every single time bitching and complaining about me bitching and complaining, I want you to go in the comment section now and bitch and complain. Every single time. Oh, Mike, you don't know what you want. Oh, you're just angry. This is exactly what I wanted.
And I said,
I have nothing negative to say about the game. I only have negative things to say about people complaining about this. This is exactly what everybody asked for. I think Murray looked at the screen. I think someone read our tweets. This is a cause for celebration. This means there's a possibility that the next patch could be even better. Now, are
One
we out
could
of the
only
doghouse?
hope to
Absolutely
see
not.
these
The
guys
next
get their
patch will be
wins.
back to bullshit. But as far as I can see, if this was the patch that was dropped on day one, the back to basics formula, the thing that you were going for there, would have been positively received. Very positively received, because this is a good patch. I have nothing bad to say. All these people complaining don't know a lick about Tekken. Why would you want people to be suspended in the air for 2 hours? Now we can have some real interaction. Does it mean it's all gone? No, it's not all gone. There's still problems with heat. There's still people that are launching out of their heat engagers or whatever they're called. There's still a problem, but they said they're going to keep patching the game. If this is the direction they're going in, then there might actually be a light at the end of the tunnel. Second team, continue doing more of this and you will get less of this.
and that's the bottom line. What? Cause Stone Cold said so.
Good for them. Let's stay on Tekken.
It's all fun and games till someone gets shot.
Welcome back to the channel, everyone. Today I want to talk about the update once more and kind of give you guys another update on things that's happening. Tekken 8 patch nerfs heat system in bold, balanced move. Bandai Namco released Tekken 8 emergency patch. It's not an emergency patch, but that's what they're calling it. Early Tuesday. Slashing heat system rewards with triple meter costs. This is showcasing, so that doesn't launch anymore. That doesn't launch anymore. Right, so you can just see a couple of the moves that used to launch, but now they don't. These significant changes hit every character. You may feel like, oh, my character got cooked, but it's not just your character, you know. It's great changes all around. All around. So many moves don't launch anymore. They only launch on counter hit. So many heat engagement moves only give a follow-up. Oh, something that I thought was interesting to show you guys. So Edge put out this tweet here where he said Harong is dead. He's thinking about playing different characters. He no longer sees the future for this character. He tried to salvage the character in previous updates, but it didn't work out. Like, he just put out this long statement, and people were coming down hard on him. I mean, Harong is a hated character, bro. Like, this is the thing. Do people like lack self-awareness? You play Harong, and you're not aware that Harong is one of the most hated characters in the game because of how strong he is. So it's like, when he was saying this about Harong, a lot of people took issue with it. There was like content like Nova. Listen to Nova. You are a beacon for Harong players worldwide. The situation calls for you to act more like it. Keep Harong alive yourself. Let's take the individual L's with dignity. The patch was extremely healthy for the game, and we can only pray they keep pushing in this direction. More nerfs. There's a lot of people going hard. Blackheart, if you're serious, you're a clown. Top players need to stop doing this. Sending mixed signals to the devs, make them question decisions long term. The changes made to the game reduce power levels for the entire cast across the board. Even Shinblade says, what is wrong with Edge? So basically he got backlash from everyone, and as a result he later put out this apology. I apologize to everyone for my thoughtless remarks. I was under a lot of stress while playing Season 3, and I posted too hastily and emotionally. I apologize for focusing only on character nerfs without looking at the game as a whole. I will work harder to become a better gamer. It's always sad when people have to apologize and whatnot. I don't think he should have apologized. He could have just let it rock, you know. I know, like in Korean culture, Japanese culture, they kind of do things differently. But yeah, he apologized for what he said and how upset it made a lot of people. I do think it's important that we not do that, though. It will send mixed messages. The Great Knee. First one says, today's patch comes with some major changes. Personally, I think if this patch has been released at the start of Season 3, a lot of people would have accepted it as a genuine back to basics. Some people are saying Brian made it through the patch untouched, but I don't see it that way. Brian was already nerfed the moment Season 3 began in events. In the same way, we're now seeing like 600 reduction on heat meter. That's why the patch doesn't really have much substance for him. So the patch didn't address a problem that Brian Fury has. I mean, that makes sense. Brian Fury isn't abusing these crazy heat moves. That's what this update was about. Whenever we get the patch that, you know, address moves that are similar to QCP1 and stuff like that, we'll see what they do there, right? There will probably be pro players claiming Brian is the strongest after this patch, but usually they'll just say it without proving themselves. The reason is probably simple. If they actually pick him up, they wouldn't be able to get that kind of performance out of him. Most likely, they won't even try. It's already been over 2 years since taking it release. At this point, I think pro players would be better off studying matchups more seriously. This patch will make some people happy and others unhappy. In the end, I just hope everyone enjoys the game. That second part, we know that Arslan is somewhat familiar with Brian. He can somewhat use him, but we know that Arslan gets a lot of his experience from Brian through Atif. Atif plays a very crazy Brian, and that's where Arslan gets a lot of his experience from. Well, used to, because now Arslan is in Japan. Nee also says, when I look back at everything since Tekken 8 launch, I do think pro players' opinions carry a certain level of credibility, but that doesn't mean all of our views should automatically be accepted by everyone. I think that is probably one of the hardest things for Bandai Namco to manage. Well, after all, this game is far more casual than pro players. I think that everyone's opinions matter equally because you're talking about different ranks, right? These guys, they make tier lists about tournaments. I make tier lists about like GOD1. You know, blue ranks should make tier lists about like, there's 30 different ranks for a reason, and you could talk about balance.
You ignore penalties from fog while standing in fog. You deal additional.
Or if people are trying to correct you,
I already have one.
Receive that information. Don't just.
Can I get a shield?
I'm right, and you're all wrong. That's when you kind of put yourself in a situation. But I think that this game is for everyone. Pro players have shown that they could be unbiased, or they could be biased and like try to get their characters to be the best in the game. Casual players have shown that they also do the same thing, including in dev discords.
So this is another change. This is interesting. This mod used to have these orbs all over the place that had this ancient chaos thing, but these used to be jewelry slots. These used to be rings. And they would take up one of your 3 jewelry slots. So the guy who did this mod now actually had a super big brain update here, where he changed these ancient chaos items to be in your instrument slot instead, so it doesn't take up any of your actual gear slots. But then you still, it's like a free spot basically just for this, which is actually super big brain. I really like this change. Ancient chaos. While concentrating on with your necromancy spells, you inflict bone chill. You gain the ability to cast Circle of Death while you have Ancient Chaos. What is Circle of Death? Fuck. Oh god, the bug. Fake coin. Oof. You know what? Doesn't even matter. Taking the coin. You take the coin every single time.
Looks like Halsin's our best bet for a cure.
Time to track him down and see what he knows.
Let's be optimistic and assume he's still among the living. That's curious.
That mural, they look like Dark Justiciars.
In darkest hour, a concord made twixt harp and wild. You recall the towers seized. You recognize the mark of the dark goddess Shar on the broken helmet. This army marched in her name.
So many dead. Sent to the Night Singer's embrace.
Moonrise must be a reference to Shar's divine sister, Selûne. Claw and tooth from root to thorn, the mural shows druids claiming the grove in the name of the...
Should get another drop when we go outside and talk to Arabella.
Find our master. Return to me then.
Yes, I see me. What your mother and I have done.
You, Ma.
Our little...
It's not much. But yeah, thank you for helping me.
Girls, it's our job to get us out of here safely, not yours.
It's my job too.
While wearing heavy armor and a shield. Oh, that could be a good one. Oh, we finally got a shield. Speaking of,
That's what Mole says.
That girl. I don't care what Mole says. That was stupid and reckless.
range ring. Fire res, you take 1 less. You restore an additional 2 HP every time you heal someone. That could be good for the healer. Honest to God, I kind of like that we finally have a shield, but this shield doesn't really do anything. I think I want to take this for when Shadowheart eventually gets a shield. Then all of a sudden, this actually does something. So let's give her that now. Pass that off. Also, I didn't bother using that shard.
Was a heartbeat away from fighting a bear.
Isn't that how Mum usually is? Quiet, you pup.
And I didn't even put this on. I forgot about this. Hide. That shit is atrocious. You. It's on.
Look, don't take your eyes off my hands.
I need to check in with Damon and see if he's selling a shield. Sometimes you get lucky and these guys will sell a bullshit shield. You'd think I'd be able to see one on the ground somewhere to just pick one up. He doesn't have anything in the box.
Looking for steel? I have, well, something close.
He has another item here. One-handed weapon. We don't really have any one-handed users, so I'm not going to bother. That's a waste. He does have a shield. There you go. Asking you shall receive. Okay. Nice. And that ended up being a really good pick. Uh-huh. This I could just sell. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Now, if I get a second shield, I need to get one for Gale too. There you go. Now her AC is 19. And she has built-in damage reduction even if she does get hit.
Alright, what now? No helping. We're exposed now.
Alright, let's get back to the video.
Specifically, listen to everyone. That's why I think keeping that balance in the middle is what makes balanced patches so difficult. In reality, there's probably no such thing as a balanced patch that satisfies everyone. Still, I believe developers have to keep trying to strive for it if they want the game to become even better fighting game, especially because they've been developing this series for 30 years. So what I really want to say is that the topic, like top 5, are fun to talk about, but doesn't mean those opinions should automatically be taken as fact. What he is saying here is absolutely right. When people do top 5 tier lists, they say top 5, but they leave out that this is top 5 in a tournament environment. And that's what I try to highlight, because players who are in like blue ranks use that as like motivation to feel whatever journey they're on. And I'm like, wait a minute, they're talking about tournament. They're talking about a specific part of tournament. We've seen Arsenal and Ash say that Lars is a weak character and he will not help you win the tournament. Meanwhile, Lars was one of the most deadliest characters in Season 2 with an insanely high win rate, and then he got nerfed because of it. So that's what I mean when I say, like, when a pro says the character is unviable, it's context. And that context is kind of lost at times. And I wish that pro players were more careful with that context, because when they say this character sucks, they have to say, like, in tournament, in this level of play. That's why I don't really like to talk about those kind of topics anymore. I think once the patch comes out, it's more positive to focus on how to adapt and break through it. If you approach the game negatively, there will just be way too many things in it, and it can become stressful. And also, when he was talking about like finding the middle ground and balancing the game between pros and casuals, I think that there's certain moves that are super broken at pro play. QCB1, spamming it over and over and over again. But then there's moves that are broken at casual play. 3-3-3, right? There is some different moves that for different skill level of players, and the developers can identify that and attack it as necessary. Because that's kind of what they always done, right? Another tweet, Tekken 8 is almost perfect. All it needs to change is get rid of guard breaks, installs unbreakable throws, and knockdown low wall splatting shouldn't be a thing. I mean, I agree. I think that they probably won't get rid of guard breaks, installs, unbreakable throws, but unbreakable throws should just straight up be breakable. And then guard breaks, if you wanted to guard break, you kind of have to like limit its like ability to destroy. You gotta like reduce its ability somehow, make it slower or something. I don't know what they do there. When you start having these kind of conversations of like removing installs and guard breaks, you're kind of lying to yourself. They're not going to do that, right? They already said that the heat is like integral to the game and it's not going away. So why would they do that for guard breaks and whatnot, right? So the only hope is that they kinda do something, but I don't know. Okay, one more tweet. This is from High Tone, and I think it's an important one. High Tone says, guys, we need a positive review bomb. And when he said this, I did go look at Steam to see what was happening, because you know, each time they did a bad update, it was immediately clapped up. And this time around, it is looking positive. 43 positive reviews, 12 negative reviews. It's not as big as this down spike, right? These down spikes are pretty massive. If you were negatively reviewing a game every update, you should positively review it. You don't have to say that the game is perfectly fine and everything is fixed, but just stay consistent, right? You were given feedback every single time the game got updated, so do the same thing and help the game out and give it a positive review. Show the developers that we really like this update, not just through tweets, but also through Steam reviews, because that's how we showed them we hated the game, right? So I think that is a good point.
You saved Arabella from the Druids. Don't know what those bastards would have done.
The modern audience just lost their minds. I know exactly what character this is. This is that. I don't know if I could use that term on Twitch actually. I just won't for the sake of my channel. But basically, people are saying, "Oh, it's a femboy," but then the fucking audience is saying, the modern audience, or the people that don't actually like read or watch the anime of Jujutsu Kaisen, they're saying they're trans. And I'm just like, why does it fucking matter? Like, let the author be and let them fucking determine what it is, because it's a fucking fictional character!
3 months ago on the subreddit JJK, a Redditor says, reminder that Kirita isn't a femboy. She's a trans femme.
Who cares? It's a fictional character. It's a cool character. They have a really cool power when they fight, but like, who fucking cares? That wasn't my fucking instant thought.
Going on to get 2,000 upvotes. Redditor saying, seeing way too many people disrespecting her in TikTok comment section. And since she'll appear in season 3, I would love to remind y'all that she's heavily implied to be trans femme. Whoa, hold on a second. What's this? A tweet from yesterday with 1 million views that says,
Ice storm, gust of wind, water whip, cone of cold, ray of frost, tidal wave, fist of the four thunders, frost fingers, maelstrom. Interesting.
Male. The article comes from information
Shield
by
of the mountain,
official
wall of
anime
ice,
overseen
ice
by
knife.
Gege, the author. Similarly,
These
this
all
post
count?
talks about how this information came from the JJK Anime Production Committee before the airing of JJK
So
season.
this is literally from the author's mouth. The person that created
Per
the
turn,
entire
huh?
universe drew it for your enjoyment, and you're probably still gonna disagree with them and then call them transphobic.
Worse than junk. Don't worry, kid.
I don't know. Sometimes the jokes write themselves.
Dealing force damage,
You can't
medium
be
armor, never mind.
happy at
Gege
all.
Akutami, the writer of JJK, where this
So
translation
weird.
says, Kirita is a third-year student at Jujutsu Technical College. Just like Akari, he hangs out with Akari, who is suspended, and it's clear that they have a close relationship. Although he looks like a Gyaru, he is actually male. Another translation detail reading, Kirita has a genderless charm, so there were different predictions swirling among fans if his voice actor was going to be male or female. Some people are not happy about this. This tweet getting 4,700 likes that says, if you think Kirita is a man, block me right now.
Femboy artworks.
Angry person added, femboys genuinely fight tooth and nail to erase.
But they're not fighting tooth and nail. It's the author that confirmed it. If the author confirmed them trans, it would just be that. Leave it alone.
Trans characters, as if you don't get
Why are you trying to arrest femboys? How about that?
two super popular
Yeah, I can
characters
flip it on
already
you
being installed
too.
from Felix Argyle.
Stop oppressing
Screw off with your
femboys.
erasure. Alright, buddy. First of all, having two popular characters doesn't mean you get to erase all the other femboy characters. Like, that's not how that works. That's literally irrelevant. And this person's really trying to argue that femboys are erasing trans characters. It's literally the opposite. Almost every time we get a femboy character, the modern audience is like, oh, that has to be a trans woman. And it's really weird how they always ignore the actual canonically trans characters out there and always want to try to go after the femboys. They're so extremely brain rotted on this topic that they even go after terminology. For example, they tried to stop femboys being called trap, saying that even calling a femboy trap is offensive
I
because
don't know if
trap
I
should
can
be a
say it on
slur. They
Twitch.
tried to
I
say
know
that
the
trap
other
is
one
just
you
a
can't
slur
say
for
at
a
all.
trans woman, and it's like, no, 99% of the time that word is not even directed at someone who's trans. It's being directed at a femboy.
I heard what
And most of
happened.
the time, the femboy likes
If
being
the
called a
druids-
trap
And I
anyway.
believe in
risk
Japan
violence
that
here,
Oka.
or face it for
I'm
certain
sorry.
on
The
it's good of you to
Okonoko
offer. We need
word
an up,
does
then
mean
somebody must be lead.
that.
It's no small thing to ask.
The word that
Everyone
starts
in
with a
this
T.
camp
I hate
depend-
doing
we'll
this.
be
I
ready to
just don't want to get fucking banned just without knowing.
No,
But
sir.
my point is,
But if there's a
I
threat,
just, I don't know. It's kind of crazy to me that that's the fucking logic that we use here on these fucking websites, and everybody just echo chambers themselves into believing that that's what has to be the reality. Otokonoko means boy daughter. Oh, I thought it meant the T word. The other T word.
Because they find it funny. It gets even worse though, because around 2022
Boy,
there
but
were a
they
bunch
use
of trans
kanji
people
for
on
daughter
Twitter
at
that
the
were also
end.
trying to get people
Ah.
to stop using the word
Then
femboy
what is the word for that?
for
used to think
femboys.
that
They said it
goblins-
was like
well,
offensive,
I
and
still-
that people should call them rose boys instead. It was
Plenty
one of
of
the
us felt
dumbest
they
things
feel
I've ever
so
read
sure
online.
we would
And it still gets worse
Huh?
because this is one of their
Since I'm
favorite
looking
memes.
forward
Says
to it.
feminine cis men have to be trans, and it's okay to push them to identify as such. This gets reposted on Twitter from time to
What?
time, occasionally even getting over 10k likes. And then they'll joke around.
Feminine cis men have to be trans. What? But. So are they saying that feminine cis men, which are femboys, have to be trans and it's okay to push? Is that not weird to you guys? Like, if you're a man and you're a femboy, don't you think it's a little bit weird that they're telling you what you are?
About like egg culture, which is
You're an adult. Like, what the fuck do you know about me?
basically saying that someone is trans, they just don't know it yet. We need to push them to crack the egg. Yeah, that's called
yeah, crack the egg. I've heard that term before.
grooming. That's not a good thing to do. What's the matter with you? Now, thankfully, I've seen some trans people call this stuff out, but
Good.
unfortunately, they're always a minority. It's disturbing
Oh,
how
and then they call them like pygmies and the grifters and that they're right wing and shit, even though it's just them disagreeing with their point of view.
prevalent
Anyone
this
that
stuff
disagrees
is.
with me is
Yeah,
a
bros really
Nazi.
trying to act like it's femboys that are trying to erase characters. Yeah, right, dude. We have all the evidence to the contrary. Oh, by the way, it's funny how on top of them actually being the ones to erase femboy characters, they also constantly misgender femboy characters too. Same people will literally try to cancel your entire life if you misgender someone, but hey, if they do it, it's totally fine. They never abide by their own standards. Let's go back to their evidence of why they say Kira's trans. They say Kira getting jealous when Akari mentions his ex, implying Akari
2 seconds.
So, Gith, aren't you worried your kind will punish you for consorting with us?
My name is Lae'zelk Chucky. And my kin will understand my need for servants. They will help you, but only if I ask.
Okay.
and Kira are dating, saying, I don't know,
Kirara. Oh, that's it. That's the dude that was with him. Kirara getting jealous when Hakari mentions his ex, implying Hakari is a Karen. And that's funny because it's all implied. So like, why?
Please.
Wait,
Keep your
getting
distance.
jealous when they mention
welcome
the
to shelter
X
here, but
means
we've
that they're
got to leave.
trans?
A toll
What if
house.
they're just
We are pallid.
gagey?
She's
Friends that do this with each
What,
other.
Hakari can't be gagey?
Getting all close. Another saying official art of Kidara when they were younger looks like they were previously male. And Akari joking about not being into men.
Oh, there's a
So
fucking
first of
box
all,
outside.
evidence of he wasn't feminine before. Yeah, guess what? Maybe he didn't want to be a feminine.
Wait. What's this part here too? Fuck.
All right, Lizos first.
Hakari joking about not being.
Okay,
into
let's
men.
try to
Yeah,
do
but
everything we
sometimes
can to
people
get this
change their
weapon out of
minds.
his fucking hands.
What? Wait, this is so like inadvertently homophobic that like people can't like become gay. Like what? Yeah, or being bi.
Man.
Or
So first of all, the
bi-curious,
evidence of
like,
he
what?
wasn't feminine before. Yeah, guess what? Maybe he didn't want to be a femboy back then. And then
I can play these dumb games all day because I'm a fucking.
Lae'zel.
I'm a master debater.
Killing me here,
Oh, now
man.
he wants to be a femboy. Wow, crazy. Which is the same logic that they use for Kira being trans. They say, oh, you know, he was a guy, now he's a trans woman.
Okay,
It's
well,
funny that
killed
they'll,
him
like, use
outright.
standard for
That
themselves,
works.
But, hey, it can't work for a femboy, though. If he wasn't always a femboy, he can never be a femboy, apparently. It's ridiculous. And every other point simply goes back to one of the most popular memes out there related to femboys, which is like, is it gay to be with a femboy? Like, everyone's heard that joke before. He very
This
well
is like
could
an
just be playing into
old-time
that
meme,
trope.
bro.
Backing up that point is this post from a Japanese user that says, to begin with, in Japan, the interpretation of whether a man who likes cute otakonoko, cross-dressing boys, is gay or not is not clear-cut. If someone
Nice one.
has redacted and identifies as male and is cute, their lover isn't necessarily considered gay. Another angry post responds to the news
Wow.
and says, Hikari
How
is
progressive.
isn't gay, doesn't even like hanging out with dudes, dates Kira, Kira's a boy, media literacy shot dead in a back alley. It's funny how people like this will look at something at face value without looking into any further
Happy
nuance
anniversary.
contextually
Thank
into like
you.
what could actually be going on, and they're gonna act like they're the most media literate people out there. As I have explained before regarding people like this, media literacy, when they use that terminology, it's a rhetorical manipulation tactic. They don't actually mean, do you have media literacy?
Well,
What
you just gotta use their weapon against them. Like, why did you just imply that this guy can't be gay later on in his life? That seems very homophobic to me. Homophobic.
they really mean is, do you agree with our hive mind and our
Yeah.
exact rhetoric? If you do, we're going to say that you're media literate, but if you don't, we're going to say that you don't have media literacy. In an act of
Whoa.
desperation, one more person tries to prove that Kira is a trans woman. They make the first point, which we already talked about, the second point, which we also already talked about, but then there's a third point that says, literally as a feminine body type, which takes me to what I've said in prior videos, that modern audience people like this are the biggest perpetuators of gender norms. They love to LARP as if they're...
Yeah, I've actually seen that where people say like, oh, well, this chick has a more male body, but then they say that it's homophobic or transphobic to say that. Interesting. Which one is it? Is it okay to say it or not?
Gender stereotypes and gender norms, and they're so progressive.
I'm so
but they're actually the
nonconformist,
biggest
but like they have a
perpetuators,
feminine
once again,
body.
of gender norms out there. Case in point right here.
They're
It's really
eating
funny that they
themselves,
never have the
bro.
self-awareness to realize that, though. Like, they're in denial about that. In a tweet with 1,300 likes, we have the final argument being made, which is Kira literally has boobs, and you still have people saying she's still a guy. However, this comment that's trying to prove that Kira is a trans woman and not a femboy actually gets called out by this person's own followers, saying that this is a transphobic remark. For example,
Every single time. Yeah, even femboys can stuff their bras like girls did when they were in school and their boobs were coming in. I knew some girls that did that because they were insecure.
in this exchange, the user says,
Yeah,
I know
like,
it
what
wasn't
does
your
that even
intention, but
mean?
your comment is transphobic too.
Oh, here we
Would you
go,
tell a
yes.
trans man that he's a woman just because he has boobs? Or would you tell a trans woman who doesn't have boobs that she's a man? VOP going on to
Bro, the jokes just fucking write themselves.
say that they're not
They're eating
transphobic,
each
and why
other.
even make a rude comment like this? To which the other person essentially says that their comment could be seen as transphobic and they should accept their mistake. Another one of their followers calling them out here, saying, I mean, her body isn't really an argument because guys can have boobs too. I get what you're saying. Just maybe be
should be
careful with saying
careful.
essentially. Of course, they're insert gender. Just look at their body. But the
They're just, oh my god, just educate yourself, idiot.
he responds with this tweet of theirs
Purity
that says the
test,
point is
man.
she
Look
doesn't
at the
have them in
goalpost.
junior year. It's obvious she got surgery or a win on it.
What do you mean it's obvious? It's a fictional character, and the author said that they were a dude.
Estrogen. But that's not really true either.
Dude, they're actually just straight up LARPing and lying.
Because there are products out there that people can use to look more well endowed, you know, products with padding and stuff like that.
Yeah, guys
Which
can
is to
pad
say,
their
we
butt
don't know what
pants.
the explanation really is
Girls
behind that
can pad their
specific
boobs.
detail of Kirita. Nevertheless, as you saw, that person tried to say that Kirita's not a femboy and is a trans woman, only to be accused of being transphobic by their own followers. And this particular exchange and discourse is yet another contradiction in this sort of rhetoric. Because they'll simultaneously say that a character can't be a femboy because of that character's chest,
Yep.
but also say that appearance and anatomy doesn't define gender identity. So,
It's
just like
just such a contradiction, but they can't keep up with their fucking narrative. That's so sad. Yeah, and gyno exists too, where guys, even though they're not fat, they have an imbalance of hormones that gives them fat titties.
Labeled a war crime.
That it happens. It's
Oh,
actually quite
there we
common.
go.
I think it's like 1 in 6 men suffer from it. Even if they're not fat, not physically fat, they have moves.
the misgendering point from earlier,
Steroids
where I
do that
mentioned
too. Yeah,
how some of
steroids
these
as
people are fine
well.
with misgendering as long as they're the ones doing it. You know, it's different
And
when
at
they
the end of the day, why?
I meant to
does
give
it
this to
matter?
fucking Shadowheart.
Do you know what's funny?
I'm
This
forgetting
isn't
how
a
many
main
items I have.
character. It's like a side main character.
do it. Some of them will also apply this double standard to anatomy. When it's convenient for them, they'll remove this standard, or when it's convenient for them, they'll enforce this standard. The contradictions are immense. Anyways, fun topic, fun video, but I think that's
Holy
everything
cringe,
there
man.
is that I want to say about this one, so I'll leave it there. As always, thank you for tuning in. Hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video.
Oh my god. These people need to get a grip on reality. That's all I'm gonna say, man. There are more important things in the world to worry about than a fictional character's gender. I'm sorry. I feel like that's just a symptom of being chronically online. You just, I'm gonna be real. I don't want to make this like about, I don't know. I had a really hard period of my life. Like a week ago, I found out one of my family members has cancer, and when you have to take care of them, it's really hard.
Oh, that's what happened.
The less I care about all this fucking dumb drama. Like, yeah, obviously I'll talk about it with the Sakuna drama. We talked about a bunch of stuff today. But like, I am doing it because I want to talk about it. These
I was
people
wondering
do
what
it because
happened
they
with
feel
that.
obligated to, and they do it for free. Does that make sense? Like, the more I need to occupy myself in real life, the less I care about this shit. Yeah, when you have real problems, small shit feels like stupid. Yeah, it does, but obviously at the end of the day, that's what I do, and I like doing it, but it's just like, oh my god.
Best avoid that.
You just need to go touch some grass, brother. Okay, go check them out. Hero Hey, Mr. Hero Hey. For you, it's entertainment, it's their life. Yes, yes, and that's all that means to them. That, like, that's the only thing they care about. It's crazy. It's honestly kind of pitiful. I pity them in a way.
I know they do not. It is my responsibility to cleanse myself. A vain notion.
This is not a bad time. Wait, let me see.
Burden to my queen.
Still no. Okay. Alright, let's go Nux.
Iran is begging for peace and willing to let us do everything. Literally, they are saying, hey, come into our country, dig up our uranium, you can take it all, please just end the blockade. Trump is trying to make peace between Israel and Lebanon, which is pretty insane, and a lot of people won't give him credit for it. The woke Pope drama continues. Donald and the Pope literally at it at neck. I have lots of opinions that I'm sure won't get me in trouble. We have traitors in our government going to jail and dying. That's right. We literally just had some Democrat superstar kill himself and his wife. As well as Republicans that stabbed us in the back because they're like, yo, we should bring in more Haitians. Lots of opinions there that totally also will not get me in trouble, but we do not need more Haitians is my, TLDR. Japan had enough of migration. The United Kingdom is like literally falling apart at the seams. RFK Jr. had a huge Senate hearing and apparently cut the penis off a dead raccoon. Honestly, lots of things happened, and this guy is bringing you the deep dive, the correct commentary on all of the things, because unfortunately, you only get lies from other people. Lock in, boys and girls. This one's insane. Donald Trump made a tweet trying to get a little breathing room between Israel and Lebanon. It's been a long time since the two leaders have spoken, like 34 years. It will happen tomorrow. 34 years, what a coincidence. That's when Hezbollah showed up. I'm sure the Pope will have a lot of pleasant commentary on how Trump keeps making peace deals, but no, the Pope actually doesn't want us to talk about this. More on that later. Now, before showing you exactly how Iran is capitulating, you have to understand what's happening in Lebanon, just to understand the context here. Well, BBC News, the British broadcasting cuck, 3 paramedics killed in successive Israeli strikes on Lebanon. Officials say heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. They were just paramedics doing their thing, living their lives. Anyway, if you actually read the article, 13 paragraphs in, the Islamic Health Association is an emergency service linked to Hezbollah. The Rizallah Scout Association is affiliated with the Amal movement, a Shia Muslim group. Wow! So the 3 paramedics were literally Hezbollah terrorists. And I see a lot of people screaming war crimes and whatever, but like, listen, man, if you're a terrorist and you just be like, oh, but also I'm in the press, that doesn't give you a get out of jail free card. You should still get fucking obliterated. I'm like a very simple person. I think terrorists should die. A lot of people call me a radical for having that stance, but I think it's a moderate position, is just killing them. The radical position is, well, Gaza. So essentially, Hezbollah is a terror organization that's backed by Iran that lives in southern Lebanon, and it's basically been firing missiles into Israel for the last 3+ decades. All right, they've killed hundreds of people in Israel, as well as in Lebanon, tens of thousands of people in Syria, massacring Christians in Lebanon as well, which is why the Lebanon population, Christian population, dropped from 60% to 30% over the last, 2 decades. Just unbelievably horrible people, and the Lebanese government did nothing to fucking stop them. So, I'm sorry, Lebanon, that shit's happening to you, but, you should have done something about it earlier. Now, the IDF found this inside a school in Lebanon, right? So, understand, it's just terrorists, once again, using schools and hospitals and paramedics and shit.
Safety zones.
To commit acts of terror, and if you fight back, then they scream and cry war crimes. This is literally Arab warfare. Beat their chest, make big threats, start a war, lose miserably, cry genocide. I mean, that's what Iran basically did too. And, well, after Trump started doing peace talks, it seems like
how do you miss?
Is displaying the flags of Israel.
Come on, man.
This has never happened before. Donald Trump,
it's getting pretty ridiculous, man.
To be fair, Hezbollah's killed hundreds of Americans as well. I fucking hate these people, and I'm excited that Hezbollah seems like it's actually going to finally die. But now, before we get into Trump's actual statements, breaking, Trump says Iran agreed to hand over its enriched uranium. This is something I predicted a while ago. I think Trump is making sure that they're willing to do that. This is huge. This is something that the previous Iran regime, before they were all killed, because they're terrorists, and killing terrorists is awesome, actually. A lot of people don't agree. They're retarded. It's okay. Lots of retards out there. Oh, but they're humanitarian aid to the terrorists. Yeah, all right, dude. I'm a simple man. I like to think I try to be righteous. And if God talks in the Bible about killing people, executing murderers, and
consume all ancient chaos and charges to heal.
Terrorists that have killed us by the hundreds to thousands, I think that killing them is awesome, actually. And even more than awesome, it's moral. But anywho, so this is massive. Iran actually agreeing to hand over its enriched uranium supply means that the blockade is working and these people are drowning in their own blood. Now, let's just say the Hegseth is fully aware of how badly these guys are losing.
With a message to Iran's military leadership, to the KH leadership and IRGC leadership, we're watching you. Our capabilities are not the same, our military and yours. Remember, this is not a fair fight.
Some Pakistani guy. But what do you mean? Why
Bro,
do you want to give them
Blazel has inherited Shadowheart's fucking curse.
Kill us. I'm really glad we're on the same page. Because we're the good guys and they're the bad guys, and I like when the good guys kill the bad guys. That's how it works. Doesn't need to be fair. It needs to be fast.
And we know what military assets you are moving and where you are moving them to.
That's right.
While you are digging out, which is exactly what you're doing, digging out of bombed out, devastated facilities, we are only getting stronger.
Uh-oh.
You are digging out your remaining launchers and missiles with no ability to replace them. You have no defense industry, no ability to replenish your offensive or defensive capabilities. You only have what you have. You know that, and we know that. You can move things around, but you can't actually rebuild. You can dig out for now, but you can't reconstitute. But we can. We are reloading with more power than ever before, and better intelligence. Even more importantly, better intelligence than ever before.
And you know why? Because we have people on the inside.
As you expose yourself with your movement to our watchful eye.
That too. Anyway, these guys got blatantly humiliated as their negotiators have said, you, Iran, can choose a prosperous future.
We are mocked and loaded. On your critical duel, the chairman will detail this morning.
Oh, he got a refresh. There it is. It actually worked.
Awareness. Transiting international waters, that is not control. That's piracy.
Daru! These guys be like, we're gonna bomb every ship on the blockade. Trump be like, well, actually, we're gonna blockade your blockade. No, that's pirate. You're not allowed to do that. It's a war crime.
The United States Navy controls the traffic going in and out of the strait because we have real assets.
That's right. I'm not saying might makes right, but might does make.
I'm going to turn that off.
Real control.
I need her to land more than I need her to hit hard.
Dealing with pirates and terrorists.
Exclusively Muslim pirates and terrorists. You didn't want to say that out loud, but it's important to note exactly what our strengths are.
But there is an alternative.
She's still
As
missing.
Our negotiators have said, you, Iran, can choose a prosperous future, a golden bridge, and we hope that you do for the people of Iran. In the meantime, and for as long as it takes, we will maintain this blockade, successful blockade.
That's right. They could choose a golden bridge. They could have a glorious life. And if they decide not to choose that, then they're gonna die. Now that's how winning wars work. Now we are living in the cucked reality where people don't want anyone to ever win wars. But that's because they're gay and lame and they have no militaries and they're weak. That's because their morals come from the inside of Snapple caps and it doesn't come from a higher power. My morals comes from a power that actually does want you to be victorious and obliterate your enemies. No, you're not allowed to win the war this badly, but what if you win the war, then they'll be losing a lot. Yes, correct, absolutely. A lot of them are gonna die. Yup, they shouldn't have started it. They didn't want us to obliterate them. They shouldn't have been chanting death to America, trying to make nuclear weapons to kill us and kill thousands of Americans. Kind of a skill issue on their part. From my perspective, when you go to war, you go with the intention to win. And honestly, that happens when either they surrender unconditionally and capitulate entirely, or they die. This pussyfooting shit, humanitarian garbage, nah, dude. Humanitarian shit ends the moment the war starts. I don't like getting to war, but once you start the war, you win. Now, the blockade is going very well, it seems. It applies to everyone, it seems. All right, Chairman General Dan Kane said, let me be clear, this blockade applies to all ships regardless of nationality. We're just absolutely stopping all trade going into Iran. Iran is dying. It's drowning in its own blood. It has no money left. You know, honestly, this is one of the most diabolical victories the United States has ever had.
President Trump is a man who doesn't bluff. He is a man who follows through on what he says, who acts in every case with courage, resilience, determination, vision, focus, and direction. He warned Maduro. Maduro did not heed those warnings. And now look what happened. Look at the operation that took place in Venezuela. He warned before Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer happened because the Iranians did not heed those warnings.
Hot take, Trump is just a really nice guy for warning them. He could have just obliterated them without warning them, but he did. These guys have been getting awarded for 47 years.
Operation Epic Fury, he gave Iran a chance to do the right thing. They declined, and they sustained the greatest battlefield defeat, thrashing, military annihilation we've seen in modern history. Then, after the ceasefire, President Trump said, make a deal. The Iranian terms were not satisfactory, and so President Trump flipped the tables on Iran and implemented this naval blockade.
That's right.
And with this blockade, President Trump is resetting the entire global order because...
That's right. Now everyone's buying oil from us. And the more they thrash and cry, the worse their defeat is going to be. And that's awesome, actually. And a lot of people are really sad about it. Now, Stephen Miller almost did an oopsie. He almost failed the quick time event here.
And this embargo and every other option is on the table as President Trump seeks that final, safe, secure outcome for
the final safe, secure outcome. Bro was so close to saying
Final solution.
Holy shit. All right, but he passed the quick time event. It was close, but you know, he managed to survive. Now,
good
Europe
catch.
has reportedly drawn up plans for a new NATO without the United States, according to the Daily Mail. Right, just to be clear, the United States is 70% of NATO funding and Europe's military. So Europe is like, we are totally gonna do it. And then, you know, you have some Euro cucks in the chat with like the EU flags and everything. Lol, Europe is already stronger military than the US if you add it up.
Leave the headaches to them that don't have their own skin.
Oh, that's hilarious, honestly. Holy fuck. Unbelievable, Cope. You're about to find out what life without 12 weeks of vacation is like. Let me make this clear. Every single leftoid dipshit that screams about how Europe is free healthcare and whatever, we pay for that healthcare because we're their military. So they don't need to pay for their military because we are their military. So if they don't need to pay for that military, they just take our money and put it in healthcare. All their free healthcare is on the backs of our military. All their free vacation is on the backs of our military. All the government spending that goes into their societies increased by triple because they don't need to spend anything on their military because we're their military. So Europe is going to find out really fast that, you know, they're going to try to take like the high road and be like, oh, you can't fire me, I quit, and redraw a new NATO. Please do that. Just in the IAA chief says that Europe has maybe 6 weeks left of jet fuel. It's unbelievable, bro. That's just unbelievable. It's crazy how cucked these people are, right? They're so woke, they have no fuel, all right? And Trump's been dropping nukes on NATO as well, the metaphorical nukes, of course.
We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO, and when I asked them to get involved on a much smaller situation, which is Hormuz and Iran, they weren't there for us. Remember what I said. They weren't there. None of them. They weren't there. So we were there on Ukraine. I mean, we shouldn't have been. It would have never happened if I were president. But nevertheless, when they've had problems over the years, we were there. When we asked them to get involved on a very minor skirmish by comparison to what it could be, they weren't there. So I don't think they'd be there for a large skirmish. And therefore, I think they've got themselves a problem.
That's right, and they're scared. They're really scared. I don't think Europe understands the
God damn it.
that's coming to these dumb fucks. All right, now, if you actually look at the level of winning that's happening, America has never exported more oil ever in the history of the country than now. Right now, we are at an all-time high of actual oil exports. We are the #1 oil exporter on the planet, actually. Now that Venezuela is ours and Iran is blockaded, we are the #1 oil, and we're not woke about it. We actually drill. We're just absolutely dominating. I guess Trump got lucky again. This is like the retard position every time. It's incredible. I guess Trump just keeps getting lucky. He keeps winning wars and toppling dictators and making billions. I don't know how it happens. It's crazy. Trump getting lucky once again. Absolutely.
Oh, that's
Crude oil
bullshit.
Exports rose 5.2 million barrels a day last week, a record high. Trump keeps getting lucky. Yeah, I guess he had a plan. Bloomberg's business, right? This is one of the biggest business articles on the planet. Ironically, America's competitive edge has increased due to the Iran conflict as price of natural gas has soared in the rest of the world, but fallen in the U.S. Ironically. Wow, look at the irony. Wow, that's crazy. Remember when every leftoid on the planet, like literally 2 weeks ago, was screaming and crying about how actually we are about to enter a Great Depression because of the Iran war? I love how those guys will fearmonger for like a week and then realize they were completely wrong and then just be quiet about it. They don't need to correct the record. They can just be quiet about it and then just move on to the next scandal. There's nothing ironic about the fact that we absolutely dominated a war and we're not woke about drilling oil and we're rich as fuck. All right, I'm sorry, man. Now, understand what we're up against. This girl is dead. She was raped before execution. That is the destiny reserved for Nilofar Estefani. She is 18 years old. Comes from Kazvin in Iran. January, she was arrested with her mother during the protests. Her crime was asking for freedom.
Christ.
2 days later, the Revolutionary Court sentenced her to death by hanging. But before killing her, according to reports from activists and historical testimonies from Iranian prisons, they intend to rape her. Why? Because she's a virgin. According to the distorted and barbaric religious belief, a virgin girl who was executed would go straight to paradise. For this reason, in the past and still today, female virgin prisoners are systematically raped before execution to send them to hell instead of paradise. This is a practice documented for decades and confirmed even by former officials of the regime itself. She is a girl, like so many others, whose life is ahead of her, who's about to die, crushed by the Ayatollah's killing machine. And I'm pretty sure she's already been executed. Understand what we're up against. We're up against
Christ,
actual
man.
evil, and every leptoid on the planet is supporting it. The Iranian assholes as well in this regime imported Iraqi Shia terrorists to patrol the streets of Tehran, terrorizing Iranians. I mean, they are losing control, obviously, of the people, so they're just shipping in the barbarians to fucking obliterate them. And it seems like it's there's a trend here, if you actually pay attention. Like, this is pop-based, like one of these big pop culture type, you know, information Twitter accounts. 24 years ago, Palestinian political leader Marwan Barghouti was imprisoned by the Israeli occupational forces. He rose in the late 1980s as the prominent leaders in the fight for Palestinian liberation, was sentenced to Israel for 5 life sentences plus 40 years. 40 years and 5 life sentences. Unbelievable. 24 years ago today, Palestinian political leader Marwan. He's in jail for 5 counts of murder. Okay? All right, he's in jail for 5 counts. Notice how this isn't in the tweet. No one's gonna mention the fact that the #1 Palestinian export is terrorism. Look, man, all these Palestinians, they all keep finding new ways to boycott. Oh, we gotta boycott Israel by stop drinking Pepsi or some shit. All right, all these I can't go to Starbucks because they support Israel. All right, you can find. I would love to boycott Palestine. I can't because they never made anything. like, what am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do? The #1 export is fucking terrorism. What am I supposed to do here? Right, like, these are your heroes. Pakistan actually deserves a waiver of all of its debts for what they're doing for world peace. Am I right? Because Pakistan is hosting the American and Iranian peace talks. Community note: this is a Pakistani impersonating a white woman. Just fucking brutal. Just brutal. I can't even. I don't know if I can show this to you. So this is a Down syndrome kid in Gaza getting whipped by Gazan Palestinians because they think that he's possessed by a demon, so they're trying to whip out the demon. I can't show you this footage on YouTube.
Yeah, don't.
Well, we're dealing with a different culture entirely, a whole different. Anyway,
fucking glowing.
Tweet. I just had excellent conversation with the highly respected
glowing.
President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and the Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve.
This is the type of shit that makes you seriously consider enlisting. Seriously.
Peace between the countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. EST. On Tuesday, the two countries met for the first time in 34 years in Washington, D.C. with our great Secretary of State, Marcus Rubius. I have directed Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Rubio, together with the Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, to work with Israel and Lebanon to achieve a lasting peace. It's been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world, and this will be my 10th. Get it done, President Donald J. Trump. Now, just for some context, in case you're unaware of Israeli sentiment, Israel is not happy with this ceasefire. Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon have been torturing Israelis for the last, 40 years. Especially people living in northern Israel. They're in their bunker every couple of hours because Hezbollah keeps firing missiles at them. They're constantly evacuating different cities. And they very much want Israel to obliterate Hezbollah forever right now. They are not very happy with the ceasefire, and neither is Bibi Netanyahu. He's agreeing because Trump told him to. Anyone that thinks that Netanyahu controls Trump and not that Trump controls Netanyahu understands literally nothing about the world. In addition to the statement just issued, Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. I will invite Bibi Netanyahu of Israel, the president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun, to the White House for the first meaningful talks between Israel and Lebanon since 1983, a very long time ago. What happened in 1983? Both sides were to see peace, and both sides want to see peace, and I believe it'll happen quickly. All right, so anyway, so this is the ultimate Donald Trump take over here, making peace in ways that no one expected. Anyway, right after this tweet was made about a peace talk, Hezbollah, who also doesn't want peace, they're a terrorist organization backed by Iran, fired missiles into the city of Carmiel, which is in northern Israel, and look, it injured a whole lot of people, random civilians, because they're terrorists. And so this is last night in Israel, right after the peace ceasefire gets announced. It's pretty awesome. So now, anyway, Donald Trump answered some questions in quite the diabolical fashion.
Extending the ceasefire with Iran.
With who?
With Iran.
We're doing very well, I can tell you. Maybe it'll happen before that. I'm not sure it needs to be extended.
Who knows? Maybe we won't even extend the ceasefire at all. Trump is not moving away unless we get everything we want. Unless people are unaware of how Trump operates. Unless we get everything we want. Sorry, bro.
Got some cargo
we're not.
The stock market is good. The oil prices are coming down, and it's looking very good that we're going to make a deal with Iran, and it's going to be a good deal. It's going to be a deal with no nuclear weapons.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens ultimately. We're going to see what happens. So this is him talking about the ceasefire, the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon.
I think they will. I think it's going to be, actually, it's very exciting because it's 48 years. We're going to be meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, as you know, and the president of Lebanon. And I had a great talk with both of them today. They're going to be having a ceasefire.
All right, well, we're going to see what's going to happen there. If anyone could do it, it's El Trumpo, because this dude basically... Oh, my God, wait. So a reporter asked Trump, but what if there's no deal with Iran? And I'm so happy he answered this way, man.
If there's no deal, would you be willing to extend the ceasefire, or will the fighting resume, Mr. President?
I would say the fighting. If there's no deal, fighting resume.
If there's no deal, fighting resumes. Now, this is the big one.
So, very important is that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. Iran's agreed to that, and
not enough, though. Our boy Donald stringing them along. You're gonna give us everything.
Here we go. We got 5 finally combined.
They've agreed to give us back the nuclear dust that's way underground.
That is massive. If they're willing to do this, it means they've completely and utterly capitulated in every possible way.
Because of the attack we made with
like, that's not just them giving their word. That's them letting us dig up their, like, 40 years of development trying to build a weapon to obliterate us, just giving it all away.
B-2 bombers. So we have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something's going to happen very positive.
All right, and we'll see. I'll believe it when I see it. I think this might be Trump playing them because I think Trump is just letting the peace talks drag out while the blockade completely strangles them completely. The blockade is probably Trump's biggest checkmate move.
The next in-person
probably, maybe over the weekend.
Will you send the vice president? Mr. President, will you send the vice president?
Like, it was so smart if you think about it. Like, he obliterates Iran's military in the way that we needed to, all right? Think about this. He obliterates Iran's military, and then he's like, now let's do peace talks, all right? We'll end the civilization. And then Iran's like, no, don't.
Didn't like what you got. Hang on. I forgot. They added this. This is a new thing. Didn't like what you got. Place the item back into the void capsule while it is still has its reroll window status to receive a new reward at the cost of 2 capsule charges. The status is temporary. Reroll while you can. Enable turn-based mode. Okay, so I'm just going to keep... What do we get? While in sunlight or the... Nope. Constructs disadvantage against you. You deal... Nope. Intelligence saving throws. 8 turns remaining. Let's try to get him something good. I don't want bullshit. When casting a spell out of combat? No. You gain an additional 1+ AC while under the effect of mage armor. Fuck. Can I use the other one? It came back. Okay. So it still has a reroll window. It still does. This has one more use, I think. This one has full. So this still has a reroll. Good thing we have multiple boxes. Oh, we got a hat. Once per turn, any condition inflicted on the target also implies... Ah, fine. We'll settle. That's fine. We got him a hat. Okay, so the coins by default give us a reason to have multiple capsules because of the nature of re-rolling items. That is actually very good to know now. I did get this right. Your weapon deals an additional 2 damage while surrounded. So yeah, this works on us. Right. Okay. Slowly but surely, we're getting gear. We're getting items. Slowly but surely. I gotta remember that bosses actually have those drops where, like, they are basically the coin farm. So they have inherent value. I didn't want to get stuck with the box, honestly. I would have pressed him about it, and gotten like another quest reward, but I'm not in the mood to carry that fucking box around and for what's-her-face to tell us, like, oh yeah, carry it all the way into Act 3. Fuck that. Clear. There we go. Okay. So I think what we do now is we go to,
Lae'zel, what is it like on the astral plane? Your home realm intrigues me.
we go to put out the fire, save everybody there, give the guy his dowry, and then long rest so that the fire goes out, and then we could basically loot everything inside if we want to. This is going well. I have to take a leak. I will be right back. 2 seconds.
Well, lad, it's our lucky day after all. The rest of our crew's half digested, and you're still alive. That's lucky. Well, lad, it's our lucky day after all. The rest of our crew's half digested, and you're still alive. That's lucky.
Back.
Hey, send JD Vance. JD Vance goes, he discusses with them. They're not willing to budge on anything. They ask for reparations, and Trump's like, okie dokie, blockade time. And now they're begging for peace talks again. It's like, it's unbelievable, dude. It's crazy.
Blockade has been incredible. It's held. They're not doing any business. They're unable to do any business because of the blockade. And so the combination of having no Navy, having no Air Force, having no anti-aircraft equipment, they have nothing. Everything is gone, including their leaders. Now they have a new set of leaders.
Everything's gone. Their leaders, their weapons, their underwear. The blockade has honestly been absolutely devastating for these goat fuckers.
Something's burning.
We built the greatest military anywhere in the world. There's nobody even close. All you have to do is Take a look at the blockade. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That blockade is the best thing. And I'll tell you something. I think the blockade has been more powerful than the bombs. The bombs were powerful, and it weakened them. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anything. They have no leaders. But their new leaders, the ones that have replaced them, it's a regime change. They are much more, I think, frankly, more intelligent and more moderate. But
think about how absolutely insane it is that we were able to strangle them like this. He obliterates their military and their navy and their anti-aircraft missiles. Then it's like, okay, well, we'll do peace talks. And while that happens, we're just going to own the Strait of Hormuz so you die. Then you make no money. And you just slowly waste away into nothing. Remember on CNN where they were saying that Trump has no plan going into this war? Oh, my God. No plan. This was unbelievable. All right, now they ask Trump, hey, would you be willing to, like, tell them they can't have nukes for 20 years? Like, put a 20-year cap on it?
On a 20-year minimum to stop enriching uranium, would you?
well, we haven't agreed to any. We haven't agreed to any.
To you, sir, if that's the final sticking point.
What we have is we have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have beyond 20 years. That they will not have nuclear weapons. That's beyond. There's no 20-year limit.
I love how the media is just actually trying to run Iranian negotiations on their behalf. Like, this is the media. The media is so anti-America, it's actually insane. They're just actually trying to come up with ideas for Iran.
Not a single one of them arrested, not a single one of them threatened with anything or executed nothing. But yeah, dictator.
The Lebanon government, which by the way has been a lot more receptive to Israel obliterating Hezbollah lately, is actually moving forward on peace talks. And they will probably, included in these peace talks, will probably be the complete disarmament of Hezbollah. Like, for those of you that don't understand Israeli politics, to the north of Israel, there's Lebanon. To the east of Israel, there is Jordan. All right? Now, Israel and Jordan have had peace for a while. Jordan is growing. It's flourishing. It's a healthy country. Things are going well there. Israel and Lebanon have not had peace for a while. Lebanon is massacring their Christians, and which is always the sign of country collapse. Expelling Jews and massacring Christians. It's just like one step before the end. Their GDP hasn't improved at all. They're a shithole at this point almost. And, well, things are changing.
Israel and Lebanon have tried to make peace before. What's going to be the difference this time?
Big difference.
What's going to make a difference this time between the other times? Israel and Lebanon have tried to make peace before. What's going to be the difference? Me. I am the difference. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So here he was on Fox News. They asked him on Fox News, why does your voice sound different? And I've gotten that question in the comments on my videos.
Have you been negotiating a lot all day? I mean, is that why your voice is hoarse?
I've been screaming at Iranians all day, yes. A little bit of a
I've been screaming at Iranians.
Laryngitis because of my I've been screaming at Iranians.
So the Iran leadership you're screaming at?
You know why? Because that's the only thing they understand.
God
they don't understand.
Hang on, 2 seconds.
Being nice. They understand the way I have to do business. I treat all people differently.
God damn! I've been screaming at Iranians all day. Honestly based.
Wait,
Now,
should I
the
give
funniest
this
part is
to?
when they're so mad. So Destiny, super anti.
I should give this to
You know, he's
Lae'zel.
talking about Liz Cheney and January 6th. You know, the classic thing he talks about every single day. Mahdi Hassan, another leftist, anti-American,
18?
retard terrorist supporter, says, etc., etc.
Nothing would change, but when you're hit,
associated with this and that person because
she gets a little
that
more
person
tanky.
Dick's endorsement or exit all the
Oh no, it went up by
lethality of our
one.
military.
Okay, her
All
AC
right?
went up.
So one of the major complaints about Kamala Harris is that our military is lethal. Destiny, super anti-Trump, by the way. I'm sorry. Do you not want a lethal military? Is that not the point of the military? I'm sorry. I can't take these points seriously. I'm glad you understand. No, he doesn't want a lethal military because he's a terrorist-supporting Islamist, and he literally wants our country to die. Look at almost every single country that has like this mass immigration. Look at England, right? They have mass immigration of Muslims, and their country's a complete joke at this point. It's so sad, but it really is. Look, I love England. I did, and now it's Englandostan is just not the same. People are starting to wake up. It's starting to look more and more like Trump tells Netanyahu what to do and not the other way around. It always has been, honestly. Always has been. It's insane how obvious. Now, Netanyahu made this statement, though. And let's just say it's honestly kind of what I was expecting because I know that Israel does not want, like, nebulous peace where Hezbollah remains. Netanyahu says he rejected Hezbollah's demand for a full Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon and a quiet ceasefire. The new ceasefire will follow the November 2004 model. IDF remains in Lebanon. Israel continues to strike Hezbollah. The peace, well, that's with the Lebanon government, not with the Hezbollah terrorists. It seems like Trump is engaging in a whole new kind of warfare, and it's absolutely diabolical. Peace treaty with Iran, peace deal with Iran, a ceasefire. Oh yeah, but we're setting up a blockade and we're gonna strangle you and you're all gonna die. Israel is doing a ceasefire with Lebanon. Wow, so peaceful, so much ceasefire. Oh, but they can still continue striking Hezbollah. They're not the Lebanon government, right? They're just terrorists, unless the Lebanon government wants to claim that Hezbollah is part of the government. In which case, you're really claiming that part of the government is just, designated terrorists by the United States that have killed hundreds of Americans? Of course, Lebanon will be like, no, we hate Hezbollah. What are you talking about? Of course we hate Hezbollah. Oh, so then, of course, they could continue getting obliterated. This is new Trump doctrine, and it's insane. It's a peace treaty, but during the peace treaty, we win the war. Just absolute Trump domination. What's the difference this time between all the other times they tried to make peace? Me. Oh my God, Aura. Now, Trump is out there beefing with the Pope, and I'm not gonna lie, watching Catholics align with Trump instead of the Pope is one of the wildest twists of my lifetime. Now, I already covered this in the past, and I do a deep dive on all the things, but I try not to retread ground, so I'm gonna give you the quick and fast TLDR. Donald Trump made this epic tweet, Pope Leo is weak on crime, terrible for foreign policy, etc., etc. Why does he criticize me so much? And he meets up with all these Obama sympathizers, like David Axelrod and Governor Pritzker and all these other absolute dipshits on the left that, like, I mean, they're all pro-abortion and pro-gay marriage and pro-everything else that's antithetical to biblical doctrine, and yet, for some reason, he's more than happy to be chummy with all of these guys, and yet he's constantly criticizing Trump. That's pretty weird. The Pope made this response, essentially, saying, communion between Christians and Muslims takes shape under the mantle of Our Lady in Africa. Here in Algeria, the maternal love of Lala Maryam gathers us, everyone and children, within our rich diversity and our shared aspiration for dignity, love, justice, and peace in a world where division, war, so pain and death. War, so pain and death. Anyway, we need communion between Christians and Muslims. You know Muslims? You might not be familiar with them. They're the people that kill the most Christians on the planet for religious purposes every single year for like the last 1400 years. You know, bro is out here in Algeria talking about the friendship between Muslims and Christians. Meanwhile, in Algeria, proselytizing by non-Muslims is a death penalty or 2 to 5 years of imprisonment. So, like, let's be honest here for a second. These guys ain't your friends, my guy. Listen, I'm not trying to be rude here or anything. We have to be retarded to think that there's communion between Christians and Muslims. I don't know, man. This is the communion between Christians and Muslims. Like, it seems to me that someone's compromised in the Catholic Church. Now, Donald Trump made this post showing all the Pope's old deleted tweets from before he actually became a Pope. When he was still known as Cardinal Robert Prevost, he was out there trashing Trump, criticizing Vance, calling for open borders, promoting COVID vaccines, endorsing stricter gun control, tweeting after George Floyd that we need to hear more from leaders in the church to reject racism, etc., etc. So this dude is a leftist activist, and I think that's why he was chosen to be Pope. And to be clear, I think this is an infiltration that's been going on for a very long time, hitting a lot of different people. Look, man, when I see someone say, and we have to hear what the rabbi says about this, and then the rabbi is some, like, transgender, transsexual lesbian, it's just absolutely sickening. So Donald Trump releases all these old tweets of his and says, not good. And honestly, Kind of right here.
Yeah.
So, just to understand, for the first time ever, the Vatican has built a Muslim prayer room inside the Apostolic Library.
What?
So, understand, obviously, Christians are banned in Mecca. Obviously, no churches are in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, Europe's cathedrals are getting turned into mosques and getting burnt down by Islamists that are being imported. Now we have breaking news that we're getting special Muslim prayer rooms inside the Vatican. That's pretty odd. Now, understand, Donald Trump
Is
kind
that
of
not?
sees
Oh,
something
shit.
suspicious is going on, so he keeps beefing with the Pope. I've already given you my my analysis on this in the past, but to reiterate quickly,
Oh, the guy upstairs is dead. I forgot about him. I totally. Oh, he's up.
infallible. I believe that God gave
Move!
His
Oh my God, there's a
commandments
pot
to all
on
of
the
us.
floor.
And I know that other sects of Christianity, as well as other religions, like Judaism, do not view some single authoritative figure as actually, speaking the word of God. Not trying to step on any toes here, but if the Pope wants to get involved in political discourse, then, well, that means it's in my battleground. It's my wheelhouse, and I have the right to state my opinions. So, and so does Donald Trump, apparently.
Very important that the Pope understands. Very, very important. It's nice not to say it. Iran killed 42,000 people. That were
Yeah, so listen, Mr. Pope. Iran killed 42,000 of their own people.
totally innocuous protesters. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they did, every country, including Italy, where he's stationed, every single country in the world would be in trouble. So we're doing very well with respect to that, having to do with the whole situation on Iran. The blockade is amazing. It's all
True. And the Pope has to understand that. And this is wild. Donald Trump going after the Pope. Oh my God. Bro has balls, that's for sure.
Just go. Put out a statement saying the Pope isn't merely exercising his opinion, he's preaching the gospel. And what do you say to people that do this?
Well, I want him to preach the gospel. I'm all about the gospel, but I also know that.
Look, man, my stance is God gave us the Bible, and the Bible does not have the same opinions as the Pope. Like, I'm just gonna be real here. I would
He's
trust the Bible over
unironically
man.
not
That's
wrong.
Just my stance.
You cannot let a certain country, which is a very mean-spirited country, have a nuclear weapon. If they did, they would use it, and I think they'd use it quickly, and they would kill many millions of people.
Especially because, and this isn't a controversial opinion, there's a lot of war in the Bible. The Bible talks about obliterating your enemies a lot, actually. I have nothing against the
Old
Pope,
Testament
says
was a
Donald
thing.
Trump, but
No, I don't. I have to do what's right. The Pope has to understand that. Very simple. I have nothing against the Pope. His brother's MAGA all the way. I like his brother, Louis. I'm not fighting with him. The Pope made a statement. He says Iran can have a nuclear weapon. I say Iran
That's
cannot have a
retarded.
nuclear weapon.
And that's essentially what he said. By saying, actually, all war is bad for all reasons and no war should ever happen, which is blasphemy, actually, in my opinion. I know that I paraphrased what he said. That's not exactly what he said, so take it with a grain of salt. But the essential,
But if he said anything
the
even
essential
close to
detail
that, that's
here is
fucking
You're
insane.
kind of co-signing that Iran could have a nuclear weapon is what's happening. And so the Pope, he keeps going. He makes more tweets. Woe to those who manipulate religion in the name of God for their own military, economic, political gain, dragging that which is sacred into darkness and filth.
Fuck
It
you.
seems a little bit like that's kind of what you're doing here, man. Like the Pope trashing political leaders and stuff to push political agendas does definitely seem like this is what he's sort of engaging in. Again, it's just weird to me that this is happening. When Muslims destroy Europe, I sleep. When Muslims destroy Christians in Africa, I sleep. When Muslims destroy churches worldwide,
You deal
I
damage
sleep.
with
When America
Aquamancer
bombs
powers, you
countries,
gain
it's like
Blade
start wondering
Ward.
What's actually going on? All right, and you keep
Orb of
seeing
Thunder.
in more and more of his
Ooh.
posts. All right, so this
You
is
also
a
deal
tweet,
thunder damage to
statement that he made
reverberating
when he was asked
foes
what he would
while.
say to Catholics in Europe who believe that Islam is a threat to Christian identity. This was his response. In Europe, fears are present, but often generated by people
Not
who
taking
are
a debate
against
on that one.
immigration and trying to keep out people who may be from another country, another religion, another race. I would say that we all need to work together. This is I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but this is gay, bro. Hey, man, Muslims are burning our churches and raping our daughters. Well, you're probably only saying that because you're against immigration. Excuse me, what? So this is the Pope citing Lebanon as his example of
I
how
kind of
Muslims
have to
and
commit
Christians
with
can
Gail
coexist
with the
peacefully.
Aquamancer thing.
In Europe, there are many times fears that are present, but oftentimes generated by people who are against immigration and trying to keep out.
But maybe some of the people that are against immigration, it's because they see what immigration brings, perhaps.
People who may be from another country, another religion, another race. And in that sense, I would say that we all need to work.
But what if the religion preaches to slaughter Christians? Like what if Jews and Christians are the lowest of creatures is a direct quote from the other religion? What if smite the
Sounds like this
kafar
guy
wherever
should
you
not
fight
have
them,
his
or
station,
slit
man.
the kafar at the throat? What if those are direct quotes from the other religion and they practice what they preach?
Together, one of the values of this trip is precisely to raise the world's attention to the possibility that dialogue and friendship between Muslims and Christians is possible. I think one of the great lessons that Lebanon...
Try converting them, though. You see, my stance is, if you believe in your religion, pray that other people find God. That's why when I get Christians in my audience saying, I'm praying for you, I hope you actually join Christianity and stuff like that, I take it as the highest honor. It means you care about my soul. Thank you. Who knows what the future will bring?
Right.
But saying, hey, let's be buddies with people that are massacring us by the tens of thousands, like, what are we even... This is delusional.
Can teach to the world is precisely showing a land where Islam, Christianity are both present.
No Judaism, they expelled all the Jews, but also, just to be clear, and this is very funny because he's talking about Lebanon, Lebanon was a Christian majority country 2 decades ago. It is right now a Christian minority country. How do you think that happened? How is it that Lebanon went from 60% Christian 2 decades ago to 30% Christian today? How did that happen?
And I respect it, and that there is a possibility to live together, to be friends. Stories, testimony, witness.
Friends, they'll only burn our churches down and slaughter us when they feel like
I'm
it.
about to say, you can't be friends with people whose entire Codex Astartes, to use a different phrase, a way to paraphrase it, their literal codex is to be the opposite of friends with basically everybody. This guy is a fucking plant.
We heard even in the past 2 days of people helping each other, Christians with Muslims, both of whom had their villages destroyed, for example, of saying we can come together and work together.
Destroyed because of Islamic terrorism, by the way. This is crazy. The Pope cites Lebanon as an example of peaceful coexistence between Christians and Muslims. Lebanon was literally created to be a homeland for persecuted Christians in the Middle East, and it was for a few decades. The moment Muslim invaders thought they had numbers, they started a civil war that lasted 15 years because they didn't want to live with the same Christians who made them part of the country. Thousands of Christians were massacred. Muslims became the majority. Hezbollah took over, and the country hasn't known peace since. Lebanon is the first and ultimate example that coexistence between Christians and Muslims is literally impossible. It's mind-blowing anyone would use it as an example of coexistence, let alone the Pope. And honestly, unless there's an agenda here, I don't know what's going on. This is insane. All right. So someone actually went up to Trump after all this takes place. They went up to Trump and they said to him, "Did you hear that there are more Iranians that are getting executed?"
Trump's going to execute 4 more protesters, reportedly, including the first woman
They're gonna start executing more protesters. They're executing 4 more.
protester. What do you tell Iran?
Well, tell that to the Pope.
Tell that to the Pope.
Mhm.
He's just objectively correct here.
Yes.
And objectively, demonstrably correct. And it's crazy watching the Pope virtue signal. I can't believe I even said those words, but it's crazy watching that happen. It's like he sticks his head in the floor and not witness the atrocities and just engage in the most bad faith discussion I've ever seen. Pope Leo doesn't realize that 2 Pope Leos ago, Pope Leo ordered the construction of walls around the Vatican because of Muslim invaders. And now we have current Pope Leo trying to tear those walls down. So just to understand what's going on in Iran, they gang rape female protesters before executing them so they don't go to heaven as virgins. And Trump says, tell that to the Pope. And he's just right. So Tucker Carlson, of course, freaking out. No president should ever mock Islam. Pope Leo, we should perhaps be less fearful of Islam. Well, this is what a Nigerian imam had to say.
1
million Myra to anyone who beheads the Christian pastor. Yeah, very associate. I think that we could all become besties. I think we could all become friends. Why don't you? Let's just sing Kumbaya and just not engage with reality for a second. So the Daily Mail releases this article. Iranian Christian who has leg broken by regime thugs because of his religion describes horror endured in his 5-year in prison hell. Any comment, Pope Leo? A lot of people are actually really asking these questions. U.S.-backed airstrikes are actually taking place, or at least planned, on Nigeria. started to hammer Islamist groups across the country really hard. You know, the Islamists that are massacring Christians by the tens of thousands in Nigeria.
They're still doing those fucking
Americans
chants right
saving
now.
Those people, I'm not gonna lie. I don't see kind words and love and wholesomeness saving them. Sell your cloak and buy a sword is a Christian concept. If you ever read the book of Joshua or Judges or Samuel or Kings, you would understand how God commands war and God commands obliteration of the enemy. Bro, if people don't understand how bad it is right now, like, we are falling for the psyop, and by we, I mean a lot of retarded people, not like me. I have not fallen for this one. I'm sure I fell for some other psyop, but I don't know, cannibals eating children in the government or some shit. I don't know, bro, but not this one, because this one's really obvious.
The message in our Bible, which is you are not God, and only if you think you are do you talk this way. But it's not just mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's
No president should mock Islam. All right, so we got this guy over here. Like, this is crazy. All right, and again, it'll make you start wondering.
The attendant was some Pakistani woman who's like,
It'll make you start wondering, like, what are his actual opinions? What is going on?
oh, we're so glad you're here. Which I don't think I would have gotten from the liberal white ladies.
Genuinely, have you
Live
felt
here.
threatened walking around?
No, not at all.
Of course.
Again, who's going to do anything? Pakistanis are all super nice to me, and the whites are
That's right. You're not a white 12-year-old girl, so.
all kind of
Two biggest fucking plants in the industry right now, just sitting there, laughing it up.
craven and sad.
That's right. Pakistani, super nice. White people, craven and sad.
No, you're totally safe here, man.
A lot of the
England, known for its safety.
other cultures that have come here actually have far more politeness.
I agree.
But there is
I agree. That's right. So we got Tucker Carlson, right-wing based guy, and libtard cuck Piers Morgan coming together to discuss how actually, unlike white people who are craven and sad, Pakistanis are all super nice. What are we, like, are we being for real, guys? Like, are we being serious? I just want to remind everyone, Pakistani grooming gangs have raped roughly 2 million British girls in the last 15 years. All right, but no one has anything to say about that? Zero comment of anything? Right, so Pete Hegseth recently got mega blasted because he quoted Pulp Fiction, right, during like a prayer, right, which was a fake Bible verse, obviously, and I think he did it on purpose because ain't no one this retarded. But this became like a massive scandal. The entire world is talking about this. 26 million views, 115,000 likes.
So the prayer is CSAR 2517, and it reads, and pray with me, please.
The
path of the downed aviator is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who, in the name of camaraderie and duty, shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy 1 when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
Right, so it's obviously, in my opinion, cringe as fuck. I don't believe in making up Bible verses. However, ultimately, it was a prayer. I think it was a joke. But the funniest part of all of this is the fact that
He's
everyone's
been
making
doing that
believe they
quite a
care.
bit, actually.
Every single retard, third worlder atheist is jumping on him for this. None of these people care about what it says in the actual Bible. And everyone's freaking out that he had a fake Bible verse, which was like some sort of prayer about obliterating your enemies. But what if I told you that I think that this is bullshit? It is a total lie that people care about this, and I'll tell you why. Because the Pope just made up a fake Bible verse as well. Pope Leo drops this line in Cameroon. Get ready for this one.
Jesus told us, blessed are the peacemakers. But woe to those who manipulate religion in the very name of God for their own military, economic, or political gain, dragging that which is sacred into darkness and filth. Yes, my dear sisters and brothers.
Yeah, Jesus never said that though. That's the little funny twist. Our Lord Jesus Christ never said this, says Deacon Nick Donnelly. It is so wrong, putting words in our Lord's mouth. It's correct to say that these are the implications, perhaps, but it is wrong to attribute these words directly, because it's not true. All right, blessed are the peacemakers is one sentence. All right, that is a sentence that was stated in the Bible. But then the rest of the sentence, the whole woe unto those who manipulate religion in the name of God for their military, economic, and political gain, dragging like, what are we doing here, man? So all of these leftoids, let's be honest, it's the leftists and the dipshits like the Candace Owenses and the Tucker Carlson's freaking out that Pete Hegseth quoted Pulp Fiction in a prayer, but they don't care that the Pope is making up Bible verses in order to push political agendas. Are we even being serious right now? So these are Muslim soldiers in Azerbaijan destroying the graves of Christian Armenians.
Say for now. Wait.
You know, filming and laughing at destroying this. This same Deacon Nick Donnelly who's been going insano style lately. Apparently we can peacefully coexist with Islam according to Pope Leo. Those who suffer from the woke mind virus are dangerously detached from reality. So there is something wild going on. This is Ahiam Hussein, a 15-year-old Iraqi youth, tried by the Islamic State's court for the crime of listening to music. He was beheaded in front of an ecstatic crowd. All right, so let's just understand, man. But we're supposed to like coexist with these guys. All right, these are people. I'm pretty sure this is in Syria, where they captured 19 Yazidi girls who refused to become sex slaves, so they burnt them alive. And it's Islamophobic to mention that perhaps this cannot be something that coexists with me. Perhaps. And honestly, Trump has been going nuclear on all these guys, all these sleazebags. Who's dumber, Tucker Carlson or Joe Kent? It's very interesting. I met Joe Kent at Dover Air Force Base, along with numerous others who lost their loved ones in war. I said hello to all the families. Kent horribly lost his wife. Her casket was being brought over to Dover along with the rest, although he got married again quite quickly, in my opinion. In any event, a number of years later, I noticed the same person was running for Congress in Washington State and lost. I then noticed a couple years later he was running again and lost. While I didn't know him other than our brief Dover encounter, I felt sorry for him after the 2 election losses. I told my people to hire him to the White House, give him a job, make him feel good. He lost his wife in 2 elections. They did so. And while I rarely saw him, I certainly didn't expect disloyalty. But that's what I got. He was a sleazebag. Some would say on top of it, a leaker. I don't know whether or not that's true. But next time, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Kent is a loser. Just like Tucker, Candace, and Meghan. The rest of them are losers. You're born that way. Low IQ. And there's not a damn thing you're going to be able to do about it, President Donald J. Trump. And notice how all these guys immediately jumped on top of the Islamic train, and how Israel is secretly the bad guy pulling the strings. Now, I think that this was incredibly important. This is Michael Knowles. He's a Catholic, and he thinks that there's a giant psyop going on in the Catholic Church, essentially pushed by the left to divide Catholics and get them to basically move into a Democratic Party. And to be honest, it used to work on a lot of people. The majority of Catholics were Democrats until Trump. Literally, Trump was the first president that got voted in by that majority of Catholics actually voted for him. Now, I'm in shock. The left is the gay abortion party. Let's be honest. It's the blasphemy party, the heresy party, and the pedophile party. And I think sinister forces are doing their absolute best to divide the church and, steal elections.
This is an anti-Catholic and coincidentally anti-Trump op to try to split the Catholics from the president and the president from the Catholics. That's what this is. That's what's going on. And it's clear as day. President Trump won the Catholic vote with greater numbers and more consistently than any Republican president ever. The Democrats had a stranglehold on the Catholic vote from basically the moments Catholics arrived on these shores all the way up through the early 70s. In 1972, Nixon manages to win the Catholic vote. And he does so because the Catholics were working class. The Catholics are socially conservative, at least were at that time. The Catholics were a little more, I don't know, they were a little less cosmopolitan, say. So the Democrats were able to hold the Catholic vote because they appealed to ethnic and class hostilities. But then the Democrats in the 60s started to go nuts. They shifted from being the party of the working man to the party of the cosmopolitan elites. They shifted from being the party of common sense, meat and potatoes, kitchen table issues, to the party of radical, bizarre sex stuff, to the party of abortion, which is a non-negotiable issue for Catholics. Catholics cannot support abortion at the ballot box. And so that gave an opening to someone like Nixon. Nixon wins the Catholic vote in the re-election campaign.
And yet, you have the Pope literally meeting up with Obama people. And Governor Pritzker, all right? Like the wokest fuckers on the planet. Like, it's insane.
Then 1984, in Reagan's re-election campaign, he won the Catholic vote too. He became the second Republican president to do it. Then George W. Bush, in his re-election campaign, became the third Republican president to do it. Notice, none of these guys won the Catholic vote their first time around. They were just sufficiently successful, and their opponents were sufficiently bad that they won them over in the re-election. It's kind of funny with Bush, too, because Bush is an evangelical Protestant. John Kerry, his opponent, is nominally Catholic, but the Catholics picked Bush over Kerry. Trump, however, is unique. Trump wins the Catholic vote in 2016, first time around. And then Trump wins it again in 2024. The 2020 election, a little bit dubious. But
we don't talk about that.
And so this is a major
problem.
No one knows
what
happened
there.
1 in 5 American voters is Catholic. And Catholicism is growing right now. There are a lot of adult converts. And it's growing especially among Republicans, and it's growing especially among young men. We'll get to the war between the sexes later. So this is a major political problem for Democrats, and what they're trying to do is split the Catholic vote.
Yep.
I think this explains...
That's the psyop. Like, most cultures would be like, well, raise your children and, you know, instill them with values, and they will also vote the same way you do, you know? But the left doesn't have children. They don't believe in children. They believe in massacring children, actually, in the womb. So the left, ironically, can only grow through grooming, through vampirism. That's why you're going to have, like, all this trans shit in movies and whatever to groom children into following their doctrines, all right? And that is essentially what the left is now. It is the party of the giant psyop, where they preach to the poor people, they preach to the, honestly, the groomed people, they manipulate the empathy of largely women in colleges, they make up fake genocides that happen every 2 days. Oh, the genocide against the Palestinians, the genocide against the transgenders, and there's the gay genocide that's happening. I don't know if you heard the news. And Trump is trying to take the rights away from women, so they got to fearmonger their way into power. And they import power. They import infinite immigrants, and then they'll release infinite criminals so that they can get the criminal votes. Like, this is how they operate. They're just a gigantic scam.
Why there was so much attention given to the 3 most liberal bishops in the United States going on 60 Minutes. 60 Minutes, a show that the president reportedly watches to try to trigger some of that. David Axelrod makes a big show, the strategist for Obama, makes a big show about getting to meet the Pope on a visit to Rome. I think this is an op. You're seeing a lot of anti-Leo stuff right now. I was just doom scrolling while the DW servers were rebooting. I was doom scrolling on Twitter. There is just a complete lie going on. A viral tweet from HIN News. Breaking news. They always, these stupid tweets always start with breaking news. Breaking news. And it's a quote, supposedly from the Pope. Islam is a religion of peace we can learn from. Those who are against it.
Yeah, I actually saw that tweet. I didn't include it in the video because I knew it was fake. I do a lot of research for my videos.
Immigration target Muslims needlessly, especially those in North Africa. So I saw that. So here in His Holiness Pope Leo XIV sharing his views to the rest of the world for open borders.
No, he just said you should have communion and friendship between Christians and Muslims. Not that we need to open our borders to infinite Muslims. You know, it's a slight difference.
And Islam. And I looked at that. I said that he obviously didn't say that. But if you don't follow the Catholic Church closely, if you haven't followed this Pope closely, you might be taken in by it. This tweet has well over 100,000 views, almost 1,000 retweets, 1,500 likes. There are a lot of tweets like this. The quote is totally made up. If you watch the video that goes along with the quote appears nowhere. The Pope obviously didn't say this. This is a coordinated effort by enemies of the Catholic Church, by enemies of this Trump coalition, to try to split them apart. And so the latest version of this op is that the Pope doesn't condemn Islamic terrorism. One of the very first things this Pope did upon being elected, don't forget, he's been Pope for like 5 minutes now. One of the very first things he did was call attention to the Muslim attacks on Christians in Nigeria.
And also condemn Trump for bombing Muslims that are killing Christians in Iran. Like, I understand that every Catholic is going to defend the Pope to some extent, and I get it. But you have to bury your head in the sand to not think this guy is something of a plant.
Immediately after rising up to the seat of Peter,
Yeah, and then he blessed a giant block of ice to protect the world from global warming. Like, I know.
And he's not just focused on Nigeria. He has called attention to Islamic attacks on Christians in the DRC, in Bangladesh, in Syria, in Sudan, in Mozambique. The list goes on and on and on.
Yeah, but from what I've seen, and I tried to find it, he never mentioned that it was Muslims doing it. He just said it's so sad Christians are dying in all these places. And again, I understand, and I don't want to like get too deep in the weeds of it here, but I think that there is a huge blind spot to the manipulation that's pouring out of everywhere. Like, my guy, he made this tweet saying that communion between Christians and Muslims takes shape under the mantle of Our Lady of Africa, etc., etc. Here in Algeria, yada, yada. He meets up with every Obama guy. He pushed for every single open border policy of all time. You know, this is the guy criticizing Trump and Vance and endorsing the COVID vaccines and stricter gun control. And like, let's be honest with ourselves here too. And I say this with love and respect, but y'all are getting played by one side or the other. These are treacherous times, and the psyop is huge. The craziest psyop in our entire country is not only the fact that we have Democrat politicians voting to destroy us, literally voting to destroy us, but we have Republican politicians also voting to destroy us. You don't understand how bad it's gotten. So Donald Trump finally makes a tweet about Mamdani. Sadly, Mayor Mamdani is destroying New York. He has no chance. The United States of America should not contribute to its failure. It will only get worse. The tax policies are so wrong. So wrong. People are fleeing. They must change their ways, and past history has spoken. This stuff doesn't work. Thank you for attention. This matter, Donald J. Trump. He's actually completely right here. Moron Zamdani having a terrible day, and Trump is doing this in response to this. The moron Zamdani posting Happy Tax Day, New York. We're taxing the rich in one of the creepiest, rapiest videos I've ever seen.
When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich.
Yeah, a little creepy, a little rapey. I'll just show you a second of it. I covered this recently.
I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million.
Which is basically all properties in all of New York.
Whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse.
Right, so this is me standing in front of a guy's penthouse, a guy who did nothing wrong, who probably worked hard, who bought a penthouse, who, you know, didn't do any crimes or anything. And I'm going to talk to you about how we're going to rape this guy. This is the foreigner communist way. We import the retards into our country. The retards get together. They vote for retards to represent us. And then the retards that represent us talk about how they're going to rape us. Because they want to take our money and give it to them instead. Because, of course, the people that don't earn the money totally deserve it more than the people that earn the money. Now, even Ben Shapiro had a rare W here. This smarmy Marxist doesn't see taxes primarily as a way to provide necessary public goods. He sees them as revenge. He celebrates the confiscation of wealth he did nothing to earn. Class envy, and it's hideous. And honestly, rare Ben Shapiro W here, he's just right. Especially because we all know the reality and the consequence of this. We know that extra taxes going to the government means more fraud that's going into the pockets of the government officials, more fraud that's going to Somalia, and even more importantly, the last thing you see before you move to Florida, well, we're taxing the rich. This is exactly what happened in LA. They raised all these taxes. They raised all these taxes in California. Mass exodus from California. Everyone moved to Texas and Florida. And now they're doing the same thing. And the entire middle class is leaving New York, going to Texas and Florida. You know, honestly, Mamdani says city-run supermarket will be ready in 3 years, but recommends getting in the line for bread now. Unfortunately, just real, bro. Unfortunately, real. This is the new Sesame Street, by the way. This is official. This is the official new Sesame Street.
Salam alaikum, everyone. I'm Rami Youssef.
Oh, it's Elmo. Mr. Rami, what does salam alaikum mean?
Well, salam means peace, and it's a way to say hello in Arabic.
Oh, cool. Salam alaikum, everybody.
This is real, by the way. This isn't parody. This is actually the new Sesame Street.
Elmo and I are here to wish all of you a happy Arab American Heritage Month.
Yeah,
Wow.
happy Arab American Heritage Month.
I'm so proud of my Arab heritage, and I'm so happy to share this month with my fellow Arabs and Elmo. So, thanks, Habibi.
Oh, wait a minute. What's Habibi?
Oh, it's an Arabic word for a special friend.
Really? Well, happy Arab American Heritage Month, Habibi. We love you.
Yeah, so, again, we understand what's happening. we are being conquered. We are being... Holy shit, AI. Yeah, immediately. Allahu Akbar, infidels. Yeah, true. Anyway, it's pretty wild watching this happen in front of our eyes. Oh my god, it's brutal. It's just absolutely brutal. So yeah, this is the PSYOP, man. On the left, they import people to drastically change our culture and control us. Here's Ilhan Omar actually getting asked about the fraud. This goes so well. It goes so well. So they ask her immediately, oh, what about all the fraud? And it's just like, it's everything you could have hoped for.
I think it's, what, now 230 million that has been...
well, 250 is what they say.
Charlemagne always has that dumbass fucking look on his face every single time.
Yeah,
Misuse funds meant for child.
Yeah, 230 to 250. There's been about...
Imagine lying about 20 million when the number's 250 million. Like, just a casual lie.
77 or so, yeah, that have been indicted. Many of them have taken plea agreements.
That makes it. They got to make it hard for you, right? Just in general, not because you got anything to do with it.
Yeah.
But when he can point.
In my opinion, she has things to do with it. We got to get her out of the country, man.
Say, well, this actually happened.
No, I mean, it doesn't make it hard for me, but it does make it hard for...
Get ready. The American taxpayers that are getting defrauded by Somalis? Is that what she's going to say?
No, the average Somali business owner.
It is crazy how all of them have the same mindset. 9/11 was really hard for the Muslims that didn't do 9/11 that are going to get dirty looks on the subway. Oh, and Somalis raping you and scamming you, well, that's going to make it really hard for Somalis that are going to get dirty looks on the subway. It's like, it's literally insane how this is literally the thought process for all of these people.
There you go.
It makes it hard for the average immigrant business owner. It makes it hard for the average black
blacks most affected. Are we being serious here?
Business owner, because it does create this cloud of suspicion, and and obviously it's become very politicized.
I wonder why. We imported literal fucking retards into our country. Look, I don't want to be racist here or anything, but these people are actually retarded, and we are importing them into our countries, okay? And they are raping us and scamming us blind. All right, opening up leering centers with seemingly government assistance to scam the shit out of us, and we're supposed to sit here and be like, well, actually, this is getting politicized. I don't want to get this political.
And it will continue to be politicized as we get closer to November, and the level of harassment people are dealing with. Even
what about the actual victims of these scams, the American taxpayers that are giving money to the government, which is going to
good job, buddy.
Organizations. Like, what about those guys, the actual victims, not the nebulous retards that get dirty looks? All right, not those guys, the non-victims. I mean the real victims.
You'll have people go to restaurants, coffee shops, with their cameras harassing all of these business owners.
Oh no! Someone's gonna take a camera to a coffee shop? Like, are we being serious? Honestly, it's insane, bro. Not a word about the taxpayers victimized by the fraud. No, but the poor Somalis. But it's every single time. It's every time. How can we make this about me? How can we make this about me? Now, understand the PSYOP, because there are retards on both sides of the horseshoe that are touching tips, as they say. All right, so this is Ilhan Omar praising Candace Owens.
Been very fascinating, especially about Marjorie and Candace, is that they are not just coming out like the other ones that you'd mentioned, where they're saying this action is wrong, right? They're saying, I am done with you. We should give them credit.
Yeah, Candace Owens says that our military should stop following lawful orders and disobey the military because we're occupied by the Jews. So anyone that dies in the military is secretly dying for the Jews. So therefore you should rebel against the government. Also, Charlie Kirk was assassinated by Donald Trump working with time-traveling Israeli Egyptians that are Sumerian using ancient alien technology. Anyway, she got a shout-out from Ilhan Omar right now. Like, do you understand yet? Do you understand the PSYOP that's happening right in front of us? I don't even know how she's still in the United States, man. Leader.
Yeah, I mean, how deranged do you have to be?
Oh boy, we got a blue drop.
For preaching about peace and love.
Your religion calls for the execution of the Pope because the Pope, according to Islam, is a polytheist. All right? Like again, they will use your faith against you. This is how they operate everywhere.
In the spirit of Jesus Christ. And so it is telling that these people that say that they're people of faith, that they are far from being people of faith and far.
Yeah, you're one to talk. Your faith calls for
3
the
to
execution
plus
of
3
the Pope. All right, and you're gonna sit
to
here and be
18
like,
to dexterity saving throws and rage. Armor class goes up by
they should
2.
be voting for my party.
Damn.
We murder babies and we castrate children.
Far from practicing Christianity and having respect for the Bible and religious leaders.
Yeah. Anyway, again, it's insane that this is happening. Like, this is humiliating. It's humiliating that we have retards like this talk to us this way. It's insane. Now, I wanted to make this clear. There is a bipartisan issue that there are retards everywhere, and we need a mass culling, all right? This is going to be my duty. This is why I make videos even while I have no monetization on my channels right now. Because unfortunately, I think things need to be said. And I get a lot of people calling me out for this. They're like, oh my God, a Jew is making videos even when he's not getting paid for it. You shut the fuck up, all right? You shut the... I'm making it for the love of the game, God damn it. Someone needs to talk about this because we need to cull our politicians. Legally speaking, we need them all out and we need to elect radical motherfuckers in their place. All right, so this is Thomas Massie. He's anti-Trump. He's pro-releasing the Epstein files, which I agree with. I'm also pro-releasing the Epstein files, and I'm happy he did work on that. But this guy...
I kind of wish he would stop framing it like that and giving him credit for doing the bare fucking minimum. He did absolutely nothing. He outed a bunch of nothing burger names that nobody cared about, and then he's been fucking waving it around like a goddamn participation trophy, saying, oh, this is proof that I'm one of the good guys.
It sucks. As chairman of the House 2A caucus, I will testify today before Rand Paul's Senate Homeland Security Government Affairs Committee. The hearing will examine ongoing threats to American rights to keep and bear arms. All right, that's huge. All right, rights to bear arms is massive. I fully support Americans bearing arms. It's what's,
Yeah,
it's in the
I bet he
Constitution.
fucking
Super
goes the other way.
All right, very excited to look into this. I clicked the link to watch this on YouTube, and within literally 1 second, Massie is talking about how background checks are racist against blacks.
There it is.
This is our base
There it
right-wing
is.
guy. Are we being real here? All right. And so obviously this guy goes to check immediately to see if that's true, and it is.
Report, and what we've discovered through my friend John Lott, who's an economist and a statistician and an author, is that there's inherent racism in the NICS background check system. Because it's sloppy and they
I
check
can't
only
stand this
phonetically
fucking guy,
similar
man.
names, when you go to purchase a gun, you can be deprived of purchasing that gun. And the appeals process can get messy to prove you're not the same person that they think is the person who's prohibited.
All right.
It turns out if you're a black American or Hispanic, you're far more likely to share a name phonetically with somebody who's a prohibited person who's been convicted of a crime of a year that has a punishment of a year or more.
Like, are we being real here for a second? Like, is this honest? Like, I think that people should be able to buy guns. Guns are awesome. But I think that some people, specifically retards and violent criminals and, you know, people with mental illnesses and stuff, shouldn't be accepted to purchase firearms. And he's like, well, we shouldn't even background check these guys because it's the background checks are racist against black people. Like, this is shocking, man. It's crazy watching this. Thomas Massie presents... this is the craziest tweet I've ever seen. Thomas Massie presents the libertarian case for letting Haitians rape your wife and eat your pets. Oh my fucking God. Like, the argument is not that, well, your name sounds phonetically similar to other people because black people tend to use the same names. It's because people tend to have family members in specific communities that commit crimes. Look, man, I hate to bring up the 1350 statistics, but we're literally there. He's like, more black people get arrested, so therefore more names sound phonetically similar, so background checks take a little longer. Like, man, what are we doing here, bro? This is our base right-wing politician, man. Like, what are we doing? And it gets worse. All right, so this is a former Democratic guy. Big fan. Obama loved this guy. Former Democratic Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax shoots and kills wife before taking his own life. What are we doing? This is insane. This should become like the largest national story. Justin Fairfax just murdered himself and his wife. All right, and you'll notice Joe Biden, there is no place for racism in America. Governor Northam has lost all moral authority, should resign immediately. Justin Fairfax is the leader Virginia needs now. This is the Justin Fairfax, by the way, you might remember him, who tried to ban your guns. This is the super anti-gun guy who just killed his wife and himself. All right,
So not knowing anything and not being able to prove anything, that kind of reads like something was about to happen that he wanted no part of. Which more than likely spells jail time, actual jail time. Like his life was over either way. What's really sad about that is that he took somebody else with him. It's just, God, man, this shit is ridiculous.
Understand. Breaking. Gavin Newsom's PAC used around $1.5 million to buy 67,000 copies of his own book. Total book sales were 97,000. His PAC purchased 2/3 of all copies of his book. He used PAC money to buy his own book. To A, make money, and B, inflate the numbers. How is this not fraud? In my opinion, it is fraud, but this is utterly unacceptable. We are getting sold out and raped by our own government on every side of the aisle. All right, so for example, everyone hates fraud, right? Everyone should work together against fraud. Nick Shirley's been exposing a lot of fraud. Well, the California Democrats are pushing the Stop Nick Shirley Act, a new bill.
I think it passed, by the way.
Investigate fraud. I'm not even kidding.
I'm pretty sure it passed.
Force not to arrest the fraudsters, but to arrest the people investigating fraud.
Outrageous. I just made a motion in the Assembly to block the Mia Bonta bill.
Motion to re-refer AB 2624, the Stop the Nick Shirley Act, back to the Privacy Committee. Assembly Republicans are here to debate fraud.
Mr. DeMaio. AB 2624.
Or the Stop Nick Shirley Act. The reason why we are asking it to be re-referred to the Privacy Committee is that the author of this bill misrepresented contents of the bill, lied to committee members.
That would basically ban Nick Shirley from posting videos exposing fraud in California.
Oh my God, I had no idea this is what we were doing. It's called the Stop Nick Shirley Act. What are we doing?
Section 6218.19 prohibits an individual from posting a video online if the fraud organization says you can't do that. The fraud organization can then, quote, seek injunctive and declaratory relief.
Are we being serious? This is insane.
Court of competent jurisdiction.
We have got to stop this bill, and I just gave the state assembly members the chance to strike the bill from the record, which basically would kill the bill. Democrats in the state assembly voted to keep and protect her bill and advance it on.
Do we understand the insanity that we're dealing with here? Like, look how absolute insanity we're dealing with. We got Democrats trying to push the Stop Nick Shirley Act to stop investigating fraud. Like, dude, this is crazy. We're literally getting sold. And I work my ass off. Well, right now, my channels are demonetized. I'm not making any money because fuck YouTube. We're working.
Are you fucking kidding me?
If anything changes, but meanwhile, I'm doing this shit for free. I'm unemployed. Desperately unemployed. Anyway, so the point that I'm making is, so we have the Democrats out here doing their absolute best to arrest people that investigate fraud. I pay taxes that goes to the government that the government uses to pay people to stop people from investigating how my taxes are going to fraud. We are getting unfathomably raped by our government. And again, I showed you a Democrat issue. Well, this is also a Democrat issue, let's be real. But it's also a Republican issue. 6 Republicans joined the Democrats to advance a bill barring Trump from deporting illegal Haitians. This comes days after a Haitian murdered an innocent mother with a hammer. The GOP has a rhino problem. Like, bro, these 6 have to go. Salazar, you will remember her. She pushed this whole bill basically giving amnesty to a whole bunch of citizens, or rather to a whole bunch of illegals that broke into our country illegally and were here for a couple of years. And these others, it's honestly just complete insanity. Look at this. Look at it, bro. It should break your heart. So obviously the Democrats hate us and want us raped. Just obviously, that's why they're fighting to keep the Haitians in our country. Like this guy who just brutally murdered a mom with a hammer. For example, that's just a simple example. But for some reason, 6 Republicans joined with the Democrats to keep these fuckers in our country. Like, why are we electing these people? What do our votes even mean? This is crazy. It's like you have 2 parties here, right? You have the Keep Haitians in Our Country party and the Keep Haitians in Our Country party. But, like, let's be honest with ourselves. Now, you have to understand, this is why they're fighting so desperately to keep the Haitians in our country.
Dangerous, and it is preventable.
Why do they all look like this, too?
Right now,
is unlawful, and it would be a death sentence.
First of all, it's not unlawful. Second of all, it's a death sentence to send people to Haiti. All right? It's a death sentence to send people to Haiti. Remember this.
There's so many of these people who are
Democratic,
bald.
talking head, dumb fuck, retard, piece of shit reliably assured me that Haiti is not a shithole. Right? All these dumb fucks. I'm not gonna lie. All these guys came out with their beautiful, their Haiti is great already shirts to fight for the beauty and glory of Haiti. Haiti is so fucking awesome. We all love Haiti. But yet we're not gonna deport people to Haiti because Haiti, it will get them killed because Haiti's a shithole. Like you can't. Like, this is the two sides. On the one hand, America's bad. Haiti's beautiful. On the other hand, we can't deport people from America to Haiti because they'll die in Haiti because Haiti's a shithole. Meanwhile, I don't see Americans running and fleeing to Haiti. I see a lot of Haitians trying to flee to America. You'll notice something pretty weird. All right, like I was told by all these retards that Haiti's not a shithole, right? So anyway, understand, $7 million is the amount 2 Haitian nationals stole in SNAP fraud in Massachusetts. Is all the fraud coming from foreigners? What are we doing here? This is crazy. It's crazy. And the wildest part is we got 6 of these guys, 6 quote-unquote Republicans joining the Democrats. It's like, I'm at the position of, I know the Democrats are a fraudulent organization that's trying to rape our country, import immigrants, and steal votes. Okay, I've already accepted that. 6 Republicans joined them for this? Like, they need to lose their next elections immediately. And this is what we have to do. This is how we save our country. We have to cull the retards that vote this way. If they do this once, they're out. They will lose their next election. Nux, you're being radical here. No, I'm not. The radical position is letting third worlders into our countries to rape and kill us. The moderate position is removing them. Like, and bro, this is gonna sound racist as fuck. The Haitians are not like your average little, like a gang in some ghetto in Detroit. What are we talking about, bro? Like the gang in the ghetto of Detroit? These are, you know, 85 IQ, like good guys, all right? Like, let's be real. The Haitians are 70 IQ, bro. On average. Like, this is a literal, real statistic. I'm not trying to be racist here. I don't want to import people from countries where they will eat your organs and think that you have precious metals inside your skull. We are dealing with a different beast. Okay, all right, I'm definitely getting a little racist here. But the point is very simple, actually. Our country is pretty awesome, and I don't want to bring in retards that want to kill us. Once again, the moderate position. And it's insane. Like, you look at Haiti, it's a shithole. I don't think we should be bringing people from shitholes into our country if they made their country a shithole. If they couldn't make their country not a shithole, then why do I think that they're going to improve our country? It's just really basic logic. Haiti's average IQ is 67. Oh my God, I said 70. I was wrong. 40% illiteracy rate, and their homicide rate is 10x higher than America's. 10% of all Haitians live in the U.S. Literally, what the actual fuck are we doing, bro? Oh my God. And then these people hit you with like the random gay libtard. Hateful people are less intelligent according to science. It's not hateful to want to deport the Haitians. All right. I love my neighbors so much. I don't want them to get their organs eaten by a 67 IQ person from Haiti. Okay, you want to be real here for a second? It is hateful to let them rape us. All right. It is loving to want to deport them and protect ourselves. Just because you have this moral retard situation going on between your ears, it doesn't mean we all have to fall for the PSYOP. Like, this is absolutely insane. And 6 Republicans voted to keep them here? Like, what are we doing? Declassified testimony shows that the Democrats actually did false impeachment on Trump right now. The first impeachment on Trump was totally bogus, which, again, is just like the classic lawfare to destroy us. Like, I'm just being real here, man. This is treason. It really is. Like, Donald Trump is the elected president of the United States, and they're going to try to impeach him on bullshit charges and reasons. Our country hates us. Our country hates us. Our government is not working for us, especially the Democrats, obviously. I think these guys have completely sold their souls to some otherworldly being, preaching the most satanic doctrine of actual laws you could possibly imagine. Steal money from people that earn it and give it to people that don't. Abort babies, castrate children. You know, it's like, it's actually insane. Then you have a couple of retards on the right that join and lock hands with them because I don't know why. Were they paid off? Did they fall for the PSYOP? Are they just honestly believing what they're saying? Are they infiltrators? I don't know. I don't know. But they need to go. And we need to elect a new generation of some of the most radical motherfuckers of all time. Slowly but surely, we will take our country back. Now, one of the wildest stories from one of our elected officials lately has been this RFK Jr. story. So this is breaking news. RFK Jr. cut off the penis of a raccoon. According to TMZ, the raccoon was dead. Apparently, the way the story goes, RFK Jr. was on a family trip with his family. They were driving down the road, and they found a dead raccoon. And RFK Jr. was like, holy shit, I need to cut the penis off this dead raccoon for research purposes only. So, like, that's pretty freaking wild, I'm not gonna lie. However, ironically, and I'm gonna show you the libtard crash outs about this because I think they're perfect. I think they're so perfect. I absolutely love leftist crash outs. They make me so happy. But first, RFK Jr. was just today in a gigantic hearing, basically shredding Big Pharma to pieces. And I'm not gonna lie, he actually really cooked. He eviscerates the swamp for letting Big Pharma capture the health of America, and he says he's ripping it down. And I think that's actually awesome. Every single leftist that makes believe they actually care about this, they don't. But he does, it seems. So I think he's one of the few people in our government that actually, despite cutting the penises off dead raccoons, is working for us. And you're not ready for what you're about to see.
We stand at a generational turning point. Our children of the sickest generation in modern history, and decades of failed policy, captured agencies, and profit-driven systems have caused it.
True.
Parents across the country demanded change, and we are delivering it.
Right, so we got the Democrats saying we need, infinite health care for everybody, but also Democrats seemingly artificially inflating the prices of drugs where they didn't need to because they're getting paid by Big Pharma. A much bigger lobbying group in the United States than almost any other, for those of you unaware. Much bigger than Israel, that's for sure. Not even close.
May I? We're ending the era of federal policies that fueled the chronic disease epidemic and replacing them with policies that put the health of Americans first.
And the truth is, even though a lot of his opinions might sound a little bit wacky, he's just right. He's just completely right about here, and I'm super happy he's fighting for it. So he gave a whole speech, but I wanted to show you some highlights. So Rosa DeLauro, no one has any idea how she's actually literally a member of Congress. I have no idea. So this is her screaming and yelling like she always does.
If I were the head of HHS, I would, by God, say, don't take raw milk. It is dangerous to your health. And if you can't say that, well, maybe there's some other conclusions that can be drawn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, sure, a little meltdown about raw milk, like literally fucking disgusting that this person is even in Congress. Like bro, we actually have Golem in Congress. Drink is raw milk, that's disgusting. I eat nasty chips. This is crazy, bro. Like, this is wild, dude.
He's a larvingly good at that.
True. All right, so Bobby Kennedy has still been cooking, by the way. All right, so all these people try to get him on these gotchas. They don't work.
Medical school. Have you ever reparented?
You didn't go to medical school, and yet you're head of the Department of Health.
Or parented, I should say, a black child.
I don't even know.
Have you ever parented a black child?
Hope you got a
what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I can't believe this is literally still happening.
Oh, what that phrase means, and I doubt that.
A yes or no answer.
I doubt that I said that phrase. No,
absolutely.
I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
Oh, I'd like to hear the recording.
So to be clear,
it doesn't make any sense. I don't even know what it means.
I don't either. That's why I'm asking.
And by the way,
so to be clear, you're not a doctor, you have no medical degree.
You're not a doctor.
And you have no formal medical training.
You have
never parented a black child.
24 of the 26 HHS secretaries have not had medical degrees.
This is my time.
Completely true. So understand, 24 of the 26 health secretaries did not have a medical degree. All right, and they have this retard screaming about, but you never even raised a black child, so how could you know anything? Like, literally, what are we fucking doing? And no one has anything to say about this. But apparently, it's a scandal for this guy not to have a medical degree. But for the other 23 that didn't have medical degrees, that's not a scandal. That's totally fine. All right, and they're all doing this. All right, so he shredded her on hepatitis vaccines.
It's clear that this administration has no regard for the health, safety, and well-being of Asian American communities.
Hello? Oh.
Oh.
Hello.
Something stirs the goblin's nostrils.
We're leaving. I said we're leaving. 4 hours filming at e-bikes. I fucking hate e-bikes now. We didn't mean to doubt a true soul.
D-pies?
We'll be off. E-bikes. Like e-bikes. Electric bikes. I despise those things now.
Sorry, what context? What is that you're explaining?
Electric bike.
Oh, e-bikes. E-bikes. I didn't. Okay, I didn't know what you were saying. Got it.
Development, but one to be treated with
Yeah, I despise those things.
for better or for worse.
Because they're basically discount cars.
No, because I had to put it together.
Symptom of disease, and every use will sicken us further.
Whenever I had to put bullshit together, you're gonna hear a lot of fucking a lot of complaining. A lot of complaining. It's like a given. I'm gonna be complaining probably for the whole time I'm building it. And what did I do? Complain the whole time. You know, they try to say something. I say I got two options. Either I go back inside. Well, actually, that was the only option. I go inside and get away from me. And I don't give multiple options when I'm building. So I like to be alone when I'm building. I like to sit there, complain, flip off the thing I'm building, and just be in dead silence.
Shadowheart's attention is fixed on a damaged old statue.
Like, it sucks. I gotta wake up early. It's fucked. I'm gonna go to work. I lost my whole evening. Building a fucking bike. Lagging. Okay.
We should keep moving.
This game anyway.
I don't know exactly. Lady Shah, protect me. It felt
Work sucked.
oddly familiar.
So yeah, it's just a whole shebang of a day. Twitch. I don't feel like doing shit. Get on Twitch. See what we go back.
Did you see the thing that I sent it at a weird hour? Did you see the thing I sent you last night? About the bug thing?
I didn't watch it, but I thought it was weird. But this video is private. This video is unavailable. It's private.
What video?
The VS one.
Oh, really? Possibly because they might have fixed it this morning, because there was a hot fix that went out today. So if it's fixed, I could see him like moving the video away because it's no longer relevant. But I'm also questioning if that's what happened to you on your run when your shit bugged out and crashed. Which is why I sent it.
What's the bug? I didn't even look at it.
Essentially, something about VS's new gun build was fucking up the coding on the Onslaught thing, causing the ads to float in the air rather than actually land on the ground, and then it would like basically just make the whole thing like have a stroke and like completely crash the game.
I wasn't even running the gun build. I was doing the other thing they fixed. Not fixed. They reworked. And
It might have been more than one build, but that was the one that he definitively knew about. Like that one was confirmed that it was one of them was the gun build, but they did say that it was multiple, but they just didn't know for sure. But the gun build, they said for sure they knew that one was fucking things up, specifically in Onslaught.
So bad with effect has been bad. The improvements to restore relic explosion effect. Jesus.
So it's a good thing. They need to go the other way on it. They need to code it where turning off that setting does nothing.
I promise
specifically for you.
I'll play the game. I promise you I'll uninstall the game. That's a wholehearted promise I would. There's too many fucking people using that gun. There's no hell no.
You'll extort nothing.
Inconvenience such as obstructed visibility during combat, yes.
Take my pack. Ignorance is a
I mean, I found it, but I always help my friend. On that note.
Wait, no. 62 million men didn't attend a rape academy?
What the fuck did you just say?
That's a Leon video. The Leon video title. I kind of stopped watching his videos for a bit because they maybe lose brain cells to these people that be in it.
Yeah, I think he's one of those guys that it is actually pretty healthy, like anybody else, to take a few months away and then circle back when like you've cleansed yourself a little bit. Like you should be doing that with everybody basically on a rotation. You just take like either a few weeks or a few months away, kind of purge your brain of like the rotation a little bit, and then like circle back to them later when like, you know, the offset feels clean again. I got a guy that I watch on occasion, talks about like video game stuff and like console war stuff, making fun of it or whatever. But like as entertaining as the videos tend to be, he was starting to get into this weird streak where he was just yelling all the time, like for seemingly no reason, almost like a black guy, even though he's not black. And it was like killing my fucking ears to listen to those videos. And I was like, yeah, I think I'm gonna go like fucking 4 or 5 months, let whatever this is like suffice, and then I'll come back to him later and see if like he's just normal or if he's still screaming all the fucking time, because I can't do this shit. And Leon is kind of in that same boat, not because of yelling or anything like that. He's never been like one of those. But with him, he was starting to annoy me a little bit because he's doing the same thing that Pegasus does, where they're being willfully ignorant to pattern recognition, where they're covering a bunch of stories where you can see a clear-cut connection and a through line about like why certain things are happening, but then they're choosing to pretend like they don't see it and then framing it as if something that is happening is not actually happening. And me being a guy that I don't bother doing that, and I do very much connect dots, and I do acknowledge things that I see as soon as I see it, it pisses me off because I know these guys are not stupid, but they just choose to do this shit anyway. That and another pet peeve is like if somebody like this is something where I practice what I preach. If I don't care about something, I genuinely don't care about it, where I don't actually look into it at all. I don't acknowledge it. I won't even talk about it. You won't know what I don't care about because I never bring it up because I'm too busy not caring about it. That's how it works. The other one with me is that if I don't have any insight on something at all, like if I don't know anything about it, I'm not going to offer any hardcore stances about it either because I don't know. I'm not going to say that I'm not going to pretend and say like, oh, I'm a fence sitter. I'm going to choose to be neutral on this, but then actually throw a take out there that essentially paints a clear-cut picture about what I actually think in taking a side, but then go back to pretending like I'm not taking a side. And people piss me off when they fucking do that. It's like when you hear a guy gossiping, they're like, "Oh, I can't confirm any of this. I'm just all I can say is what I heard. But that guy over there did a thing. I'm not saying he did it, but you know that's what I heard." But it's like you already planted the seed. There is no walking back now. Once you plant the seed, that's it. It's essentially like another good analogy I use because I forgot where I brought up this analogy. It was with some content creator drama recently too, and I can't for the life of me remember. It almost came back to me. It almost came back to. It was when a VTuber was basically. This was before Mythic kind of fell and like completely like fell off a cliff. I don't know if you heard anything about that. But there was a VTuber that kickstarted all of that by saying that they weren't getting the service that they were supposed to. But then she didn't give any receipts whatsoever. None whatsoever, but said that there's some shady shit going on and that she knows all these things and that if anybody knew what she knew, they would be upset about it, but blah, 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 but not giving any receipts, not saying anything, just leaving it at that and being ambiguous. And she's like, I'm going to choose not to get involved in this. I'm not going to say anything and I'm just going to go away. She did that for 2 days. And then she came back, planted another seed saying, oh, I know about this, and this, but I'm not going to say anything. And then I'm going to go, I don't want anything to do with it. She did the same thing again. She planted the seed and then went back into her cave. And the analogy I had for it is like if a guy says, if you step to a guy, he says he doesn't want to fight. You believe him, you turn around to walk away, he slaps you in the back of the head and then backs up again. When you turn back around, he puts his hands up like, I don't want to fight, I don't want to fight. That's basically what people do. And it pisses me off when they do that shit. They just wait for you to, they just wait for things to die down and wait for people to look somewhere else, and then they throw another fucking cheap shot. And then they put their hands up like they didn't do it. And gaslight you like they didn't do it. It's fucking annoying, man. Also, why were you building an e-bike?
For a kid.
Okay, that makes sense.
So the hell ain't for me.
Is that your first time doing it?
Yes.
Is that your
last time? I told them that too. I said, y'all get another e-bike. I'm paying for somebody to fix this shit.
I was almost hesitant to ask, but I kind of knew the answer before I got the question out. That was a very disgruntled yes. Oh.
Hey, look, man, those damn things. It was a doy. You know what? I know over care. Oh, fuck you.
Don't care, but still throws a fucking insult. What the hell?
Lovely day this, for now. Let's get going.
Communities.
Like, it's crazy that they all do this. You have the black representative in Congress being like, you've never raised a black child. What do you know? You have the Asian representative in Congress. You don't care about the health of Asians. Like, are we being real here? Like, what the actual fuck are we doing? Like, I love how everyone's anti-racist until their own race shows up, and then all of a sudden they're racist again. Like, my guy. Like, we care about all human beings. Are you being serious here?
As well as communities across the United States.
Oh, my God.
You want me to reply?
Well, if that's...
Hepatitis
do it
B
quickly, yes.
is a terrible disease. But babies are not at risk unless they essentially have zero risk, unless their mother is infected. For all mothers are tested when they go into the hospital to have a baby, and for all those people who are infected, the vaccine is still a recommended vaccine. Everybody else, it's available. Parents can assess the risk themselves through informed consent. Insurance will pay for it. We did not remove the vaccine from being insured. And we just believe that Americans should have that choice.
That's it. That's literally what he's arguing about. He's saying that the hepatitis vaccine, the B vaccine, is not necessary for babies unless their mother carries it. He lays out the statistics, and then he says he's not even banning it. He's not banning the hepatitis B vaccine at all. He's just saying that they should have the right to choose whether they want to give this vaccine to their child.
Yeah, what's the issue with that stance? There should be no issue with that stance.
Not make that choice for them. Hepatitis B vaccine was not safety tested. It had a 4-day test with no placebo. We don't know what the risk profile is, and parents are allowed to ask that question.
Mr. Kustoff.
The science is that it's not simply about choice, it's about whether infants are protected during the most vulnerable period.
Infants are protected.
Okay, Mr. Kustoff is recognized.
And, you know, obviously you're going to cut him off, obviously. But this is what's been going on the entire time. And, bro, these people, they're just having mental breakdowns.
Have you aligned your goals dealing with the reforms to the EPA protections and how that is making people sicker, not healthier? That was my question.
Yeah, I could not answer those questions because it's
you
not in
can't
my...
answer the question as the
It's not
secretary.
it's not my agency.
You don't coordinate with the EPA, Mr. Secretary? Your department is not involved with rolling back protections that would increase exposure to heavy materials, even though it affects people's
Not
health?
his area, man. It's
Is that
literally
what
not
you're
his
telling me?
department.
You don't coordinate?
I'd say, calm down, Congressman.
Don't tell me
Answer.
when.
Don't tell me what to do. Calm down. Don't tell me what to do.
Healthcare is personal to my constituents like Deja
No shit.
and Richard. Do not tell me to calm down. Healthcare.
Like, they all do this, like, emotional tirade.
About to
bullshit.
say
It's,
they're
like, so
all
tiring.
emotional. They're
It is
fucking
so tiring
children.
watching these man children just throw tantrums.
It's real.
Heard
You know,
emotional,
there
so
is
things
real.
talking about it.
Are we being serious?
Think what?
You can't.
Heard the word emotional, so I'm assuming we're talking about some women.
Talking about a man acting like a fucking woman. It's basically, yeah, the next best thing. It's basically the equivalent, woman adjacent. It's fucking annoying, man. Do you have a weapon? You do not have a weapon.
Again, so you don't hear that?
I hear something. I don't know what it is. By the way, I don't know if it actually is or if it's not, but just off of how this shit is feeling now, that RNG mod that I like to run every now and then, Ancient Mega Pack, feels pretty goddamn close to its fucking final form now. Finally, which is actually kind of insane how much better this mod is now compared to like when I first tried it.
Oh, you been updated?
Yeah, it's been getting updated like over and over and over and over and over again, and now it's every time it gets an update, the guy changes a lot of aspects about it, where it almost feels like a new mod. And like where it is now is a fucking far cry from where it was like last year. For the better. It's genuinely a really good fucking mod.
What's that?
Let's do that.
That's cute.
Another thing I'm experimenting with right now too that's actually pretty good, and there's really no downside to it really at all. It's just kind of a cool addition that kind of wish would have been part of the base game. They had some mod called Friends with Benefits that when I saw the name of it, I assumed it was something else. I don't know why. I assumed what it was in real life. It's just a coy name where essentially it adds an extra morality system to the game where your relationship status, not even just meaning like if you go romance, but just in general, your status with all of your party members actually has benefits, passives that they add on to your character depending on how much a character likes you or dislikes you, which is actually kind of cool. And the passives are all different and unique to every single character. And they have like the biggest passives, if you do choose to go the romance route, they have like unique buffs that are all tied to that as well.
People be lives, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the Baldur's Gate's modding community is actually like really legitimately top tier.
Hope that transitions over to 4.
I wouldn't hold my breath.
I'm hoping.
I'd say it's more likely that it'll transition over to Divinity.
I'm telling you, man, Larian has the winning formula.
Or at least they had it with this one. Well, we'll see what they crap out with Divinity.
They crap out. If they crap out, oh man, they'll be fools to basically not just do what they did with Baldur's Gate, but make it better.
You would think.
I would think. I'm gonna get my wrist.
Can't answer basic questions, then maybe come prepared next time.
I'm answering the question. You don't give me the chance to answer. You haven't given me a chance to
You
answer.
said you
I'm happy
didn't-
to answer your
you said
question.
you
and
weren't-
You cut me off when I started to answer.
You said you
started
did
screaming
not
at me.
consult.
Okay, the time has expired. We're going to move on. Mr.
People
Yakov.
scream when they...
You're gonna interrupt a black man like that? Honestly, diabolical. Yeah, but anyway, and this is how this whole thing went. Now, Dr. Fauci got obliterated over here, as he should be, and there's a reason why I'm showing this to you.
Thank you for coming. You know, we're talking about a little bit about vaccination. I think we ought to talk a little bit about the arrogance of a fellow named Anthony Fauci who came and lied to Congress, lied to the American people.
That is
and, in my
correct.
opinion, destroyed the confidence of the American public in the healthcare system.
Completely
so
true.
I think that when we're talking about
Completely true.
vaccination, that's number one. Number two is your predecessor, who was not a physician either, led the greatest invasion in this country of 13 to 20 million illegal people coming in this country who were not
True.
vaccinated.
True.
And brought in disease.
Right, the former party, the Democrats, they claim they care about vaccines. They imported millions of unvaccinated people carrying whatever the fuck. Now, a lot of people are criticizing RFK Jr. right now because there was an increase in measles in the country, a massive increase of measles over the last couple of years, and they're blaming RFK Jr. for stuff like this. Who's getting the measles? It's the illegals. It's the illegals that are in the country that are getting the measles. Like, obviously, they're the ones that never had the vaccinations. They are they're revitalizing a dead disease because people were not getting measles because people got vaccinated and it killed off the disease. You can only get measles if you catch it from somebody.
Yes,
If everyone's
that's the place.
vaccinated,
It's in the
it
undead realm.
completely kills the
Yeah, fuck.
disease. So at that point, even people that weren't getting vaccinated for measles weren't catching it because who are you going to catch it from? No one has it. Now measles is fucking back, baby, because we imported infinite retards from the third world that never had immunity to measles, and now measles is back. So the crazy thing is, it's not even the lack of vaccines that's causing this shit nearly as much as it's, the foreigners that are being brought in en masse
disease into this country. So let's actually bring facts into that conversation.
And that is the real reality here. Now, RFK Jr. has been getting blasted largely for the raccoon penis situation, which is pretty hilarious, I'm not going to lie. So,
That's a sentence.
Who's very anti-Trump in his entire administration, it seems. You know, he says he's apolitical. He's obviously
bullshit.
not. I still like the guy, and a lot of people don't. But I have to do this, man. I have to do this. Because RFK Jr., whether you like him or not, is absolutely trying his best to fight for what he believes in. And I could say that is way more than every other person, basically, in all of Congress. All these retards are fighting for their bullshit agendas, trying to push infinite bullshittery, all right? And I just had to show this to you. Because I think if you compare RFK Jr. cutting a raccoon penis off, it's fucking insane, I'm not gonna lie. All right, you compare that to Anthony Fauci lying to the American people, potentially killing tens of thousands of people with myocarditis and other side effects from the COVID vaccine when he lied and said there were none. I think I know who's worse.
Yap about two freaks today, and I want to start with the wackiest one. RFK Jr. and a dead raccoon's penis.
This is pretty wild, though. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna enjoy this one.
That is a match made in heaven right there. That is peanut butter and jelly. Vultures don't get as excited about roadkill as RFK Jr. does. This guy loves it. And he brags about having like a freezer full of roadkill that he studies and like feeds to his hawk. I had no idea this guy was a cock scientist. I didn't know that. But in his new book, he just openly talks about the time that he pulled over with his family in the car, mind you, his kids in the car, pulled over in order to cut the penis off of a dead raccoon so he could bring it back and analyze it. As if he's some kind of like archaeologist. Like he's fucking Evie from The Mummy going through like the Book of the Dead trying to research it and learn about it as if he's some kind of scholar for dick. Animal dick. It's all documented in his new book.
I just want to make something clear here. There are more liberals angry that RFK Jr. did something objectively weird as fuck. Right, pulled over and cut the penis off a dead raccoon. All right, I cover right-wing controversies, left-wing controversies. I think that's why people like me, because I give shit to whoever deserves it. But the honest truth is, this is way better than abortion. He's cutting the penis off a dead animal. There are 1 million abortions murdering living babies a year in America. 1 million. So, like, literally. Let's enjoy the hilarity of the story and recognize the fact that you people are immoral degenerates.
RFK Jr., The Fall and Rise.
Yeah, but the problem is he's not talking about this like it's a funny thing or like it's hilarious or anything. He's doing this as a way to smear. And you're platforming that, which is like your choice. But I kind of wish we were being more honest about the framing here.
Know when the rise is happening. It hasn't happened yet. He's still in that fall. This dude looks like he's housing every single plague that the world has ever seen in his body right now.
Yeah, so that's another one that I always love watching people do this. All right, you know, RFK Jr., he looks like he's so unhealthy and he's dying and he's in charge of health. Bro, this is RFK Jr. He is 70.
I was about to say, see him without his fucking shirt on and then say he's unhealthy.
Are we being real? What the fuck, dude? Anyway, this keeps going. He does 20 pull-ups easily at 71 years old. God, I hope that when I am 71 years old, I will still be able to do that too. All right? Because that is crazy. So people freaking out because he has a throat disease, all right, which is not his fault. You know, they'll just say he's such an unhealthy. He's housing every disease on the planet in his body. Bro takes care of himself way better than everyone else I know.
Every image and video I see of him, he looks like he's deteriorating further and further and just devolving into a fucking ghoul from Fallout.
I mean, but what about that one where he did, you know, I mean, listen, man, people are in their echo chambers and they never leave their echo chambers. I don't even blame him for not knowing this kind of thing, per se.
You should.
It really is wild to see people completely lost in the sauce.
This is where these guys kind of lose me a little bit, is that they pick and choose when they want to drop the hammer. But then for certain guys, because they like them, he throws the kid gloves back on. It's like, no, if somebody's being fucking retarded, it doesn't matter how much I like or love them. I'm going to call that shit out. That's why I don't have fucking friends. Not like that. I don't have a big circle like that. And I expect the same shit back towards me.
is the experience here that
I do my best to read and watch both sides of different arguments to make my opinions as fine-tuned as I possibly can. This one ain't it.
Get pinned.
It never
I was
is.
standing in
All
front
of these
my
takes are
parked
bad.
Car on I-684, cutting the penis out of a road-killed raccoon, thinking about how weird some of my family members have turned out to be.
That's the funniest sentence I've ever heard in my life.
A surreal passage indeed. I like how he's cutting the penis off of a roadkill raccoon in front of his probably horrified children in the car.
They're not horrified at all. They know him for what he
He
is.
has a wife and children. Obviously, it's a family that gets along with each other. He probably, his whole family's like, oh shit, Dad's gonna cut another penis off of dinner. Alright, I'm not defending it. I think this is weird.
Better be careful. Those webs carry vibrations.
Oh wait, 3 of us leveled up.
Ooh. Have you tried the Death Knight class?
A long time ago, yeah.
Is it good?
Is it the one that has 3 subclasses? 1 blood, 1 necro, and 1 something else?
Frost, yeah.
I tried the blood subclass. I thought it was decent. It's got like built-in lifesteal capabilities and stuff like that. I never felt the need to revisit it though. Like it was okay. I thought it was fine.
Ooh, the ice one. Annihilation can make an additional free attack for casting a spell or cantrip. God, why does Necrotic always look like shit no matter what they try to do with it with mods?
Same reason that it's the ranger fucking problem too.
God, dude, like, it looks cool, but it's like, oh man, like a lot of things are resistant to necrotic.
Yes.
That's the other fucking problem.
That was the main problem for the longest time. There was like no point. It was like if you wanted to play a character that felt like it was completely neutral the entire time, you played Necrotic. Because you never had an advantage over anything, but you never had a disadvantage either. Like you were just completely a blank slate.
See what classes they got. I felt like I tried Dustblade before.
Yeah.
I think I tried it and I couldn't get behind it. Or I just couldn't find the one I liked.
I'm pretty sure we tried that in the same file.
Did we? Did I try the Spellcaster? No, I feel like I tried something else that had like a lot of other bullshit going on with it. Was it Mindweaver I tried?
Mindweaver, that's the one. Dustblade
Yeah,
I tried too though, and it was okay. It wasn't anything crazy.
I love Mindweaver. That was just a lot of explosions and just colorful shit. Yeah, hell. Telekinetic. What about the telekinetic class? Wait, no, it's telekinetic spells. Ain't really a class. Arcane Vanguard? Wait. Why does Arcane Vanguard just looks like a fucking Sword Song wizard? That's because it is. That's all it is. Okay.
Eager for battle.
Terrifying. It says flourishes. That's what the difference is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna like that. Nightbringer armor?
Let's move.
Yeah, I'm good. Nightbringer armor.
I'm ready.
I never got to properly try the Dark Knight class. That's from Final Fantasy. I never got to actually try it.
Never a dull moment.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Work my magic. Looking ahead.
Domain. That's a,
Weird as fuck. I'm not gonna lie.
And he's like, God, my family is so peculiar. They're such odd goofballs. They're so
Cleric,
weird.
basically.
Over there with the fucking hacksaw and the raccoon's cock. If only they could be more like me, just
Fucking does.
normal and well-adjusted. There we go. And then he
This
holds
guy's
it up like a trophy.
headcanon is crazy.
We're celebrating, family. Quick, get some ice out. I gotta put this on ice. I need to study it when we get home. My kids waited patiently in the car.
Like, look, everyone's freaking out that RFK Jr. cut the penis off a dead raccoon. Meanwhile, you have people like Moist Critical, by the way, who literally condones cutting the penises off children. Human living children.
Oh, wait a minute.
Because
What's that
they
gentleman?
identify as a different gender. Right? So, like, again, like every time I hear like genuine criticism of RFK,
Oh, you get a freezing swipe?
are we actually being
They
fucking
fill a
serious?
costume
Like,
to
this
save
is
it,
goofy
though,
and
they get
weird. Don't get me
frozen.
wrong.
Oh.
We're gonna laugh at this situation, absolutely.
Noted as he collected the raccoon's genitals so he could study them later. Finally, a man brave enough to go where science fears. He was willing to do the dirty work of snipping a raccoon's dick so he could take it home and really fuck.
Hang on.
Some of these look pretty cool. Both of the Frozen Wilds, I like that one. Ice Smites are always cool. What is the Elder? It's a new one. The Wing of... Holy shit, that's my neck. The Ungodly Arcanic Weaver. Life Guardian, the Dark Fate. Oh my god,
Find
now you're
out
trying to pronounce
what
that
makes
word.
it
Sun
tick.
Herald.
Like I'm curious. What is there to study with a raccoon?
How long does this
Like,
go?
what is there to do with that?
I agree.
What was he doing? Just over there, like playing with it?
Radical pro-woman, anti-rape guy.
Damn, there's a lot of
talking
colors.
about victims and stuff, and how Trump is evil and a pedophile and whatever. And turns out Eric Swalwell was accused of drugging, raping, beating, and choking a plethora of women. This is after a different scandal came out where he was cheating on his wife with a Chinese spy. This is one of the wildest stories in American politics. I made an entire video about it as it came out just like 2 days ago. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because here we have Moist Critical making a video where 7 minutes and 45 seconds of it are focused on RFK Jr. cutting off a dead penis from a raccoon. Pretty wild stuff. And then another 2 minutes talking about one of the biggest scandals in American politics. And I mean, it shouldn't surprise you. You look at the comments, it's all about RFK. All about RFK, because that's like actually that is actually the main
It's an
topic of the
echo
video.
chamber.
It's not the serial alleged rapist. Feminist, woke, beautiful guy that loves women. It is just wild watching the emphasis getting put on people like RFK, and just avoid it. The most unbelievable satanic shit you see on the other side. That being said, it's weird as fuck that he cut a penis off a dead raccoon. And ultimately, that was a funny video. I just feel like it is important to understand exactly the way we're being manipulated. Now, there's no government on the planet that hates their own people like the United Kingdom. So we have to talk about what's been going on there lately. It's honestly insane. New, the UK is preparing for shortages of chicken, pork, salad, and other groceries this summer if war in Iran continues. Do we understand the level of cut this entire nation is? You're gonna be out of chicken if the war in Iran continues? You're gonna be out of salad? Like, do you understand what we're doing here? Like, they started off complaining about fuel and stuff, and I guess that was receptive to the British people. So they're like, oh my god, we could just blame all of our inequities on Donald Trump killing Iranian terrorists. People don't understand the level of evil that we're dealing with, because not only is this a lie, all right, because it has nothing to do with the war in Iran that you're gonna be out of salad, okay? So not only is it a lie, but also this is pressuring people that are going to see this and believe it into pressuring this war to stop, because this country is entirely and utterly compromised by Islam. This is the most unbelievable bald-faced lie I've ever seen in my life. And now Keir Starmer just came to America, so we have a lot to talk about here. So, breaking, Taiwan's stock market cap soars to 4.14 trillion, surpassing the UK. UK can't stop taking L's. It's honestly unbelievable. Economic struggles are tough right now. Yeah, the economy's a nightmare in England. It's crazy. Israel, a country the size of New Jersey, constantly at war. Israel has a higher GDP per capita than England. How is this even possible? And you know, like, every time I do this, I get like British people upset at me and stuff. Not the base British people that are trying to restore Britain and save their country, but the loser British people that are cucked as shit and always offended by stuff I say. You literally can do nothing to me, because if you insult me on the internet, you might go to jail. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What are you gonna do? Call me a slur and go to jail? All right, dude. All right, so this is crazy. New breaking news: if the UK joined the US as the 51st state, we would be the poorest state in the entire union. That is correct. And look at this one. Mississippi, which is portrayed as a swamp-dwelling hillbillies in majority of international media, is above us. Oh my God. New analysis reveals Brits thought that the UK ranked 7th among US states. However, it is ranking 51st. Every single state of the United States of America individually beats England's economy. So you have this guy being like, Mississippi is portrayed as a swamp with hillbillies, and it is still above us, England. You know, the black people, all the James Bond movies, right? So, and they're still worse. Like, that is how bad England is right now, and it's purely because they're woke fucks that import third world retards and freaks that do nothing to actually contribute to their country, their culture, or their economy. They're paying everything out into this welfare bullshit. They're socialized retards, and they refuse to actually.
Yeah, he's got like 4 mods on console now. They're all really weird.
So the governor of Mississippi shows up out of nowhere. Bless your heart. As you.
He's also got the pizza thing too. Like they're all like really weird hipster shit.
Man, what the fuck is this? Oh my, Cupid's arrows. Oh god. You can summon. Oh my gosh, you can summon a bird. Yes. Damn, it's like an ugly cardinal. Ew.
Which way to the nearest library?
Okay.
You say in the UK, Assalamu alaikum. Oh my god, dude. Just an absolute death blow. Holy crap. Now, breaking. The government is now investigating reports. Oh, this is huge. Investigating reports that asylum seekers are pretending to be gay to stay in the United Kingdom. That's right. They invade England and they try to deport them. No, they don't. But they make believe they try to deport them. And the asylum seeker's like, actually, I'm gay. I would get executed by Islam if I return. And they're like, holy shit, you should stay.
So
it is crazy watching the far-right conspiracy theories just get justified every single time. This is also in England. Scientists call British ban on boiling lobsters alive. A study
just looks very. That's what I'm looking for here.
You literally aborted a third of the babies in your generation, and you're crying about crustaceans? This is crazy, bro. It's like, what? A living animal can feel pain? Like, are we even being serious?
That kind of lie.
We won't ban halal, but we will ban boiled crustaceans.
And I see the pizza
we won't ban industrialized child murder, but boiling crustaceans?
Weapons
is wild. Just in, new
analysis
reveals Brits rank in the UK.
Is this what's happening?
I think so.
They actually ranked 51st. This is brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Like he's basically like, as a modder, he's basically the equivalent of like Taika Waititi as a director. He's basically like Love and Thunder, the modder, where he just does whatever he thinks, and like there's nobody there to restrain him and pull him back and say, maybe that's not a really cool thing. He just lives his best life and creates exactly what he wants to create. So, you know, more power to him. Like there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not my speed.
It's not, but goddamn, man, it's uber fruity.
All of them do.
The pizza one, I don't understand what the fuck is happening.
Is it like a pizza monk? I think it is.
Yeah, but I don't understand. Like, what the fuck is the point of it? That's what I'm trying to understand.
To throw pizzas at things. Like, I think that is actually, unironically, the point.
Oh my god, it's a Thor class. Oh, that's cool. It actually lets you create water too, so you can actually get the. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. I'll look into that one later. It's also a ghost class.
Ripe with magic.
It's going the other way. How far can you cast this? Oh crap. Yep. It's alright. We got a full party, so I don't care if it does the tomb. Here it comes. Saved. Well, if that's... Well, actually, I already got a hit. Can I attack the web?
Ooh, I think I found a class I want to play. This is a pretty cool one. The dancer class.
What? The drow?
What?
No. Okay, not that one. I don't know the one you're talking about then.
It's like a support class.
Interesting.
It's called dance. It's called dancer. Just dancer class. And reading it, it seems pretty good. At least for the first thing I read, I can spend a class action to give my ally an extra action. They get +2 to mission rolls. Then bonus action give an ally extra action. Once per short rest, you can regain 1 game. Roman blade, bolt struck. What the fuck's a bolt struck? Like damage to target. Oh. Burning blade. Alright, I already know what kind of build I would do with this. I would need the potent robe, and I'm going for a fuck ton of reverberating gear. Oh, yep, and when I keep scrolling down, at level 5 I get to pick a passive reverberating rest. Oh god, man, I can't pronounce words nowadays.
You ever could?
Fuck you. Even when I was like in school actually reading, there's just certain words I just can't say.
Black debuff.
I hate you. Like 2 stacks of reverberation on target. He tells you damage. Okay, yeah, I'll play this dancer class. This class looks legit. It looks like I get reverberation just built into the class. Keeping that with Mono, that's pretty cool. What else we got? College of Winter Spirit. Ice
That's
Age
another
Bard.
one from Dunna.
Oh, he got his fucking face there. I definitely know it's him.
Swift and lethal.
I don't know if that dude's a shitter at the game or not. Sometimes I feel like he's a shitter in the game.
Who, Dunna? He's absolutely a shitter. I will never, ever, ever, ever forget watching him try to play a barbarian, doing a regular attack, And then after the fact, saying, I guess I'll just pop rage. After he already did an attack. Like, all casual. And I was just like, I wanted to fucking throw my PC out of the window. Okay, we got blue tier rewards on this one. 4+ to wisdom. Effectiveness increases. Who's wisdom on my team? Do I have a wisdom user? Are clerics wisdom?
Yes.
They are, right? Staff of Crones.
Yeah,
Orange
opposing
tier
wisdom.
item. What the fuck? Molecular decomposition. Ring of evasion.
Oh, there's a war dancer.
Targeted
There's
evocation.
two dancers.
Spells cast on allies or self also heal. Deal radiant damage. Ooh. Ooh, that's tempting. That is tempting, but I've been getting a lot of items for Gale here lately. I kind of feel like I want to take one for somebody else. Yeah, +4 to wisdom. Oh, to saving throws. Oh, never mind. This item's dog shit. I thought it was stat. Yeah, I'm taking this for Gale.
That's like the purple. Oh my god.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
I think this is broken, but that looks pretty fucking stupid. Improved Unholy Smite.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Oh, I gotta loot this asshole. Take it all. Do I have 5?
Got today's rating for 10.
Oh, I do have 5. I have 5 coins. Come on.
Oh my back. Oh my back.
So something, because I'm about to do this again for the second time. Something that they changed with this mod that I think is absolutely fantastic. Do you vaguely remember how they used to have a system where you put a coin into like an item and essentially it just gave you random loot? It was like basically a glorified loot box that you could use like 10 times as long as you had the coins to pay for it.
Yes.
They updated it now where the same thing is in play. The boxes all got updated where they have class specific ones now. Should you want to use those items like slot specific, the works, etc., etc. That's not the important part. The important thing now is that when you deposit a coin into these boxes, rather than it being a one and done where you just get the item and then you're done, they now have it to where a timer starts where you get like 10 to 15 turns, which is like, I don't know how many minutes in real life or whatever in real time. You get a time period where you can deposit the item right back in to the box you got it from if you don't like the item you got, and it re-rolls it at the expense of more charges or more uses to the loot box itself. So you could just keep re-rolling like 5 or 6 times until you get an item you like. Hopefully you get one you like, rather than being stuck with something you don't want that does nothing for your characters, which is really fucking good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And you will actually have an ample amount of these loot boxes just sitting in your stash at all times. So the reroll mechanic, as long as you're using the same kind of loot box, you can still reroll. Because I already did it. You can reroll an item. You like if a loot box has 10 uses and you reroll an item like 3 or 4 times and use up all 10 charges, the loot box is effectively like done. If you have a second copy of that same loot box, you can take that same item and re-roll it in the other one and use up that thing's 10 charges as well, as long as the re-roll window is still open, which it is very generous. Also, if you're fumbling a little bit on seeing like what you want, whether you want it or not, you can activate turn-based mode and it freezes the timer so that you can actually just do this whole process while taking your time.
Just find your chest bone escape.
Mm-hmm. Like, it is actually really impressive how far this mod has come from when like I first used it. And there's thousands of items in this shit too. Oh, and another thing this guy did too, which was actually kind of goated when I noticed it. They used to have these items called like they were like orbs basically, where essentially they had a mechanic tied to them called Ancient Chaos, which were like momentary buffs that would activate whenever you were in combat. They had different versions of this thing tied to every element or different themes, essentially. These items used to be rings, so they would take up one of your primary slots if you wanted to use them. Something they changed now in the current version of this mod is that these items all still exist. There might even be more of them now, but instead of taking up a ring slot, he recoded it now where they are instruments instead, so you can have these passives working in the background without taking up one of your actual slots that you need for your actual gear. And it still maintains the function of like having the ability to like perform with instruments and shit all built in as well, if you care about that kind of thing.
Nope.
But yeah, it took me a while to notice because I threw a few of them on, and then I like at the last second I looked at my fucking setup, and I thought it was weird that I had perform as a class action tied to the orbs, and I'm like, what? Why is that there? And then when I looked, I was like, oh, he recoded this shit where it's not a ring anymore. That's a W.
This is one of the wildest article titles I've ever seen in my life. The UK was totally cool with Iran controlling the strait. The US takes it over and stops Iran's ships. The UK gets angry. Weird, huh? Yeah, completely and utterly sodomized by Islamists. All right, so this is queer Starmer freaking out, and he's fed up at Trump.
I'm fed up with the fact that families across the country see their bills go up and down on energy. Businesses' bills go up and down on energy because of the
drill for oil.
Of, Putin or Trump across the world.
You can't possibly blame Trump. He's blaming Trump for Iran bombing ships on the Strait of Hormuz. You know, Iran commits an act of terror. All right, Islamic terror takes place. Immediately blames Trump. Like, you can't even make this up. It's unbelievable how cucked these people are. It's crazy. All right, so Surrey police says it will not tolerate.
This is only the third one I found. I didn't even bother to try to open the other one. I forgot about it.
Right, so several Muslim men raped.
They also have these things called interplanar chests hidden away at random spots inside the game that you can't use the knock spell to open these. You have to actually do the lockpick. But the only catch is that when you do it, the required number to unlock the box is 50.
Peace.
Meaning the only possible way for you to open these things is a nat 20. So there's no way to cheat. It is complete RNG on whether you ever get it or not. And by the way, it's enforced, because when the first time I came across this, I thought I was being smart and cheeky, and I used the knock spell, it fucking killed me. And then my fucking honor mode run was over right away.
What the fuck? Wait, the chest kills you?
Yes. It blew up because I used a knock spell, which is against the rules. So ever since now I know, every time I see one of these boxes, I fucking use a lockpick.
Can't keep me out.
Which I have a decent amount. I have 26. I could try a few rolls and see if I get a nat 20. 19. Fuck. Let's try again. 24. Oh, regular 20. Fuck! Thought I got a nat. This is pretty much the only thing that I need lockpicks for because I have knock. So I can't afford to piss these away trying to open one of these. Amazing. I get nat 20s on bullshit all the time. This is the one spot where I actually need one outside of the end of the game. Alright. I'm good. Yeah. Whatever it is inside there, it can stay there. I'm not meant to get it.
Nothing.
It says there's a cellar here somewhere.
I don't see one.
A woman in England, they protest, and they shut down the protest. They will not tolerate it. Gang rape is tolerated, just not the reaction of the gang rape. And this is all of England. And here we have UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and French President Emmanuel Macron. They've arrived to talk about maybe doing something to secure the Strait of Hormuz. These are like absolutely unbelievably useless people. Like, these are fundamentally useless people. It's crazy. Look at these guys going to meetings to talk about what meetings they could have about other meetings that they could take to write strongly worded letters to stop terrorism from happening. It is unbelievable that we're even tolerating these guys. Long-term allies and completely useless, cucked retards, sodomized by Islamists. And honestly, everyone is starting to notice that the UK is cooked.
Legal advisors help migrants pose as gay to get an asylum. Undercover BBC investigation finds.
We're investigating immigration advisors that are encouraging migrants to cheat the asylum system.
To
penetrate this shadow industry.
This is treason, by the way.
It
these
is.
people that helped the asylum seekers lie to infiltrate your countries, y'all gotta start hanging these people for treason. Legally hanging them.
We've had to go undercover. Our reporter is posing as a former student who wants to
Our BBC penetrated from multiple angles.
stay in the UK.
Okay.
They're not being persecuted. They've got no genuine basis to claim asylum. But we've heard some consultants are prepared to help
This whole asylum shit is crazy anyway. It's like, because our culture is better than yours, we have to accept retards into our country because their culture sucks. Now they're gonna come to our country and make our culture worse.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
Asylum is like a fundamentally retarded, entitled position that so many people have. All right? Look, man, asylum is a charity. We do not have to give you charity. We are not obligated to give you charity just because our culture is better. It's not like we were just all plopped into this world randomly and our geography was better than yours, and that's kind of unfair, so therefore we have to help you out. No, our geography is better than yours because our culture is better than yours, because our forefathers are better than your forefathers, because our principles, our doctrines, and our society is better than yours. That's why our country is better than yours. It's not random. It's not a coincidence. And the fact that we are like somehow need to feel obligated to help third world retards at the cost of our own civilization because, well, oopsie poopsie, it's unfair to them is a fundamentally like communist position. And so many people think that somehow we're obligated to help these people. We are not.
Immigrants like him pretend to be gay to stay in the UK.
Pretend to be gay? Don't worry, the BBC will go under the covers to penetrate you to pretend to be gay.
What do? You have to show up with like a Village People t-shirt? You have to be a fan of Assassin's Creed Shadows?
Yeah.
What does being gay look like?
Hello?
I wonder.
After
Bro, there are men that can identify as women. I'm sure you got straight guys identifying as gay.
putting out some feelers, our undercover reporter's phone rings out of the blue.
Someone's got in touch from a number that we have not got saved.
And then, I don't know who this person is, but her name's Tanisha. Yeah, in gay. I said, but I'm not a gay. She goes, doesn't matter, no one's gay.
I'm not the gay. Being a gay sucks. We execute a gays. I am not the gay. And then she said, but make believe you're gay, and then the government will make you stay because they don't want to send you back to the back savages.
One's gay.
Later that evening, our undercover reporter puts a face to the voice on the phone.
Okay.
This is Tanisha Khan. She's invited him to her home in East London for what will turn out to be the first of several meetings. Tanisha explains one specific way to remain in the country.
We can get you a visa. It's on human rights. It's called gay case or same-sex.
We are literally getting scammed by the third world across the entire West, and you're not allowed to notice or you're a racist.
You have to prove that you're an LGBTQ person, but I'm not. That's it. There's no other hope for any other visa.
For a fee, Tanisha offers to provide evidence to support the fake claim.
So you just get let in?
You gotta remove these people from our countries, man.
If you're gay? What the fuck? How does some...
It's because you're an asylum seeker. You claim that you're gay and that the radical Islamists will execute you to go back to your homeland, and they all understand that. Like, they'll say that their culture is the same as ours, but they can't send you back to that culture because that culture will kill you. And then we will import these people into our countries who say that our culture is worse and we need to make our countries like theirs. Do you not understand how it works? It's so obvious. It's so simple, actually. You see, Haiti is a shithole, so we need to bring Haitians here and tell them that actually we need you to turn our country into Haiti too, while we fund the shithole of Haiti and while we're manipulated by you retards telling us that Haiti's actually great. Haiti's not great. It's not great. They will eat your testicles in Haiti. Okay, get the fuck out.
Something like this happened. I will fully prepare you compiling a comprehensive package for you.
I will give you dildos of all colors and sizes and shapes. Dildos that can fit into any orifice that you have. We'll have dildos for all of those. And you will only go in and be like, whoopsie poopsie, and you will drop your giant box of dildos, which will roll everywhere, and be like, as you can see, I am incredibly gay. I have all the dildos that prove my gayness. And then the gay police officers in England will say, for a simple sex we will have together in passion and love. You will give me HIV, but it's worth it, and we will let you into the country, and you will stay here to proceed to rape our country in any way possible, and they'll never send you back because you'll say, human rights, I am forced to stay here because I am too gay to go back to Nigeria. Nigerians hate the gays, but I am the gay.
You feel better.
Including photographs of you at clubs. Guys, does anybody here like going to a club? I've got bad or good news for you, depending. You're gay. And various other pieces of supporting evidence. Look, this guy's listened to Creed on Spotify for 632 hours. Oh, no, let him in. No, we know. Say no more.
It's actually much easier. I love how like everyone's trying to make it complicated to prove that you're gay. Bro, if you can identify as the other gender with no evidence, you can identify as gay. Like these countries have developed systems to let them rape us, but I could give you an even better one. Right? This guy will be like, I would vote for the leftists. Oh, you're gay. Welcome, welcome in. Human rights, a weapon used by the left to slaughter us.
Asmon missed this, but in the full video they actually explain how this is massively widespread.
You think you've seen it all, and then you see something like this.
Our reporter makes a down payment of £150 to become a client. He's invited to attend his first meeting. Here, Tanisha isn't just one of the group's advisors, but a star attraction.
Our reporter is in there, and every time we've driven past, there's more and more people going
It
in.
is just a giant group of illegal aliens going to learn how to pretend to be gay to live in the country forever, and they can't deport them. This is a human rights violation.
And it's clearly absolutely packed in there, so this isn't...
Human rights, by the way, imply human wrongs. People don't understand this. And also, human rights aren't real. Human rights are gay. If you believe in human rights, you're probably gay. Or human rights are not a real thing. It's a social construct invented by retards to manipulate you. Human rights aren't real.
There's people in London, there's people from all over the country. Yep.
Come 200 plus bande.
We are 200 plus gay people. We've all gathered together here to gay together. By proving our gayness, we will be let into the country to rape your girls, and they won't expect it because they'll be like, wait, I thought you were gay.
मैं तो नहीं भाई कोई भी नहीं इसमें
Not even 1% gay.
1% भी नहीं 1% जानते हो 0.01% भी
Tanisha Khan
He is not even 1% gay, but he's here with the gay crowd of gays.
denies all wrongdoing and said there've been communication difficulties because she's not a fluent Urdu speaker.
And they don't even put her in jail after investigating this because, wow, she's just a foreigner, she didn't understand.
The Home Office said anyone found trying to exploit the system will face the full force of the law.
They do nothing.
Fact is that there shouldn't even be a system that lets people in for being gay to begin with. That's a retarded thing to do. Why would somebody being gay have any sort of impact on whether you let them into the country?
Their argument is because the countries that they come from, they'll execute you if you're gay. So therefore, if you're gay, they don't want to remove you from the country because it's some sort of human rights violation because you'll go back to a land where they execute gay people, and that's essentially sending them to their deaths. So therefore, their asylum claims holds more value. That's in their mindset. My mindset is, I actually don't fucking care, and it's really not my problem. If they'll execute you for being gay, I guess you have to stop being gay. What do you want me to tell you, bro? It's literally not my problem.
Think about the implications of something like this. It's insane.
The implication is they want to let the world into your country to rape you because they have infinite white guilt. All right? And that's essentially what it's dealing with. And everyone is tired of this shit, dude.
Actual reaction of someone up in your face, close and personal. So he sits there and he holds the knife like this. When I'm touching his hand, he kind of pulled it out a little bit like that.
He was being held at knife point by a UK man who was recording his face, pressing him.
A UK man.
Which is why he didn't want to make a scene. What the fuck?
For context, Marlon is a big US streamer. While he was visiting the UK, he and his girlfriend were attacked by some thugs.
Of course I'm not gonna do that because, bro, one stab and I'm done for. If I done anything and he does, then they just run off. Who's gonna stop him? What, the people that works in the kebab shop? That's who's gonna stop him? Of course not.
The
UK, known for its kebab.
UK is selling bear. This is the one I saw earlier. Look at this. Uh-huh. Right. Who could have expected this?
It's a UK man. Stop asking questions. But I was told though by Tucker Carlson that actually the Pakistani people in the UK are so much nicer than the craven, sad whites. I was told by Tucker Carlson that actually it's the white people that are the problem in the UK.
Pakistani woman who's like, oh, we're so glad you're here. Which I don't think I would have gotten from the liberal white ladies.
Genuinely, have you
Live
felt
here.
threatened walking around?
No, not at all. Again, who's going to do anything? Pakistanis are all super nice to me, and the whites are all kind of craven and sad. No, you're totally safe here, man.
Yep. Anyway, that aged really well. You know who disagrees? All the British people who he's selling for content. Because that's essentially what's happening here, for those of you that are unaware. All right, Tucker Carlson saying this is selling the lives of 250,000 of what's the number? Of British girls that were raped by Pakistanis over the last decade or so. Like, selling all of these people for your little propaganda trip. Bro loves that Islamo money so much that he's willing to sell an entire nation, all right, for his little virtue signal.
Yo, chill out, bro. Chill out.
So he's got a knife while he's trying to hold this, like, dude.
What are you doing?
Chill. Relax.
Don't tell me chill, brother.
Do not tell me chill. This is my hardcore Canadian accent, as you can see.
Don't tell me chill, bro.
You're racist if you tell me to chill while I try to rape your girlfriend with knife. I'm not touching you. This is classic British behavior. You know how I know I'm British? I have paperwork that says British because I'm gay.
That's tough, man. That's really tough. Because it's easy to see something like this and think that you're gonna react differently when you might react exactly the way that he did. But if you can muster yourself to take the chance, you need to shoot your shot right then and there when he's that close. And just hope to God he does not react. It's better than taking the chance of not doing anything and then he still does something anyway. This is kind of hard to watch.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Look at the glass reflection. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously another violent migrant that should never have been in the UK to begin with, that's over there causing trouble for them and harassing tourists. But yes, went out to get food in a chicken shop here in London just now, almost turned into a 4v1 again. A bunch of fucking weirdos here. One of the worst experiences I've had with someone. Weird place. That's
what you have to say about England now. Oh my God.
Here's another component.
From biggest empire on the planet to absolutely cucked retards. It's so sad, man.
That's this that I want you guys to realize.
Listen, though.
See what he's doing to the girl. You can't coexist with people like this. The only way that you can deal with people like this is by putting them into prison. Like, in my opinion,
or putting them in the fucking dirt.
Like, you gotta get these people all out of the country, man.
What he needs to do is they need to go through and deport as many of these people as possible. If you can't do that, just put them into prison. Like, this is such a huge problem. I don't think enough people are realizing it. Eventually,
the media shuts it down. They don't want to talk about it. This is giant silencing operation. You know, if British people complain about it, they get arrested for their tweets and Facebook posts. All right, people don't understand the depths of what's going on here, which is why I make these videos, even though my channel is currently fucking demonetized and I make no money off of it. All right, listen, bro. A Jew giving you content for free, I can't even believe it. But I am, for the love of the game. It's not about the money, it's about sending the message. And also about the money. I would really like it if YouTube would remonetize my channel, please.
Enough men in the UK will be tired of this, and there will be a change. The problem that I have is that I think that whenever there is a change for this, if this problem is not addressed in a democratic way, will either be addressed as a page in a history book or a chapter. I think
he's right. He's right. If the government refuses to get together and do something, eventually there will be a rebellion. Essentially, if you look at British politics, you have the left in England, where they vote to import infinite migrants and not deport any of them, and then you have the right, who also imports infinite migrants and doesn't get rid of any of them. Restore Britain is this new British party, they call them the far rights, that they actually want to deport everybody. But if you look at British politics until literally now, the two options were just import infinite migrants. And it's honestly insane watching our governments just betray us and sell us out like this.
I think it should be a page. It would be so much better if you just listened to the reasonable people who are bringing up legitimate concerns about this stuff and you just applied what they were saying. That's it.
And he's actually just correct about this. And that is all of England right now. That is literally all of England. Just an absolute cucked nation that destroyed their culture, their economy, and their people. That had hundreds of thousands, if not millions of girls raped by migrants. And they don't care. They sold you out. Now, a country that has zero tolerance on this entire migrants coming in and changing your culture and completely destroying you is Japan. Which is why Japan and America right now are actually pretty close friends. This is still one of my favorite clips of all time. When the current Prime Minister of Japan met up with Donald Trump and saw the portrait of Joe Biden, which is just a picture of an auto pen. Just laughing her head off. It's the funniest thing in the world, right? So here you got Trump, and here you have the auto pen. And she's just laughing her head off. It's the greatest symbol of alliance ever. So this is Japan. Thousands gathered to protest the construction of the first mosque in Fujisawa. This is massive. Like, the people are not ashamed to say that we do not want foreign cultures that come into our country that try to conquer us who actually exist here. Now, this is wild, actually. It's insane happening. Now, Elon Musk recently added some sort of feature that automatically translated Japanese tweets and American tweets to sort of make a bridge between the cultures. And let's just say It was magical. The number of this is a Japanese tweet. The number of encounters with black people in my neighborhood is steadily increasing. Their skeletal structure and the way their muscles are built are on a completely different level from the Japanese people. I'm slim, so if I got pinned down, it would be over in seconds. I never imagined that violence from a foreigner would climb in the ranks of my predictions for my own cause of death. I couldn't have pictured that even a few years ago. Things change when you least expect them to. So this went super viral on American Twitter. It's just racist as fuck. And it got even worse. For some reason, starting last night, I've suddenly been getting quote posts from black people complaining at me. I want to ask them, do you know about immigration policy? If you don't, I'd appreciate if you just stayed quiet. The ones who'd end up as victims are Japanese people. Also, I'm wary of Muslims and other immigrants too, not just black people. So it's like, I'm not just racist against black people, also Muslims. I don't think there's any grounds for you to complain about my self-defense awareness.
Let her go.
She's just right. She's just correct, actually. It's not your place. Shut up. I finally get why the Democrats are holding their own in America. Because they're a retard. There are really that many black people who can't engage in discussion. Oh my god. Just saying you want to defend yourself gets you thrashed. The very act of fearing black people is already considered discrimination. Oh my god, that's brutal. This is exactly the same as what the leftists in Japan keep preaching right now. I am not going to stay silent. This is fucking insane. Holy shit, bro. It's wild! So this went super viral. Then you had this one, how Japanese see us, and then it shows like Viltrumites. And then you got like, no, this is how you look to Japanese, and it's Goblin from Goblin Slayer. So as you can see, the discussion has gotten really, really good on the internet. People are really tired. Foreigner fatigue is just real these days. Like, holy shit, that is just unbelievable. Now, think before you sleep. Just released a video about foreigners in Japan. I'm not going to show all of it to you right now, but there is a segment that is super, super important, I think. So, this is a... Just listen to this fucking alien.
One of the biggest lies that we have been telling in Western media is that Japan does not have feminism. I think it's really funny when people say that feminism doesn't exist in Japan because you are seeing it. I am obviously a feminist myself, so I support Japanese feminists.
Right, so this is your feminist in Japan. A foreigner who comes to Japan, a leftist, libtard woman who comes to Japan to destroy the culture through feminism, because that's what feminism is. It's a destructive, inherently incoherent force that tries to apply to force the patriarchy, to remove the patriarchy. And that it is an inherently incoherent position that a lot of people take to destroy nations. It is a nation-destroying ideology that exists to basically prevent the birth of the next generation through manipulating women and emasculating men. So here we have feminists in Japan, which are Western liberal white women. So to all my Japanese viewers, let me just say, not so different, you and I, both of us tormented by liberal white women.
Because you are seeing it. I am obviously a feminist myself, so I support Japanese feminists.
Nothing like foreigners coming into your country to literally destroy your culture. Yeah, I'm getting used to it.
Nobody cares. I swear these activists are the most annoying people on the planet.
True.
They constantly throw out the dumbest takes while pretending to be intelligent.
But you also...
The worst part is, I'm part of this country, so I have the right to an opinion. What?
Kind of advocate a lot for feminism here in Japan.
I think a lot of feminists in Japan are trying to advocate for people to feel free to do what they want. And not only that, but to also not feel the pressure to become like a housewife or something like that.
Literally, who the fuck are you? Like, you have people coming from other cultures, they come in, they try to destroy yours from
you
the
can
inside.
do if you want to, but I think that you should have that choice and be able to say...
Everyone has that choice. There are plenty of working women in Japan. Or in fact, there have been working women throughout all of human history, essentially. Like this whole idea of, oh, I'm a feminist because I want to give women a choice in life. Women always had a choice in life. Well, not always, but for a long time had a choice in life. They don't need you.
Okay, do I want to do this or do I want to have my career or do both?
Yes, that is the same person from the first video. She was using a face filter, which is never...
It's like being LGBTQ in Japan.
Never mind. Anyway, her great...
Hi, I'm going to come to Japan because I like the culture. Anyway, I'm going to destroy the culture.
Solution to helping a country that's already in an extreme birthing crisis is to take a population that's known for working so many hours that they can't develop a social life and encourage more of them to enter the workforce.
That's right.
Well, then how do you fix the population crisis? Oh, right.
That's right. You replace them.
Hey, we'll just fix that problem by
she's pro-immigration too.
Destroying Japan's culture with mass...
Hi, I'm a feminist. Women shouldn't actually get married and have children. Anyway, what are we going to do about the population? Well, let's just replace them with infinite browns.
Third world immigration.
You stress the importance of like feminism having been around in Japan for much longer than we have. Is this something you regularly face in your comments as well? That, oh, you're a foreigner coming to Japan, you're bringing Western ideals here, it's not your place to
Yeah,
speak.
feminism isn't even like a Western ideal. It's a satanic ideal. All right, Western ideals are, I don't know, Christian civilization, which is not pro-feminism.
About this.
Definitely, and I think people love to say like, oh, you're a white woman. I'm like, yeah, but I'm talking about stuff. I've researched this, and it's all Japanese literature that I've looked at whenever I
I'm a foreigner in Japan. Let me tell you how I could change your culture.
talk about these things.
No, you haven't. Which books? You certainly didn't read them in Japanese because I've looked at your content and there is no way that you know enough Japanese to read college-level material.
Brutal.
She says in the podcast that she only really studied Japanese for a year,
Oh
which
my
is nowhere
God.
near enough time to get literate
I'm
enough
a foreigner in your country. I don't even speak your language. Anyway, let me change your culture.
to read
Get
difficult
used to it.
books. She doesn't speak Japanese in any of her videos, which is a red flag. And the subtitles that she writes in videos like this on her YouTube channel are so awkward that they were almost certainly written by AI. So it looks like she
Also, she looks like an alien.
uses AI for more than just face
I bet she
filters.
looks
But
that
I'm
way
hoping
because she
that the
thinks
more I
they're
talk about these
aesthetic.
things, the more that people will start to bring awareness, and I'm really hoping that we'll start to see more Japanese people and foreigners alike come together and think, okay, well, clearly this is not the exact image of Japan I had, and that's a good thing because it means that we can see what we have to change.
This is what I
I
find.
love Japan. I'm gonna come here so that I could change Japan.
The
to be
balls
better,
on this bitch.
Where like women are miserable and men are also miserable. You know, the results of feminism.
And to be most annoying. This girl is from England. She has been living in Japan for like 5 minutes. She doesn't speak the language, and she's like, yeah, we have to change everything about this country.
Yeah.
The story of America is, shut up. This is the most
The story of America is the story of immigrants. No, it's not. It's the story of conquerors and settlers, bitch. Jesus was an immigrant, and y'all claim to love him. It's like, I love how none of these people actually care about your values. They'll just use them to manipulate you.
annoying type of person. And as for me, as someone who has studied Japanese for years, if there are any political thoughts in my mind about Japan, it's not about how I can change all the things about their society that I don't like,
That's right.
but it is
How
instead
you
of
can incorporate the things you do like into your society.
about how I can export the good things about
Facts.
Japan, like their very low crime rates. Which brings us to modern day Twitter, where Elon Musk just made it so that posts by Japanese
There it
people
is.
auto-translate into English,
Yes.
and posts by
And
English
it was
people auto-translate into
And
Japanese.
everyone bonded over beautiful things that we all have in common, like racism.
That's what I was gonna say.
And
That's
after
exactly
about
what
20
it
minutes
was.
Of this, it started a cultural revolution that resulted in this flag here.
There it is.
Japanese people found out how much Americans liked them, and Americans found out how much cultural appreciation of America that there is in Japan.
That's right.
So basically, the sentiment of this moment in history was both countries saying, wait, you...
The American, the Japanese think you are true. I hope Trump becomes the president the left thinks he is.
guys love steak, hate mass immigration, and have annoying, violent leftists in your country too? It's a little depressing.
Oh, dude, it's just these leftists, they're everywhere, and they're just fucking miserable. And they speak English! They're speaking English!
Learning that Japan has these screaming idiots too, but also seeing on Twitter that we
It,
both have the same
it
trauma.
really is
has been
insane
like
that no
cultural
matter
group
where you
therapy
see these
between the
people at any
Japanese
part of the
and
fucking
Americans.
globe, they all act exactly the same way.
English Twitter, we're kind of all bonding over being incredibly racist
Exactly.
and hating illegal
That's
immigrants
right,
and
Baldo.
migrants in general.
So there was a very positive shaking of hands between the Japanese and Americans, but the part that I think is more relevant to this video is that this change to how Twitter works revealed that a lot of political tactics that are being used to degrade America are also being used to degrade Japan. And ever
It's the
since
same
Nick
everywhere,
Shirley
man.
exposed that Somalian
True.
immigrants in Minnesota were scamming taxpayers out of, what was it, hundreds of millions of dollars, we've also started asking where else these scams are being run, because if you think it's only happening in Minnesota, you're an idiot. Now, we've been told that we need these people in America due to labor shortages, but considering
Same strategy every time. There's a job shortage. Let's not enough Americans have jobs. Too many Americans are unemployed. But also, we need to import infinite migrants to get votes, so...
know all of the theft, and considering research like this that indicates that people from these cultures marked in yellow, orange, and red are a net negative on society, or at best provide little to no economic value, I think that excuse is bullshit. But look where else the labor shortage excuse is being used.
The number of foreigners working in Japan hits an all-time high.
It's quite a cool thing to see.
Quite a cool thing to see. I am a foreigner. I'm coming to Japan to change your culture.
Much needed, given the decline of population. The LDP, the ruling government over the last sort of decade, has been kind of sneakily bringing in more and more people. They've done a pretty good job bringing in sort of...
They did such a good job opening our borders, guys. Dude, it is unbelievable watching these libtard losers. Right, and these guys were so beloved. Just like a couple of years ago, you couldn't even criticize these guys. They were so beloved, it's crazy. They just preach the random woke shit, and if you criticize them, you just get banned on whatever platform you're on. But it's unbelievable.
250,000 foreigners a year to fill the gap of workers.
Oh my
Because there just
God.
aren't enough young people in Japan to fill all the jobs, the vacancies that are
So the solution is murdering feminism, all right, and having them get married.
popping up.
Okay, so you have a few less
Read them the Bible. I don't know. Maybe that'll inspire them to get married.
7-Elevens in Japan until the birth rates go back up. It's not a major sacrifice, just walk to the next corner and you'll find another one. Supposedly these work visas are for stuff like taking care of the elderly, but if you just walk around
Yeah,
Tokyo for
look
like
at that.
20 minutes, you can see that many of the newcomers are not working those types of jobs. Now, one especially nosy American foreigner might say, hey, why not do some investigation to see if you can create an effective plan of action to get Japanese people to have more kids, instead of importing tons of people from China on work visas who very often report that they hate Japanese people. If the ruling party in Japan has to sneak immigrants into the country, then that's probably because it's a policy that Japanese citizens don't like.
Completely true. And they do it to steal votes. They don't do it to help the country. All right, no politician's benevolent. All right, politicians don't do anything out of pure benevolence. They import these immigrants to steal votes, and they do it sneakily so that the actual Japanese people don't know that that's happening. Same thing
But
that
doesn't
happened
this
here.
sound so similar to America, where you have numerous different groups of third worlders who reside in our country, who wave the flags of their country of origin
That's
as
right.
they say
They
America.
hate us. They hate us. They come into America, they hate us, and they want to turn our country into their country, where they could get infinite health care and socialized shit so that they could make money by existing and raping us. Yep.
America is a horrible place. Which brings us to this incredibly interesting video here from Japan of some sort of protest or demonstration with
It's always
signs
just liberal women dancing. It's like, it's unbelievable.
in English about racism, and if you slow it down, you can see that it's full of liberal women who clearly aren't Japanese.
According to their fashion and no shame dancing middle of the street, they're probably the Westerners.
Crazy! Liberal white women problems in Japan. No one could have seen this coming.
And then they're holding this. So it's a I stand against racism. This is basically Japanese communist propaganda. I need to explain this. This is just a kind of group of people who call racist everyone. Everyone who against immigrations, everyone who against mass immigrations, everyone talk about foreigners, they call you racist. So they're kind of
God, he's so right. Japan is dealing with this too.
like super toxic in Japanese society, in my opinion. And I really think it's rude. They moved to Japan because I think they don't love where they're from, and they love Japan, and they moved to Japan, right? Why
And now
do
they have to change it.
they think Japan should change for them?
It's exactly the same thing here, man. Look, we import fucking Ilhan Omar, or then Ilhan Omar shows up, and now Ilhan Omar is talking about abolishing ICE. All right, we bring in Zoran Mamdani, and now Zoran Mamdani is taxing all the people that actually work for a living and giving it to the people that don't.
Again, as an American, I feel seen, I feel heard, because we have annoying white liberal communists in our country too, and we hate them.
I just think it's hilarious because who the fuck are you to tell somebody else that they can't live here? Because you were born here, obviously you never learned how to check your privilege, and other people just want to come here and live a prosperous life.
Yeah, but
So if that's the case, be the change you want to see. Open your fucking door and let the nearest homeless person move in with you. Do that. And then get back to us about this shit.
I don't want them to, so that sucks for you, I guess. Like,
Faggot.
it's unbelievable that we need to deal with these people.
Who the fuck are you?
Can't
to
stand
tell
these
somebody
fucking
else,
people, man.
I'm better than you.
Didn't say I'm better inherently, but my country's better,
got the piece
and it's
together,
better because of people like me and not people like you. That's just true. If you would all automatically switch all of Americans and turn them all into Somalians, this country would become a shithole overnight. Like, we all know that. It's the people that makes a country. It's a people that makes a culture. It's not a geography, all right? The reason why America is better than Somalia is because America is built of Americans and Somalia is built from Somalians. This is just an objective truth, and this is one of those completely indisputable facts. The retard class doesn't even want to engage in reality to address this.
I deserve a nice life. You don't. Who the fuck are you to say that?
Well, since you asked, I'm an American citizen,
American.
and as an American
That's right.
citizen,
That's how it works.
I will say that it's not the moral obligation of Americans to allow newcomers to live here. If they want nice lives, then they can fight to fix their own countries. In fact, we don't have to let any immigrants live here. As for Japan, they don't have to let any of these communist immigrants live in their country either. They can just kick them out. Why would they take any of this shit from people who aren't even Japanese?
Japan is not a communist country. We don't want communism in Japan, okay? This Red Rose group, anyone who against them, you are racist. And just remember, they
Relatable,
are
huh?
professional of making the racism out of nowhere.
Anyone who knows anything about communism doesn't want it in their country. So, much like in America, a lot of...
And then we have like our Hassan Pikers, you know, like import Hassan Piker into our country, all right? He's a Turkish guy who was here, born here illegally, all right? Comes into our country, and poof, now we have to deal with this absolute anti-American motherfucking communist going out there trying to manipulate us and turn and get our politicians that he doesn't like assassinated, like he preaches on his stream. You know, it's crazy.
A lot of Japanese
insane that
people
we
have
need to tolerate this.
been pretty vocal about how they don't want tons of newcomers to flood into their country, and the newcomers aren't exactly peaceful about that. Which brings us to Yusuke Kawai, who's sort of a famous right-wing troll in Japan. If you want to have an American equivalent, maybe Alex Stein going to council meetings and doing stuff like this would be a good comparison.
AOC, my favorite big booty Latina. I love you, AOC. You're my favorite. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina. I love it. My favorite AOC. Nice to meet you, AOC.
Again, Yusuke is sort of a Japanese version of that. And so recently, he was just north of Tokyo in Saitama, protesting a Kurdish festival because
I
there's
saw this. He got beaten up.
been a lot of friction between Japanese people and Muslims in recent years.
Yeah.
And gee, I can't imagine why.
True.
Could it be because Muslims routinely try to force their values and Sharia law on the people of the countries they immigrate to?
It's almost like that's literally their culture.
Or could it be the culture of violence that Muslim immigrants are known for?
Extreme Jihad! Blows up. It's sick. Digimon is better than Pokemon, by the way.
Oh, so I see the Japanese have known about this stuff for a while.
Yeah.
Anyway, so at this Kurdish festival, someone punched Yusuke.
Mostly peaceful foreigner beating the shit out of a native, expressing his political opinion.
Obviously, I can't show the actual hit because of YouTube,
Yeah.
but it's pretty easy to find on Twitter. Now, I'll be honest, Yusuke reacted to the hit a little dramatically, kind of like he was auditioning to play professional basketball. But the overall point here is that there shouldn't have been
It's
a person
funny,
to
I was
strike him in
actually
the
going to
first
draw that
place.
comparison.
And when
He's
it comes
doing the
to America,
LeBron.
we really should be pushing for extreme penalties for political violence instead of the usual catch and release policy that we have now.
Yep,
If we stop tolerating it, it won't happen. Notice how people only block roads in California and New York instead of places like Texas or Florida.
Yeah, because they'll get shot if they do that shit in Texas or Florida.
Where you're allowed to run them over. But because these radicals know they can get away with being forceful and being violent, they will keep getting in your face and keep doing it.
Like intolerant humans. Hate speech. I love how it's English words. I love how there's no Japanese word for hate speech. So they had to take our bullshit hate speech word. Oh my god.
Yes, you heard that correctly. I'm sure this has nothing to do with woke Western liberals, but the term
Absolutely.
hate speech is a part of the Japanese vocabulary.
shot.
And this guy appears to want someone to be criminally punished for saying Japanese people first, which is what is written on his sash. This is another incident with Yusuke Kawai, and I don't get why this guy is screaming in his face. I don't even see what the problem is with saying Japanese people first. Favoring your native population should really be the policy of every government.
True.
It's not a country's obligation to act as a charity for other countries.
True.
It's the job of immigrants to show that they are of value to the people who are already there, or they don't get to come. Otherwise, you just get a bunch of flunkies shopping around for whatever country gives them the most benefits.
Do babies born in Japan get citizenship? The simple answer is no. It depends on the
Good.
parents' nationality.
Good.
But honestly,
Hey.
I've seen people ask, then what's the point of giving birth in Japan? It's more about
What's the point of giving birth in Japan if we're not literally just here to be parasites on the nation? They're so obvious, man.
the environment. Japan is safe well structured, clean, and that's the kind of environment that shapes a child mindset and future. What matters?
You mean to tell me that culture actually makes a difference?
Most to me is raising my child in a place that gives
I love
them.
how, like, this lady clearly understands that different cultures make a difference in regards to the quality of the humans, and is more than happy to say that we should be importing infinite retards from the third world into our countries.
And discipline, exposure, and loads of opportunities.
Another
How am I
cultural
supposed to do
export
this
that
if my
America
screen is
should take
black?
From Japan. Birthright citizenship to children born to non-citizens.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Jesus
should be
Christ.
abolished. Obviously. Outside of that, I don't see how watching a video like this wouldn't make someone who is a native of that country extremely mad. Countries are a team, and the last thing a country needs is a horde of societal leeches who, instead of talking about what value they're going to bring to the group, they talk about how it's a much better place
That's
to
right.
socialize their child than their home country, or
Because
about
their home country's a shithole. But let's import infinite retards from shitholes, because this country's so nice.
all the benefits they get. This person is not loyal to Japan, just like the people who do that in America aren't loyal to America.
God
They're
damn
just
it.
here for the free shit.
I think that if this is part of the Conservative rebrand to attract the young, it's deeply, deeply embarrassing. People don't want
Why
a
is
sense
it
of national...
embarrassing to sing the national anthem?
And I think inviting people who are coming to your
Unbelievable,
country
dude.
not because they think it's a great place, but instead because they want to receive welfare is an extremely dangerous thing.
True.
As I said, based on this,
I think that no foreigners should be allowed to be on welfare. Actually, I've said this for a very long time. I think foreigners should not be allowed on welfare. They should be making their own living. And if they don't like it, they should move back to wherever they came from. Obviously, they're not here to contribute. But we don't work that way. Nope, we're giving infinite money that we're working for to foreigners for some reason. And there's no logical explanation for it, other than we are literally just existing as a host to the parasites that are coming in to rape us. And it's truly obvious if you think about it. Why should we give welfare to foreigners? Like, they're just admitting that they're coming here to be parasites instead of coming to contribute. Why would we possibly want them here?
Netherlands study, people from these countries are generally net negative contributors to society. They either cost the country money or provide little to no economic benefit, and in exchange, you get a bunch of people who don't speak your language and are loyal to other nations. Technically, this is assault. This is political violence.
True.
If it happened in America and it was my decision, this chick would be on a plane back to China. Zero tolerance for political violence. I am so tired of this shit, and it will only stop when these people are brutally punished for it.
Absolutely,
If you
Old Testament style.
don't think it's that bad, then imagine if a man did this to a woman. Now, there is some missing context here. I'm not sure what the lady said that was so offensive that she deserved to be grabbed, but everything she said afterward was incredibly based. Basically, she's saying that it's not a smart idea to flood Chinese people into Japan and allow them to naturalize, because if you do that, they will start outvoting Japanese people
That's
and
right.
destroy the culture.
That's the whole plan. That is the communist strategy. That is the global cabal strategy. Import infinite retards to outbreed you and outnumber you and destroy you and ruin your culture. Absolutely.
Gee, isn't that yet again an incredibly similar problem to what we see going on in America, as we have like 10 different racial groups who are not assimilating and creating their own insular communities and outvoting the native population in certain areas. Right now, Texas is basically being invaded by India. This state is unrecognizable from the state that I moved into several years ago, as it is very easy to walk outside and be in an environment where 80 to 90% of the people aren't speaking English.
That's
I
wild.
feel like a foreigner in my own country.
That's Texas.
And by the way,
Texas is going to become blue. It's inevitable. That is the strategy. That is actually the strategy. And why do they vote for blue? It's not because they believe in the concepts on the blue side of the force. It's because the blue side of the force wants to import infinite more people from the third world. That's the only thing they actually care about. They don't care about abortion. Yeah, you can continue killing your own babies and we will keep getting an even higher amount of voting. Right? They don't care about abortion. All right, they obviously don't care about any of this other bullshit. The trans shit, yeah, okay, you can keep castrating your children. You can keep doing that. We don't really care. We won't, but you can keep doing that, white people. And we, by the way, will vote for the party that'll bring in more of us.
Tons of them have committed fraud to move here. Now, outside of birthright citizenship, I'm not sure what the laws are around this stuff in Japan, but as for America, the fact that we let foreigners do stuff like hold political office is insane. You should not be able to hold any office if you were foreign born, because that's what's been allowing them to one by one create insular and non-assimilated communities and take over entire cities and counties. This has been destroying American values
Absolutely.
and culture.
Absolutely. It's the biggest threat to our nation.
Only people who are born in America to American citizens should be able to hold office. Now, I'm all for exploring other cultures. I love seeing the ideas of other people and how other countries operate. But when it comes to
If
political...
you're going to be a representative of America, you should be born in America. Or at least born to Americans. Like this idea of bringing in infinite retards and then the retards vote for their retards to control us is insane.
influence from foreigners, we should be far more protective of American values.
今日本語喋れなくても帰化ができるし、5年ですよ。5年住んで日本語喋れなくても帰化できるんですよ、日本のシステムだと。
You can't speak Japanese after 5 years.
Or who is a... And you don't even have to be able to speak Japanese that well. Though I think Japan is changing this law to 10 years, and America should follow in their footsteps.
Agreed.
So that it's much harder for political cheaters to just import voters. But this lady brings up interesting points that I want to talk about here, which is why we need to be careful about who we allow into the country, and we should probably make it harder for foreigners to influence our politics. I don't think becoming a citizen should be impossible for newcomers, but it should be harder, because in addition to all the other stuff I've said, unless they have immigrated from a country that speaks the same language, an extremely uncomfortable number of immigrants have a very low proficiency in the national language of the countries that they immigrate to, which makes them super easy to manipulate. And what I found is that this is not just because of certain cultures immigrating, it's actually a function of any unchecked immigration. Now, I'm not saying that
They'll have their little community bubbles where they don't have to actually engage.
Culture doesn't matter. The culture of the immigrant absolutely matters.
Of course it does.
However, immigrants in general tend to engage in offending behavior unless standards are set.
According to a survey to foreign workers, about 70% can't speak Japanese well. Among them, 30% hardly speak it, and about 50% only manage a basic
Can you imagine saying this in America? Like, they'd call you racist so fast.
conversation.
So I would love to think that these stats exclude people who are in groups that I belong to. However, it is quite common for Americans and other Westerners to immigrate to Japan, reside there for many years, and speak either very little or no Japanese. And to talk more about that, allow me to direct your attention to a YouTuber podcast that's filmed in Japan called Trash Taste.
Welcome to another episode of Trash Taste.
Oh,
I'm joined
God.
once again by the boys, and we have a
Oh my god, is that the terrorist-supporting, dog-shocking, alleged pedophile Hassan Piker?
returning guest. Because you're back in Japan now.
Yeah, I did show that clip for a specific reason. I was a fan of this podcast until they spent multiple episodes glazing a famous pro-communist terrorist animal abuser named Hassan Piker. That's a lot of qualifications. Anyway, as I said, Trash Taste is a podcast in Japan featuring 3 hosts named Joey, Connor, and Garnt, who talk about anime, food, Japanese culture, and tell cute little personal stories about what it's like to live in Japan.
I went to a public onsen in Niseko. Niseko is a very famous ski resort in Hokkaido. It's also famous for being a Japanese ski resort with 0 Japanese people in it. It is so goddamn expensive that no Japanese people are there.
It's
Isn't that nice? They price out the natives so that they can make the little enclave.
basically Australia.
I was at a bar in Niseko after skiing, and I was lining up, and there was this Japanese guy, and he was super talkative and genki. And I was joking. I was like, "Hey, you're like the only Japanese guy I've seen here." And he's like, "Oh, yes." like he realized in real time that his friends had all been priced out or something. Like,
We are foreign parasites and we are taking over your country. Dude, this is why so many Japanese people are upset at Trash Taste. This is unbelievable. They're just like actual little talking heads. They go to another country. You are literally the foreigners in the country that they hate. It's crazy. It's crazy. They voted en masse against people like you. Crazy. The lack of self-awareness is wild.
Out or something. Like, I don't know. Like
It's the first time he realized he's a minority in his own country.
it was crazy. There's like
We're taking over. We're outbreeding you guys.
not a single Japanese person.
Huh. Japanese people are getting priced out of their own local spots because of over-tourism. Gee, I wonder whose fault that is. And for the people who are...
Weird, huh? Yeah, that's wild. Now, he does, like, a pretty good job on the rest of this video. He really breaks down this whole idea that none of these people even speak the language. They all go to Japan. They all talk about how Japan is nice, and I'm a foreigner, and this is great. They don't learn about Japan. They are the parasitic immigrants that the culture obviously detests. Look, I would go through the whole thing with you guys, but the reality is I think you should check it out yourself. He does a really good job on the breakdown. But this clip is insane.
And how do people like this have the audacity to start telling Japanese natives what to do when they have to say it in English? Going back to abroad in Japan, I've already showed this clip in a prior video, but it was so fucking ridiculous for Chris to say it when he's not fluent in Japanese that I'm going to show it again.
People write off my opinions because I'm not born in Japan. I'm not Japanese. And at what point do I become a local? What point?
At what point am I just as Japanese as you guys, says the guy who literally cannot even speak Japanese.
Does my opinion matter something?
Yeah,
I saw
mean,
people
that's
react
very
being like, I
frustrating.
think it's important we got the locals' opinions on this. I am.
I am a local just like you guys. I have papers that prove that I'm just as Japanese as you.
Inherently a local. And I...
Except you're not a local. Dude, it's unbelievable watching these people do the same shit that we need to tolerate over here.
lived in Meguro for 3 years or so, but...
And you don't speak the language. You don't speak the language. You don't share the culture with these people at all. It's unbelievable levels of entitlement.
At what point do you become a local?
Really, the answer is never.
You can never move beyond being a foreigner.
Yeah, but this is absolutely wild watching this happen everywhere. This is like the commie globalist takeover that's just happening worldwide, and Japan just had enough of this. They elected the most far-right government they've had ever. And yes, you guys are the problem. Hi, I'm a foreigner. I don't belong here, but I'm here anyway. I didn't do any effort to assimilate into your country or your culture whatsoever. Now let me talk to you about how my opinions matter just as much as yours, and how I'm going to influence your country's future. Foreigner fatigue is a global phenomenon. We will not let our countries rape us, we will not let our governments rape us, and we will not let foreigners brought into our country rape us either. Anyway, if you want to watch the rest of this video, it is linked in the description, of course. I only react to things when I feel like I can actually give adequate commentary for them. And a large chunk of this video is him analyzing how these guys just don't speak any Japanese, and I feel like my commentary would be kind of limited, so therefore I am not going to react to it. I have standards, okay? But anyway, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the deep dive. I've been working really hard in the Jew tunnels for endless nights, countless hours working and researching all these videos, and I'm trying my absolute best to honestly, even though my channel's already monetized, I'm not making any money right now, and it's absolutely brutal. It's fucking killing me, I'm not gonna lie. It's unbelievably stressful. I'm every day I'm checking my email waiting for an update, but I'm doing my best. I'm here day in, day out. The grind don't stop. If you want to support me, I have a Patreon linked in the description. You could go pledge and donate to me over there. You will get nothing in return. I say this every time because I want it to be known that it's very appreciated. It is not an obligation, and I don't want you to expect things. All right, don't expect things. It's very appreciated, don't get me wrong. However, I'm being honest about it. I don't want you to get your hopes up. The support lately has been really awesome on your guys' end, and it is incredibly appreciated. But for now, this was a deep dive into Trump, Israel, Lebanon, Iran, woke Pope drama. We got traitors in the government on the right and the left. The UK is a nightmare. Japan is cooked, too. We all have issues. See you in the next one. This was today's deep dive, and honestly, appreciate you guys a lot. You guys are great. God is good. Bye.